I greet everybody. Greetings to you. How are we doing today? Hope we are doing very well and we are in great spirit. There we go today again to basically examine recent situation of things in our country. And of course, our focus for today is Fela gets recognition from the establishment. And of course, this establishment is generic here, both the entertainment world and of course in the political scheme of things in Nigeria. It's interesting that the top dog in town in the Nigerian political scheme of things have recognized, you know, Fela's achievement, Fela's feat. And of course, he has not only recognized his achievement, he has also, and on behalf of the system, because let's face it, he is representative of the system as at now. Now they now know that Fela is a voice of the people. They now know that Fela is an advocate of justice. They have a lot of nice words to say about Fela now that is no longer here. And of course, this is the typical pattern that is usually done when revolutionaries or heroes, African heroes, are gone. They now become the very system that they were against now begin to idolize them or give all the adulations to really reference them. It seems as though Africa don't know the worth of their revolutionaries until they are gone. And of course, the very system that the revolutionary has been against will now begin to, patronize the revolutionary. It's quite interesting. And of course, we want to bring this to the fore today. We want to analyze it. We want to look into it very critically. And of course, you're very welcome to the conversation. If you want to join us live in the studio here, of course, you can join us because many people are saying, why, why, why do you always like to speak alone? You don't give a means for people to join you in the studio to counter what you are saying, or perhaps give their own opinion too. Well, we have always been very open to the general public, and we have always been saying it that our platform is not a platform that is not all that is basically meant for some group of people or one certain group of people. It's a platform for all. It's for all as sundry. This is the people's media platform. And TV station, no, they do more than this. The only thing that differentiates us from TV station is that them, they are for the system. They are afraid of the system. Mm. And we are not afraid of the system. Some of the things that we dish out, they would think twice before they dish it out. And there's also evidence that the system is controlling them. Mm. That is what makes us different from um, the so-called mainstream media. So, if you want to join us in the studio, just type exactly what you see on the screen. Type it, and when you type it correctly, all right, it will not take you much time for you to type. If you type it correctly in your browser, any of your browser that you choose to use, you would join us in the studio here, and you don't even have to show your face. There is option for you to close your camera, and of course, you don't have to have a connection to any producer or director before you are allowed into the studio here. Eh, you cannot access mainstream media studio just like that. You have to be vetted, properly vetted. mm, you have to go through all of the documentation that gives you the enablement to be able to join them in the studio. And in most cases, now physical, you have to be there physically. You have to be there physically. So we are very different from the rest. And of course, you also have to pay them. You have to pay to be able to watch them in the cable. You have to pay the cables. All right? You have to pay the cables for you to be able to watch them pretty much. All right? That is just it. But once you have data and you are able to access the internet, you are able to access YouTube. We are on YouTube. We are also on Twitter. If you are able to access any of these platforms, you will be able to access Civic Space Studio from wherever you may be joining us from. So it is very important we let it out there. And the importance is that we are in a world where narratives, controlling the narrative is very, very paramount. And of course, the establishment is very, very, you know, serious about narrative control. They don't joke with narrative control, and it is the narrative that is taking, the center stage. And what are the narrative that they push out? They push out ethnic narratives. They push out narratives that really favors the very same players that are responsible for the sad state of Nigeria for the most part. That is what some many analysts will say or will come to the conclusion of, that for the most part, the narrative that is dished out by the mainstream media and their or chains, their representative online, because they also have representative on X everywhere. Everywhere you go, you find them. Everywhere you go, you see them. And of course, the focus today is Fela's recognition. Is it not interesting that it was after the Grammys, after Grammys recognized the work, the entertainment work, hmm, the great feat that man was able to do in the world of entertainment and music. After the Grammys have given Fela Kuti a Lifetime Achievement Award that really solidifies the the fact that when it comes to music in Nigeria, secular music for that matter, Fela is a is a is a class of his own. And this is not just being classist. Fela is a class of his own. You cannot compare him with any musician, dead or alive, that can push the kind of feat that he was able to pull. Someone who conquered the entertainment world and even stood in solidarity with his people. Despite his popularity and his status, his elite status. So you cannot compare sleep and death. It is two different things. So it is very, very clear. And of course, the hypocrisy is very, very noticeable. The hypocrisy is very, very clear that the system would now suddenly wake up and say, well, now is for us to give him his flowers. And of course, the Nigerian people also, they are saying, well, that now that Grammy has given him award, now what else do you have to throw at him, to throw at his greatness? What else do you have to denigrate him? So bring it on and let's see whether or not it will work out, whether or not you will be able to tarnish his image. You know, my ancestors will say Bibi Rekoshe Fowora. That is, if you have achieved something, or perhaps you were born for greatness, you can't buy it. It's priceless. It's a priceless gift given to you. And ability is different from what you are born with. The talent that you there's no way you can compare. That is why I laugh whenever people try to make comparison. There's some comparison that doesn't really make sense. Some comparison that doesn't honestly make sense. And of course, we have seen this play out time and time again. We have seen it play out time and time again. That we draw comparison that is not really parallel. Mm. And of course, we misrepresent issues a great deal. All right, we misrepresent issues a great deal, and it is time for us to do it in to start knowing better and doing better as a people. All right, you cannot mix Fela up with these current charlatans that you call musicians in Nigeria. That is in all due respect to whatever it is, whatever preference you have to any one of them. You have the right to, idolize or give them all the praises and adulation. I also have the right to basically set the record straight. Based on every yardstick, you cannot compare someone who can actually sing about breast and yash, and also sing about ordinary things like water, like even sickness, yellow fever. You can't compare that person who can do all, sing about political development in his country, who has a mastery of not less than 8 different musical instruments. Mastery. Show me any instrument that any of your favorites can handle to perform and impress a crowd. Then we'll start the conversation from there. Any of these your favorites, show me if they can use any musical instrument to perform to an audience apart from their mouth and their voice. Mm. Just tell me, if not up to recently when they also started assembly or having a live performance. And the live performance, they have to employ a music director to direct everything, to coordinate. Fela is the music director of his band, and he earns that respect because whatever it is that Fela wants you to do, whatever it is that Fela wants you to do in his music, he can take the music instrument from your hand and perform it for you and say, "This is exactly what I want you to play. This is exactly what I want you to what to play." So, can any of your favorites do that? All right? Can any of your favorites do that? Apart from making music in a studio that they will use computer to manipulate all to make it sound extraordinary. Fela had no luxury of that, and it still sounded very musical and very nice. Your favorite can use 2, 3, 4 months to cook, to basically cook one single track of 3 minutes, because they will now begin to cook and cook and cook and cook. All right, they will cook it for 6 months. 3 minute song, they will use 100 hours to cook it. At that time, when they are cooking that 3 minute track using studio and computer tools, Fela had produced about 6 albums. 6 albums with each track not less than 10 minutes each. So you want to compare Fela and this set of jokers that use computer AI assisted equipment to blow themselves up. You are not serious. You are not what? You are not serious. You cannot compare the two together. Mm. And of course, along, you know, even despite that, he was still able to participate. He did not say because he is so talented, he has done well for himself, he sells out shows and all of these things. He now begin to say, okay, nothing concern me, concern anybody where they suffer. Hmm? He will have taken the same stand that your current favorites are taking now. And what is the stand? The stand is, well, nothing concern me. Oh, no be me spoil Nigeria. Fela will have said, no be me spoil Nigeria. Let me just enjoy myself and have a great time and make music. I am good anyways. I'm a good musician. I don't have to bother with all your stress that you are giving me. I don't even have to say I want to start a political party. I don't have to call out the criminals in your society. All right. I don't have to use music or perhaps use my platform. Fela was a global phenomenon as at the time. I don't have to bother. Just like your favorites are doing now, all your favorite artists, all your favorite artists, all your favorite artists, they are basically saying nothing concern them, nothing concern Agbero with overload. They are just having fun and making music that is fetching them money. All right, all they need is for the whole year just one album. All they need is just one album. Fela produced over 50 albums in his lifetime. All right, over 50 albums, and it's not a just the wishy-washy computer aided generated what's it called music that your favorites are doing. Oh, it's a qualitative music that you enjoy. You while you are working, you are enjoying the music, and it's not a quick fix. And you are also going to learn a thing or two. All right, as a life lesson. What you have now is music promoting drugs, addiction, promoting how you get rich quick, promoting fraud, and promoting immorality. That is the kind of music that you have. That is the kind of music that is being produced for you now, and it is uh, on that joke of a music production that you want to compare with Fela. I don't think we are drawing the right kind of parallel here. So, of course, apart from that, we now begin to see, um, the recognition is getting from the establishment. The recognition is getting the recognition is getting from the establishment. The establishment is saying, well, we now recognize all the fight you have been fighting for the people. You are a fighter of the people. You are the advocate for justice. Everything that looks good. Every cool adjective that signifies a noble man. Then I begin to put after you if Fela were to be alive today, do you think you will have nice words to say about a Buhari government, even an Obasanjo government, or any of the governments sef we don dey since he has passed away? Do you think Fela will have nice words to say about Obasanjo's presidency? Do you think you will have nice words to say about Yaradua, or perhaps Jonathan, and also Buhari and this current nightmare, according to some people? Because now they call them these names. Now they call them thieves. Now they call them nightmare. Now they call them, you know, looters, polylooters. I've not been they call them all of those names. And you think as now they call them polylooters, Fela will have nice what to say about when Fela was calling them, he was calling out the names. He go talk am for in album, say so person is a thief, is a criminal. Fela doesn't have nice words to say. And of course, what did they do? Did they allow Fela to express himself as a like freedom of expression? Did they respect that? No. They came to destroy Fela's house, burn his house, including many of his recorded catalog. They destroy everything. All of the songs that should have even made a bigger hit than the current one that you have now. They destroy his catalog. Do you know what catalog is? Some musicians are selling their catalog for over $1 billion. You know what a catalog is? If Burna Boy is to sell his catalog, you know how much he's going to sell it, despite the kind of music he push out. If Whiskey wants to sell his catalog, you know how much it's going to be. Now imagine, because you are speaking, you are taking a stand with your people, and you are basically going for the government that is bringing sorrow on your people. The government attacks you and burn your house, including all your music catalog. And bear in mind, there is no cloud storage as at the time. You cannot really have a storage somewhere apart from hardware. It is only hardware. They destroy everything. They actually threw his mom from from a very high building, threw him down, and it sustained major injury that led to his death. They killed his mom. So as many people that are comparing Whiskey and Fela, or any of your favorite and Fela, you have to really recheck and reconsider that position, because that position is a very illogical, mischievous, disingenuous kind of stand. It is actually hinged on you know on falsehood, basically. So it's interesting. They did the same thing to Ganifawa. You see how they decorated Ojota with Ganifawa statue. Yes, they decorated the place. In fact, it's a garden. Ganifawa garden. After they killed him, the system killed him because he died. We can call it a death of untimely age. And now he did not die as an old man. He died of lung cancer. And lung cancer, to the best of my knowledge, if with the right kind of treatment or the right kind of environment, which is very, very important. Environmental health is important. As I did now, I am a I am technically a smoker. With the kind of environment that I live, I am technically a smoker, because all this my whole area smoke of marijuana and weed, everything. No control, nothing. All right. Not even mention the smoke that comes out from generator, from vehicles that should have been scrapped. All of the vehicle that has been thrown away in serious societies, they will crush it. They will crush it and turn it to a ball. They will melt the metal to produce new vehicles. But instead of that, many of these vehicles are brought to Nigeria. See, on our road, you will still see a vehicle of 1991, 1992 on our road in Nigeria. You will still see a vehicle of early 90s All your downfalls that you are, all the downfall that you are entering in Lagos, that is considered the center of excellence. Go and look at the years that those downfalls were made, and tell me how you expect such vehicles to meet up with safety standard of air pollution, air quality, the kind of smoke and the kind of byproduct that comes out of their engines. It is what it is. And you can imagine the scale of such vehicles in Nigeria. The scale is unfathomable. Look, go. You still have some buses of mass that was made in the early 90s. That they are still in Lagos. And you can imagine if they are still in Lagos, imagine what it is in other states. So Fela died untimely. Ganifawa Imi died untimely. Now, the Lagos state government decided to put up a statue for Fela, but I believe Fela are putting out a word that I don't want any statue. That's how they were able to put the one we no get Fela head on top, but at least represented his iconic, two hands and fist in the air kind of. All right, but they did it for Ganifawa Imi, and now because Fela has obtained a lifetime award in the Grammys, you know, Emilio has so much to say in adulation or perfect, homage, paying homage. So it is what it is. All right. So it is important that we put out all of this information out there to set the record straight, because we are in the business of setting the record straight. Yes, we are in the business of setting the record straight. So let's look at let me just see if I can tune just to cross check if we are not having any issues around sound or reach or any of those things. So thank you so much for joining us. So we have been discussing Fela gets recognition in the hands of the system. Why is it like that in Africa? Why is it like that in Nigeria? That now after our, and of course it's very very interesting too that while Fela is no more, we still have a generation that continued what happened to Fela in this when he was alive. The rejection and the denigration. A generation that does not understand what they don't understand greatness. Eh? Anyone that is really comparing Fela with the current crops of favorite that you people have today does not have taste for greatness and has no idea what it means to be great. And of course, if you want to rebut what I'm saying, please use the link on the screen and let's have that debate. Hmm? Let us what? Let us have that debate. And of course, we are very open for debate on this platform. We are not going to kick anybody out. We aren't going to kick anybody out. You are going to have, you know, your time to say whatever it is that you think you want to say. And of course, we can see, um, you know, as a matter of reality, we can see that, the propaganda machines have started pushing out propaganda to you people. And, and of course, we want and willing to be part of the party. All right. If mounting and our policy is very simple. If you don't come to us, we come to you. All right, we come to you and no, we don't allow. you to fly, we don't allow you to fly whatever propaganda you want to dish out to the general public. We are going to debunk it in real time and, of course, set the record straight. Just like we are setting the record straight now in the case of Fela. We are not African bastards, right? Whenever anybody wants to denigrate the name of our ancestors, I think we have that duty to really rebut and refute whatever it is that is being said. So while I take notice of, or perhaps go look at some information in the back end, would like to tune into a particular program going on, or a broadcast, as we say. The topic, it is a united coalition or right candidate. Is it, I mean to say, okay, is it a united coalition or right candidate? PO or nothing? Let's take a listen to what is being said on this platform. Then we'll react to it in real time. Then we'll get the conversation rolling. And of course, we also have a way of tying it to the topic, our topic for today.
If you make the wrong decision, either for selfish ends or for whatever, but if you decide for Nigeria, give not just we're not talking just Igbos now, but just oh my, it's unfortunate the discussion has to come down to this.
Mm,
I wish that we won't bring it down to this level, but that is Nigeria. It also has to come down to this. So for
mm.
that reason
So
alone,
that's always come down to
um,
tribe, right?
ADC needs to show that Nigeria belongs to all of us. It
Really.
doesn't just belong to people who think they are born to rule, or people who think that the whole nation needs them to be anything.
Mm,
No. So when that my friend told me on that conversation, that phone call, I mean my heart just sank. Like this is serious for so many people. This is beyond. This is not a game for all these our friends that are out there. They don't understand. This is serious. This is very very serious. That are we going to teach our children? I don't even know what I'm going to tell my children about where my ancestors came from in Nigeria. I'm just trying to frame that story, Omar.
mm.
But for the Igbos, what are you going to tell your children? What are you going to tell them? That Nigeria belongs to them too? How are you going to frame that story? See,
Mm,
symbolisms matter. To have an Igbo person, an Igbo man at the top of the ticket, it is powerful.
eh.
So what
So
when you had Kamala come out in America, when Obama came out, do you know?
you think it is a powerful thing to have an Igbo person at the top of the ticket, or perhaps become president? Other tribes too, they also can claim this exact thing. Other tribe can make the exact pronunciation that you just did now, and that is the reason why we are going around in circles. We prioritize, or perhaps this whole ethnic supremacist agenda is exact reason why we are where we are. And it's interesting how people that can speak grammar have this kind of orientation. They still cannot detach themselves from their ethnic bias. It's quite unfortunate. And funny enough, they think they have the monopoly of that kind of shitty mentality. They don't have that monopoly. Other ethnic groups also have mad people who also reason like this. So, well, at the end of the day, it now boils down to the ones that can actually corner a bit of sentiment from everywhere and rematch the winner. That doesn't absorb them too. The APC also use this rhetoric of tribe, Emi ló kàn, Yoruba ló kàn. This Yoruba ló kàn ideology, this Igbo ló kàn ideology. It is the turn of the Igbos. It is the turn of the Yorubas. It is the turn of the Fulanis. It's the turn of the Ibibios. When are we going to detach and ourselves from this sentiment? and focus on what matters to the everyday life of Nigeria. And it boils down to what really matters to us as a people. So, with the look of things, if the best of the best educated ones among us are still very much attached to their ethnic sentiments, they are not detribalized. They don't care about just let's do this, whoever it is that gets there. Let us fix our deficient good road. Let us fix our poor education. Let's fix our health care. Let's bring this country, this is our collective project. Let's bring this country to a global map for innovation, for markets, for production, for welfare of the people. That is what matters. Whoever that is there from any tribe that can do the job. But you have people who can speak grammar, who are still very much attached to their ethnicity. And when others now display the exact same trait, then they get very triggered. And that is where it gets interesting for me.
They probably overwhelmed them. So our emergency response unit for help, though you are just one headache away from joining your ancestors. If you are in Nigeria, how can we
Yeah,
be moving like this as a country in 2026?
exact reason why
It's not failure
we
of
should
government
be
that has even
detribalized.
made Abuja a capital city to be
Exactly the
this
reason why
privately
many
owned
would
by
say we
venomous
should
waste. Like you
be
open your toilet and you see
detribalized. It
a
should not be
big
about
venomous
whoever,
corpse.
maybe perhaps a Yoruba or
Eh?
Hausa or Igbo.
How many
It's
more
about who
talented
can
Nigerians are
provide
we supposed to lose
social amenities.
before we understand
That is
that
what should
Nigeria is
matter,
dying
really.
and that we do not have good quality leaders that should give us proper leadership and move this nation to the right direction? Again,
Talking
finally, I
about
want to
quality
say,
leaders
listen,
and,
I don't care about
you
how
know,
Nigeria is
pushing
organized as a
ethnic
power or
narrative,
reality,
it's
but
hypocritical,
I
really.
am beginning to start calling on the international community. Listen, they have to
International community cannot
monitor
help you. You have
actively
to help yourself.
our 2027 elections because this is where we either get it right
International
as a country
community
or
have
we
so
probably just
much
blow up
fish
at
to
the same
fry
time.
already.
We
There's
need to
so
have
much
the
problem in the
international
world
community,
already.
America and the international community must
America that is still struggling to
monitor
fix their own
our elections
society. What do you mean by
fervently in 2027 so that we stop rigging. Because this is where these things
that?
start
America
from.
will come and stop rigging in your
UK has
country.
not paid the worried Abuja staff members that are threatening to go on strike. But
I believe we can say saying America is coming to come fix rigging, the problem of election rigging in Nigeria. Is this the kind of mentality that we should be having? And these are intellectuals, people that can log into the internet, and so you can imagine if this is our cream of the crop in the Nigerian society, then we are in big trouble. It's the reason why we are where we are. America has still not fixed his own troubles. Finish. You want them to come and fix your problem, and despite all of the indications that America have neoliberal or perhaps neocolonial tendencies, you want to surrender your electoral process to a United States of America. Yeah, you want to surrender your voting process to them. You have still not been able to come up with. You think you are so inadequate. You think we are so inadequate that we cannot organize an election that is free and fair and credible, or we cannot make it work, or perhaps call out the institution for their inadequacies, or even basically put our feet on the ground to ensure that the institution do their job, whoever that is there. So in the whole of Nigeria, we don't have anyone that can actually think right enough to say we can actually, put our sheets together and basically organize ourselves to conduct a free, fair, credible election. And of course, shut down a system that would manipulate the people's mandate. This is not good enough. All right, and it's quite this is where I found very sad. This is the sad part where whenever I think about Nigeria, this is what you know gives me sleepless nights really, because we don't seem to have people that can really think outside the box, or perhaps I'm not even saying things that is too abstract or complex. People that are saying that America should come and conduct election for us in Nigeria. The electoral umpire that you have, you cannot really pressure them to say, listen, whoever that is there, all right, the Nigerian people knows better now, and we are monitoring. All right, even if to have an independent monitoring system, of course we can do it. It's a matter of organization. If we organize ourselves well enough, we can come up with an independent electoral portal, all right, that can really monitor the voting patterns, or perhaps take notes of voting results across all polling units, and then we have our own database, or perhaps our own portal where we can collate, and even independently aside from the soak, and of course we can monitor and say, well, this really signifies the will of the people, or perhaps this doesn't signify the will of the people. We cannot put system in place as a people, as intellectual people, to basically checkmate and provide evidence beyond every reasonable doubt that the system has rigged an election. So you think the only solution that you can come up with is to go bring about American mercenaries with all of the potential neo-colonial tendencies that can happen as a result of getting them involved in our domestic political affairs. How pathetic. And I find this very interesting, really, that those that should know better are not doing better in Nigeria. It is quite troubling. And of course, we welcome to the speaker section Swaz. Swaz, you're welcome, you're welcome very much indeed. Swaz is our regular speaker on this platform. And of course, this platform is not meant for one set of people alone, but we would not barricade the platform from those that want to actually speak truth to power. And it is one of those ones that want to speak truth to power that Swaz is very much, involved, and perhaps a strong member. And we are happy to have him here. I don't know if Swaz would like to go now or later. Oh, Swaz has gone again. I believe that is network. It is what it is. All right, it is what it is. And of course, the Nigerian network providers are also part of the problem. Really, let's keep listening.
Yeah. Like I'm like, tell them, do you guys know? Did you go planning for him to? You get it? Because when I saw someone, that was someone's response to the plan. Like, hey, what's it called? If is going there, you will tell them what they want to hear. I'm like, so after this place, when I now got the phone, I was just laughing like, oh, okay. So it's the same talking point. Like you said, like you guys have a talking point, want to teach out the narrative, and this is the agenda for the week, or the agenda for the month, or the winning agenda for us, or how to, just take them, just harass them, cajole them, just, don't be too harsh, just talk, gently, just massage their ego, just get them in. To them, that's what they are doing. That is what they are doing, just get them in, don't be too harsh on them, At the end of the day, they will learn their lesson. But again, who is now learning their lesson? Who is now crying? And it just baffles me. Let me even say this, please. And this is a direct message to Ogatanko. That was yesterday's interview was previous. Please, PO should look away. He should look
Mm,
away.
really.
Hmm? He should close his hair. If they come and bring things for him to say, look at what your people are saying, whatever, he should ask questions like, what happened? Why are they saying this?
Mm,
Okay, I will investigate. And he can do his investigation. He should please look away. Because what is happening right now, this is not Atiku. versus whatever. This is in quotes Atiku's followers versus Peter Obi's followers. This is at the followership level. Okay, so one group will not claim to have grace, and the other group will claim to be what? To be Jesus Christ or to be Pope or to be what? It won't happen.
Okay. Really.
You get what you give.
Mm.
If you want peace, you give peace.
Okay.
If you want the other side, you give it, you collect it.
Okay.
That is life. Oh, that is life. So for me, in all of this, I just laugh. But one thing they fail to understand is this: we are all adults. There is no mumu anywhere.
Mm.
There is no child anywhere. There is people can see more than the immediate. People can see. People who can tell that, oh, this is where you are going. This is what you want, right? So nobody should think that the next person is a fool. That's what I personally do not like. Do not think I'm a fool. If you want to run your gig, that is on you. If you want to like fully believe this is the way out for you, all well and good. But do not come to tell someone like you, like, oh, that thing you are saying is this, or that thing you are saying is that. And I'm like, are you for real? When you are saying your own, and nobody has stopped you from saying your own. So please don't get involved in what I say. If you want us to build party, we are building party. The way I can build party, I'm building party. People are building party.
Okay.
And in building party too, yes, we'll build it. But the kind of structure we need to build will not come from you or from me. If I'm just saying you now, maybe the opposite term, will not come from us. The
Hmm.
structure or the design should
Interesting.
come from leadership.
Okay. Do you see what is going on?
Build
He says the structure must come from leadership. Is not going to come from the ordinary members. The kind of of course, is it actually strange that while some would say that the leaders should flow from the people, the people, the ordinary members of a nation should determine who leads them pretty much. And of course, any decision that is going to be made, we have to be made with the consent of the followers or the lower cadre, all right, and it have to be in their interest. But this is someone saying that, well, let's leave it for whatever decision that is going to be made will be made at the top, and everybody must just flow with it, whether they have been consulted or not. And of course, the leadership also have to be a matter of, the most prominent ones, and they will among this themselves choose whoever leads the, you know the organization, or perhaps in this case the party. And many parties like AAC would say no, whoever is going to become the leader must have the backing or perhaps been elected or been appointed by the followers, and whatever decision that is going to happen will be in full consultation with the ordinary members. So we are seeing a different ideology here, and of course, the Nigerian people have to, take a look at ideologies, and of course, align with the ideology that is really for their interest. Um, we'll have you again. Good to have you again, Swaz. And of course, we have also welcome to the studio, Godwin Saint. Um, you're welcome, ladies and gentlemen, everybody, apart from even our guests in the studio. And of course, as we have said, the link on your screen, you can literally type it on your browser and it will bring you to the studio, like live and direct. Live and there's no gatekeeping here. You can access the studio to have your say about any matter whatsoever. Although we have a topic, but we are also listening to what Nigerians are saying because it matters. That is exactly our primary mandate, to set the record straight in real time. And of course, it is the reason why we are giving people the opportunity. We are very much committed daily involvement in this, because this is programming. Yeah, people are being programmed to think in a certain way. So, do you think anybody listening to this man talking about, you know, an oligarchy kind of leadership system, in their mind, they are already programmed? They thought that is normal. In their mind, they believe this is the normal thing. All right, but to as many as those that are tuning into this broadcast that we are doing, at least we have been able to offer a different alternative to that kind of mindset. So, as are you there?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
I'm here, comrade.
Yeah,
But
you are.
I'm doing something, so for now I may not
Okay.
be able to speak.
Okay. Just indicate whenever you are free to. Just unmute your mic and speak, and I would pass the mic immediately. So let's keep listening there. Seems as though network, the network, this thing has disconnected, and of course would have to reconnect back, and of course we are also reconnected to Godwin Saint. Godwin, you're welcome to the studio. And of course, today again, we have been discussing quite a number of interesting development in Nigeria, including the recognition that Fela is getting from the representative of the establishment in Nigeria, the Emiloko himself, the president, who has decided to say, well, Fela, before now, we have always been going against you. We have brought terror to your family and your person. We have rigged you out. We have carried out the propaganda warfare that tarnishes your image. All right, that we actually refocus the Nigerian people's mind to look at you as a chain smoker. All right, a marijuana smoker. Even though we smoke marijuana too in our own little corner. This is not talking about me, oh, I'm talking about the system. The system is saying, even though we too they smoke marijuana in our own corner, we are going to weaponize a smear campaign against you that you are a marijuana smoker, and that alone condemns you from every other thing that you are doing. It condemns you for every other thing that is
Liberation
important.
Shad,
That
Liberation Shad, you
okay,
dey smoke igbo in Wike's voice.
yeah. Absolutely, you know. Absolutely. So, and of course, we have been able to carry out that psy-ops and psych our people to condemn every other noble things that you have done, just because you are smoking and you have many women at your disposal. That alone nullifies your advocacy, human rights advocacy, the fact that you have been able to call out some of us that are criminals and thieves. You did that very powerfully. And of course, you also represented Nigeria in the global audience. Wherever you go, why people want to listen to your music. Your music is that good. You are so great at what you do. You are a beacon of excellence. You are not a mediocre when it comes to your craft. You are an excellent musician, but yet we want to, because you have dared to come for us, you have dared to call us out for our corruption. You dare to call us international thieves. So that alone, we are going to now look for things that will blackmail you, that will blackmail and rubbish your person. So when you are now dead, that you no longer can speak from the grave, will now begin to recognize you and give you all your flowers that you deserve, and of course will recognize you. And that is the same thing that happened. That seems to be the same thing that is happening to Shore right now. And of course it has become a pattern. It happened to Ganifawa Me too. All right, that after his passing, they now had to carve out a park in the main road and put his statue there. Very big statue and environment. But when he was alive, He was called a rogue and a terrorist. He was called a criminal. Mm. And so you bought the idea. My parents bought the idea. And now that is no longer here with us, all of them, they now begin to make reference to him, very, very beautifully. How interesting.
Okay.
How interesting it is for people to now begin to idolize and reference in good adjectives, the very people that have fought for them and fought for their liberation. How very, very interesting that is. Are we going to also make the mistake of rejecting a revolutionary that is standing for us and with us, walking the journey with us in every step of the way? We are also doing that. We are saying, no, he's an activist. Let him remain an activist. Politics is not about activism. Politics is not about, there's a difference between politics and activism, according to some morons, as far as I'm concerned. All right? That we don't want such characters. We want those that have experience in how to manipulate the system, and people that can play and pretend, uh people that can be chameleon, that will project something else to us when they are campaigning, and when they get to office they can become something else all of a sudden. These are the kind of people that we want. So anyone who wants to really fight for us, who wants to fight for a systemic change to our corrupt, terrible, rotten infrastructure and systems, we don't want such ones. Let the person be, fighting for us and either even stand and get himself killed. He has fulfilled his role. That is the kind of role that we want him to play. We don't want such ones at position of leadership. All right, how unfortunate. So when that person now dies, say, what a great man, what a great man. Right. So I don't know what is going on.
Okay.
Okay.
That is under Tinubu. I'm going to repeat again. Under terrorists, Islamic Fulani jihadists.
It's about to go down. I don't know whether or not it is the connection here that is causing this, or perhaps it is from their own studio there. But I don't think so. I think it's from their studio there. But all right, then we would re-listen or rejoin the live session that is going on there. But while we do that, we welcome back Godwin Saint. Godwin Saint, are you there? You're welcome, my boss. Oh wow. Why is it that whenever I call the names of the speakers joining is when they'll now drop? I don't want to think this is intentional. I think this is some network abracadabra playing pranks on us here. So yeah.
Facts. Published. Nigeria.
Interesting.
One Nigerian military have been slaughtered. One Nigerian military bases, have been wiped out.
Okay.
To be biased. Our men in uniform are sworn Nigerians. Men who have the uniform to protect and defend the integrity of Nigeria are not even able to protect themselves.
Interesting.
Why? Because those people in leadership have incentivized these killers, these terrorists, to keep murdering, to keep slaughtering Nigerian military and Nigerians all across the country. Just think about it. Can you imagine terrorists? Let me just even make it easy. A bunch of people on bikes and guns attacking any military base in the US
Mm. Well,
without any resistance. Just imagine for liberty, the United
you
States
can't
would have come
imagine
out.
it because a
Kaplosion for
system
cause
that
of
is
Colorado.
serious about security
Can
is
you
different
even
from
imagine,
is a system that
even
is
in your
not
wildest
serious
dreams,
about
that a bunch
security.
of people with bikes can walk into these military installations and keep shooting and killing United States men in uniform? That is not so. That would. The White House would bring hell and destruction to each and every one of them within seconds.
Mm.
Those people will be wiped out.
Okay.
But in Nigeria, our leaders, the so-called leaders that are tasked with
Well, it seems
leading,
as though the US that is being used as an example here, is now killing its people. That boils down to leadership. How do you now explain a country that is basically put system in place to kill its people? And you've had cases of two US American citizens being shot dead in cold blood in the span of 3 weeks by the very system that is designed by this by the state. While it is true that US does not joke with security, in fact, they have one of the highest budgets for security in the world. And of course, we can also make arguments that they try as much as possible to secure their citizens all over the world and even within the but recently, as a result of terrible leadership, America has deteriorated. So I don't think America can be used as a yardstick now. The only country that we can, of course, use as a yardstick now in terms of protection, in terms of security, is China. Let's face it. And of course, they did majority of the security and policing using just tech, just simple CCTV camera across every nooks and cranny of the country alone would solve a lot of problem. Has solved their problem. And of course, it means that they now have to use whatever footage that they get from crime scene to form a basis of how they can concentrate policing at different strategic areas of hotspots. And of course, when criminals know that eyes are on them, when they know that you cannot drive into a military installation and just carry out assaults on the state officials, and you are going to get away with it without any trace, like in Nigeria. You cannot do that in China because you not only are you have a very slim chance of getting away with it because there are system in place that is very much structured to contain security threat in real time. There's also eyes on you that you would be traced in as much as you did not teleport from that spot. You did not teleport, you actually used a medium of transportation. You are going to be caught and you're going to be dealt with very terribly, and it will send a strong signal to others who have that intent to reconsider. So I can use China as an example, but I can't use US. I'm sorry. And of course, that doesn't mean that whatever the Nigerian
one
government has said
priority on day one after being sworn,
is
taking his precautions.
commendable.
And comrade, you know why
Yeah, yeah.
US situation there is crazy is that while Nigeria is useless, right? In Nigeria, like 70 people can just die. The president will just lock up. Tinubu no just and he will just lock up, or
Mm,
he will just come out, maybe just do some performative statement. But you see
mm.
in the US, the police, the police will kill their citizens. The president go dey blame the citizens. He go
Eh,
dey he go
that
dey
is
blame the citizens
kind
say
of moron that they are voted into office now.
that guy is just useless. Like I don't know
Basically
where are the people
justifying the
that were
killing,
saying
extrajudicial killing of his own people. Is justifying it just because Naim put that system in place in the first place. And that is not even to
exactly.
say that immigration should not be enforced. Of course, you can. There's the other ways of containing immigration crisis than for you to now go just a means of creating fear and terror in the society or in the community. There are systemic ways of dealing with invasion of perhaps the immigration crisis of your country being invaded by illegals. You can do other things to contain it, but this Justapo, security outfit that is masked. They are masked. You don't even see their face for
Marked
the
and
most part,
heavily harmed.
and heavily harmed. And of course, we have given them the power to do whatever it is. That is, even if they kill, they are going to defend. That is what he's doing. He has basically given these
Exactly.
people the organization that do whatever you have to do. I am going to defend you, and that is the kind of government that these people are making reference to. It means that people making reference to this country, they are not even up to date, or perhaps they are still living in the past. Or even in the past, if you cannot really use America as the yardstick, really, because all over the world, that where they do the real job of policing, you cannot have that kind of saturation of police everywhere. You don't do that in modern
With assault rifles.
adult rifles. You don't. And of course, you when you see police officer in China, you at least everywhere, and that doesn't mean that if you just try to misbehave, and now that time you're going to say police day, and they don't have to showcase themselves or perhaps blow siren or perhaps just misbehave, and you see for yourself whether there is policing or no policing. That is how to police in a way that will not harass the people and yet be effective, you know. But this
Exactly.
kangaroo, extrajudicial killing style of policing is crazy. We have had multiple cases, even before the highs of the thing. We have had multiple occasions whereby police are extrajudicially killing, some certain people. The profiling is very, very terrible. All right, so that has been an issue before now, even before the ICE issue. So anybody still using America as a yardstick, and it's
You know,
very.
Trump has been trying to demonize minority group. When a society is failing, what they tend to do is that in order to distract the people from facing the cause of the problem, which is the leadership or the rulers, they try to distract them by pitting them against the minority groups. And
They
it's what
play
also
that
happens
ethnic
in Nigeria also.
ethnic game, ethnic sentiment game,
Exactly.
that they are being threatened as a matter of existential crisis, existential survival. That whites are under threat.
Elon Musk dey cry every day.
They want to wake up the
That guy.
negative sentiment in people, just to distract themselves from their failure. Really, it's a shame. Really, it's a shame. Yeah. Okay. I thought. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And of course, well, you are very spot on that. When people are failing, or when authorities are failing, or when they have done what is really has really backfired at them, they will try every means in the book to wake up some sentiment, or perhaps weaponize people against you know the very people that they are targeting. All right, if you are against the black race, or perhaps the black skin, you say it directly, and of course it would reveal. They know that it's going to reveal it. It's going to cause a lot of crisis. There will be a lot of crisis, because in the first place, now you come meet them for their country, carry them by force, enter your country, eh? And now they have become part and parcel of the system. You want to exterminate them, you are going to meet a lot of problem. That's number one. Number two is that now you open your eyes when illegals they enter. There are many ways, hundred and million ways to curtail illegal immigration, or perhaps having aliens in your society. There are millions and one. Now that they are there, there are other millions and one ways that you can do it without even with respecting their dignity and human rights. There are ways you can do it. Other countries have done it. China also have immigration crisis
Exactly.
at the as early as the early 2000s. Now they dealt with it in ways that was not inhuman, or perhaps executing people publicly extrajudicially. Yeah, you were saying something. So please
Yeah,
proceed.
you're right, you're right. And the American government, they're too stupid. Anyway, I don't really call them stupid, but
Under
they
especially under
brazen.
Donald Trump.
especially no, Donald Trump is just like arrogantly stupid. Not the idea, not the quote am. Because okay, apart from apart from saying you carry people, eh, take them from their continent to enslave them in your own land, right? You can't even take their resources. You see, they take their resources to today, and you expect me to not follow the resources. Then the third thing,
Mm.
you see, they destabilize these countries. You go see the US go dey destabilize Cuba, go dey try destabilize Venezuela, Mexico, all those neighboring South American countries. Though they install useless leaders, they place tariff on them,
Mm.
they stop them from trading. Then you expect say people no go you no get economic refugee wey go dey cross dey run come your, if you want to stop economic refugee, allow these countries to flourish. It's
Mhm.
simple. But
And see
no,
whether
they
or not
like
they will still come to your country when their country are doing well. I can tell
you
you for
need
a
this
fact that about
peaceful.
60 to 70%, if not even 90% of people wey dey for this abroad, if they understand that one naira is equal to $1, they na
Ah,
speed they will take for $1. Na speed, the kind speed they can even withdraw everything for their account. They just come back to Naija. If one naira is equal to $1, the speed wey dem go comot e go shock you. That is the perfect way of removing a so-called black people from your society. Just do it and automatically.
you know
You
the
have made
first
a
people
very
wey teach us
fantastic
japa.
point. That's a very fantastic point. You are the one that impoverished the people, and of course you and they now come to your country because you have stolen from them. You now want to you have stolen from them, you have exploited them, you have enslaved them, and you still want to. You are going to have a lot of problems to deal with. Really, seriously, people.
Exactly. And another thing is that the first migrants, immigrants, the first illegal immigrants are the Europeans. See, nobody do immigration reach Europeans. And
Mm,
not only illegally, see, at least when Africans are migrating now, is because we don't have much of a choice. And when we reach there, we will still just see try some go constitute nuisance, but at least we know dey go dey take over.
mm,
Them they illegally come, they take over, control, destroy, plunder, right? So they have no, see, the Europeans, and by Europeans I mean both Americans, because even the Europeans in America are also illegal immigrants, because the Native Americans are the true owners of the land. So
indeed.
this they're not even the owners of the America sef. So Donald Trump is an illegal immigrant. His roots, his ancestors are illegal immigrants. His great grandfathers, they are illegal immigrants. So he has no basis to tell anybody that aliens, because no. Not even aliens, so they say these aliens.
Yes.
God abeg, may no call me alien. May no call me alien for this earth o.
Oppressor.
Earth wey none of us.
Oppressors are very ruthless. They will demonize your existence. Now, so narcissists they call people when they attack that time, they are calling them rats. Just to
Like
demonize them. Say these rats. So that it will be very easy for you for any soldier we won't go attack that kind of place, go they attack them with the mentality of these people are rats, they're not human beings.
yes.
It's a
They say it's
psychological reprogramming.
just neutralize 50 rats.
Eh, ah, no.
Human beings
Human
o. So you just imagine for this earth wey none of us carry this earth come o, like the earth, they say we be alien for earth.
mm,
So just imagine that.
mm,
So you you took over another people's land, you killed them, you exterminated them. You now went to another people's land to go and bring them to work
mm.
as slave. Then less than how many years later, it's not even up to 300, let's say about 300 years later, right? You are now saying that they are all illegals, that they should
They are
go back.
aliens.
They are not going back. They are
How are
not
they
going back.
aliens when you are the one that brought them into your country?
Devil.
They need
Oh
propaganda.
my goodness, you brought there. You are still bringing their resources. You are still stealing their resources, plundering their resources, and all that. So, what these guys don't understand is that if humanity as a whole would have achieved so much, we would have achieved so much by now if every continent was allowed to flourish and contribute their own quota to the development of humanity.
Hmm.
But when it's just one continent or just one country or a few countries that want to develop at the expense of others while exploiting others to do it,
Hmm.
us as a whole, humanity as a whole, will not go far. We will
Hmm.
not go far because it's sad. Just imagine if space exploration, for example, now the brightest minds for space exploration may not be in North America, may not even be in the eastern in the Asia, may not be in Europe, it may be in Africa.
Hmm.
So by cutting off African minds who would have contributed to this sector, imagine the disservice you are doing to that sector. Maybe the minds that would have furthered the healthcare sector, that would have developed cures to diseases that are affecting us, right? Conditions that are affecting us, let's say cancer, for example, right? Might have been from South America. But
Hmm.
because you are limiting them, you are exploiting them, there are a lot of them who are not able to do as much research, to gain as much knowledge, to actually impact as much as they should, because they were struggling to survive. You know how many people when e be say they get passion for other things,
Hmm.
but because of condition,
Hmm.
they don turn con ten t creator full time. Not be
Hmm.
like say some of them really dey enjoy those things, or they could have been more passionate and useful in other places. So
Hmm.
just imagine a world where each nation, each continent is actually developed, right? This exploitation does not exist. It will now be collaborations. Imagine if the cure for this is coming from this part of the world,
Hmm.
the solution to this is coming from this part of the world, advancement in this is coming from this other part of the world. Imagine that kind of world. But these capitalist motherfuckers, right? They only feel like they can be big, they can be on top when others are down, when others are low. They believe that the only way that they can rise is by cutting the head of others.
Hmm.
That's the only way they can rise,
Hmm.
rather than us uplifting each other.
Hmm.
Or even if you are so useless, that okay, oh, you don't just like allow them, just leave other people, leave them
Hmm.
on their own.
Hmm.
If you can't support them, leave them. But that's never the case. That's never
Hmm.
the case. And it's becoming more and more obvious. But the crazy thing is that those who still believe in these messiahs, this Trump, that are still waiting for Trump, they still believe Trump, they still believe US is coming to save, or is going to impact or help or do
The,
anything positive.
the political
No matter
police of the world, the moral police of the whole world.
exactly, no matter the evidence, the unraveling, they will still believe what they want to believe.
Hmm.
Because till today, there are some people who are still waiting.
Hmm. Swaz, are you there?
Sorry, can you hear me? I had a call.
Yes, yes, yes,
Can you hear
yes.
me?
Yes, you're
Oh,
audible.
okay, 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 exactly. So just because this thing is painful, the reason why it's painful is that many of us, we may not even have 70 years on this life.
Hmm.
Some of us may not have 50 years. Some of us may only have maybe 40 years. Who knows, right? Just imagine you're going to spend your entire existence struggling, not being able to achieve what you would have loved to do, to actually use your potential to develop mankind, but rather you are just using it to struggle and struggle and struggle, and the struggle, you are not even sure if you will be able to achieve that liberation, or if you will
Hmm.
be able to pass the baton on to your next generation. It's a
Hmm.
disservice, right? That some of us and some of our ancestors, right, what they had to do was to struggle for liberation, pass the torch to the next generation. The next generation struggled, pass the torch. Look at generations that struggling and struggling and struggling.
Hmm.
I don't know if you understand my point.
Yes, I really do.
Instead
Yes.
of, yes, instead of, imagine, it's just sad. It's just sad. It's sad. It's sad. Instead of uplifting and growing and developing, we have generations upon generations who are struggling and struggling and struggling and struggling, and it's a disservice to humanity as a whole. So I think I'll just stop here. But there was something you said earlier before before I meet my mic. There's something you said earlier about Fela Anikulapo Kuti, that when he was alive, they spat on him. Oh, they spit for a face, well, and it's done a lot, right? It's not for nothing that it was said that a prophet is not recognized in his own. There was a video I watched of South Africa in I think the 1980s or the 1990s, when people were carrying placards that Mandela should be hung. Then he was still in jail. They said they should hang Mandela.
Hmm.
The person that everybody is celebrating now, they were saying they should hang him, right? Fela, for example, in fact, the reason why they will insult Fela is not because Fela did Nigerians anything. No, Fela did not speak down on Nigerians. Fela is not the cause of Nigerians problem. Fela did not see. Fela no come force your pikin smoke igbo, right? Fela not thief your salary. He not thief your commonwealth,
Hmm.
right? But you just, some people, many people, there are many, just dislike him because he's smoking marijuana, and so what?
Hmm.
Because he has a lot of women around, and so what? The
Hmm.
same people worship pastors and imams,
Hmm.
that are impregnating women around, because those pastors and imams, they do worse, right? But they can't do it with their full chest. But Fela is open. If he has 20 wives, they are wives. If he has 20, in fact, they say the wisest man has it's not 900 wives, I mean 100 wives and 900 concubines or something like that, right? Solo, you understand? When the Bible gives it to Nigerians, we appreciate it, that, oh, the wisest man and his wisdom, he was able to organize, he was able to live with 900 wives and 100 concubines or thereabout.
Hmm.
But we did not rate Fela, that Fela was also able to live in harmony
Hmm.
with his wives
Hmm.
and children.
Hmm.
I don't know if you understand my point,
Yes,
right?
I do.
These
I do.
pastors, they are
Absolutely.
impregnating people about, they are lying, they are deceiving themselves, deceiving their members. You understand? This is just an excuse. That's the truth. At the end of the day, see, many societies look for excuses to spit on their revolutionaries. We do it again and again, again and again and again. Then when the person is no more, they now try to idolize him, this fake idolization, because they know that he's no longer going to say the truth. But that
Hmm.
truth is what hurts them. Is that truth? People despise those who say the truth. The moment you start saying the truth, you will suffer, right? Because the truth is unfavorable to many,
Hmm.
right? A lot of people are adverse to the truth. And if you go through history, those who have spoken the truth are often crucified, they are often denegated, they are often shamed, they are often spoken against, attacked, vilified, ridiculed, and all that. And it happens. Anyways, I'll stop here.
Thank you very much. And you really, really hit the nail on the head. And the reason why I agree with you is this, and is because let's even admit that the reason why, just to validate what you said, that people look for excuses when something is really against their sentiment, or perhaps bringing their hypocrisy to the open. They find a way of hiding behind an excuse to justify their cowardice. Now, you say Baba Fela is a smoker of weed. Agreed. Is He has so many women that he's carrying. Agreed. That is why you are against him, or perhaps you're not able to organize with him, or perhaps you're not able to stand in solidarity with him when this very system that is fighting on your behalf is attacking him. You say, ah, he's a smoker, he's a womanizer. That is your excuse. What is not your excuse with a show that does not smoke? It does not even smoke as it does not even vape, not to even mention smoking
He's
cigarettes.
arrogant. He's arrogant.
Eh? They will manufacturing another excuse. They will manufacture any excuse to justify their cowardice. That is what I have issues with in Nigeria. Shure doesn't humanize, all right? Shure for 5 years, for over 5 years, not knowing woman, and still yet no scandal. He was basically detached from his wife for 5 years, and there was no scandal of say, ah, this one he have sex with me, he gave me belle, nothing like that. Let's assume that that was your turn off, that was your red flag during the time of Fela, that he dey meet with many women. That was the only turn off, which have nothing to do with good governance. It has absolutely nothing to do with good governance, but you have to manufacture excuse. But now, Shore's own is too arrogant. Is he arrogance to you or to your oppressor? Because that is a very important question. And that is what I used to ask anybody who come up with that argument. Is arrogant, is rude. Is he rude to you? And if he's rude to you, on what reason is he rude to you? Is it that because you are part of a system that is fighting against, you are part of the oppressive system that is fighting against, and you are part, and as far as you are part of that oppressive system, Shura is going to be rude towards you. And tell me if anybody is not justifiable to be rude against a system that is so wicked, that has brought suffering and, tears, inconvenience to our people. So if you are not being rude to that kind of system, we should be nice to the system, because that is the opposite. So you want Shore to be nice to a system that is basically killing you and your father and your mothers and your sisters. A system that is basically killing you economically, killing you physically, because your health, you are just an headache away from your grave in Nigeria. You are just a snake bite away to your grave in Nigeria. Snake bite killing people in 2026. Hospitals don't have antivenom in 2026, and but they are budgeting billions of naira on health. Where are the billions going to? You still have over 200,000 kilometers shortage of road that should be constructed and standard, that will facilitate economic growth. All right. So how does smoking have to do with good governance? How does the choice of how whoever the person want to sleep with, we consensuous? So no be say you rape them. Oh, I like you, I don't like you, I like you, I like you. Okay, let's roll in the other room. Let's How does that affect good governance? And how does being rude to the very system that is bringing you, you know bad governance, how does being rude to that system your own turn off or your own red flag? That is what I find very interesting about Nigerians, and it is the reason why emerging activists should be very, very careful about Nigerians, because this is a pattern, and we have to do the job of reorientating the people's mind first. If you just go put your body, you go collect mark on behalf of Nigerians, and they will move on with their lives. If you put body, you go collect mark, you will be killed, and they will even mock you, because you went on an assignment that is supposed to serve the interest of everybody. They will tell their children that, ah, shebi you don see as dem take kill civic space. I will tell am say make you no dey go protest. We tell am make you no dey go dey interview people. Now dem don kill am. Agbero don shook am. We warn am, e no hear. Now Agbodo don shook am, e don die. So you sef, they use you as case study to dey tell their children to be a coward. So you see how they don arrest civil space, they don arrest am because e go camera how the primary school take look like. Because e dey carry megaphone, they disturb the community. Is disturbing, is causing, disturbance, public disturbance. So they don arrest am, they don send am go jail. Maybe I tell you make you no dey follow am. Maybe you see am, they don use am as example now. They use you to indoctrinate their children to become as coward as they are. So anybody underestimating this educational campaign that we have embarked on is a fool. All right, anybody condemning the whole idea of or giving people or they just want us to go and drop in the front of the danger of people that are they have been programmed to hurt you, they have been programmed to kill you. They have not changed their orientation. They are
They want
already
make you collect bullet for them. Make they complain say the blood stain their white. Yeah, you collect bullet to say,
almost.
why you go allow the
I I
blood
I
touch?
I was blown away when somebody said in the space that Shure ran because they want to shoot him. So you want him to stay. It would have been better if he stayed and they shot him.
And if they had
Not to know
shot
that
him, they will say it's staged. They will say it's a lie. That lie.
now that kind of people now want make I go. That is I see we must we must reprogram and deprogram this generation. And if that is the only assignment that we are able to do, we have done the most revolutionary thing, because we will be exterminated and these current people will move on with their life as if nothing happened. And do not get it twisted. This system are ruthless. They will find any excuse to eradicate and exterminate you. And if you do not have a people that have the orientation, that is why Shore is walking the journey with the people. One is not even pushing it. He's not telling no like am, reject am, no problem. People are very shocked that he will make that kind of thing. As a politician, you should be begging the people. Say you are a politician and you are still telling people that you don't mind whatever they want to do. That is not how to play politics. You have to beg them. You have to kneel down. You have to go to their church. Make their man of God lay hand on your head. You have to prostrate for their king. You have to. Now the kind of recommendation that they give Shore be that. All right. It is what it is. Let's pass the mic to new speakers. We have Adegi and we have Shewa Ilara. You're welcome, gentlemen, to the studio. And of course, the studio is very much open to everybody. All right. And the link you are looking at on your screen, apart from the one that we have dropped on YouTube, that people can just simply click and they will find themselves in the studio. We have one on the screen right now that everybody will see. All right, because we cannot post comment on X, but we understand that majority of our viewers are on X. So just just press this link one by one letter after one letter, one character after one character, and on your browser, you will find yourself in the studio if you type it correctly. So yeah, the link is for everybody. Join the conversation if you can, and let's have. And you don't have to even turn on your camera. And as you can see, the speakers that have joined the conversation, they chose not to turn on the camera, and that is perfectly fine by us. It's perfectly okay by us. So let's pass the mic to Adeg. Adeg, are you there? Oh wow, don't know what is going on. All right. Seems as though whenever I call the names of people, they just lost connection. I don't know why this is happening. I want to believe this is not cyber attack on us. Adegi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
You're welcome. You're welcome to the discussion.
Revolutionary greetings, my
What
comrade.
part of the discussion interests you today? You're welcome.
Me, I'm always interested in every part of a revolutionary discussion because Yes, it's very important in the revolutionary circle, especially in times like this when ideas is a battle of ideas. This current time now in Nigeria is the battle of ideas, moving towards the election. Everyone will have to put forward his own agenda, his own opinion, his own ideology, and convince people to, align with that ideology. You have to show them what their interest is with aligning with your ideology. So everybody is coming to talk. The traitors are coming to talk. Those ones that say that they are revolutionaries, they use their mouths to say revolutionary things. They use the language of revolutionary, but they still defend capitalism, and they still defend oppression. Then those are the betrayers of the movement. Then you have the traitors of the movement, the ones that are consciously betray the working class. These ones will be saying they're alatenuje. Those ones they know that what they are doing will not help the entire working class, but it will help just them. So might as well, jump aboard if at all. That's why you hear them say, I represent," and they call they are obedient, I'm articulated, and then the opportunists, all those ones that are just looking for short term gratification, Oh, we won, we won. You say we won. Who is the we? You are not a registered member of the political party. You have no allegiance or no relationship with the people who have gotten into the political seat, but you open your mouth to say we won, just so you can have that vicarious feeling of, feeling. So it is now just the time for the battle of ideas. So all these conversations are important. And as a revolutionary, any revolutionary that intends to be useful to the revolution, in times like this, we must always call out errors. Must call out the lies. We must call out the fallacies. The people that tell us that it cannot be done, that the people cannot come together, the people that call what we are moving for utopia, the people that will say let us be realistic or let us be pragmatic or let us be practical, all those ones, they try to make it look like there's no other option, that you have to do it like this. They tell you to change your tactics, to change your style. What style do they want you to adopt? They want you to adopt coalition or compromises with the same oppressors. So they'll tell you, why don't you go for a lower position, or they'll tell you, why don't you do all those things. This is what they do every time. Even from the time of the likes of them, Baba Fela, Malcolm X, Martin Luther, when they initially start, the people will always tell them, why are you doing like this? Why don't you do like this? Why are you saying it like this? Why don't you say it like this? They want you to do it in a way that pleases the master. But everybody's already doing it in a way that pleases the master. That is why we have to do it differently. If we wanted to be a part of the crowd, we would have just continued. It is easy to shout obedient. In fact, that is the easiest thing to do, because you have so many people that will love you when you say you are obedient. You have so many people that will love you when you say you are pacified. You have so many people that will love you when you say you are articulated. But when you tell them, no, these people are all criminals, and you say the hard truth, they will immediately push back. Because why are you saying the truth? Why? Why must it be you to say the truth? And then when you continue to tell them that what you guys are doing is wrong, this is wrong, they'll say you are arrogant. They'll say you are arrogant. And they'll say just because you are arrogant, then we don't want to associate with you. Even though it will bring about our liberation. But because you are an arrogant person, no, we don't want to come along with you. You see the foolishness. But you can see that this is all fake. That is the weakest excuse they can give. You're arrogant. People think you know too much. That's why you don't want to be a part of your own liberation. Weak excuse. But we know. We know what they really want. We know that all they want are excuses. We know that they are just people who are hungry. They are opportunists. They are looking for any avenue to just get their hands on small cake of the national, you know, the national, small cake of the national cake of the people. They just want to have their own small so that they can, be happy. So people like that, we always recognize them. And times like this, we must call them out so that even after times like this, these people cannot come and now, like people like Aisha Yusuf, people like Joe Fountain, people like that, when they make mistakes like this, or when they make compromises like this that is literally catastrophic to the movement, These are people who have large followership, who say they are for the people, and then they just sell themselves out. And that's what they want. That's what they want a Shore to do. But Shore cannot do that. That is what they wanted from a Baba Fela. A Baba Fela could not do that. He could not do that. And then now everyone is praising him. Everyone is, giving him awards. People will be say, when he dey alive, they don't like him. Literally, they were part of the people that killed him. He literally contributed to his death. All of a sudden, he's dead. They are giving him a honorable status. And I can tell you, if the man was alive, the man would not accept it. If Baba Fela was alive, he could not even try the thing. Baba still enter studio, go release new songs just because of this nonsense. But they do it everywhere. It's part of their MO. They take the figure, and they try to ridicule him in front of the people. You know, they've done it before with Martin Luther King when he said MLK Day. Can imagine the United States of America having Martin Luther King Day, someone that used to literally put hands together to kill. If you can see Fela having statues all around Lagos, they are trying to do celebration here and there. It's someone that all of you put hands together to kill. Is how this creatures of the system try to, and then the third one is how they try to humanize themselves as well. They use it as a way to humanize themselves for people who do not know, people who only understand maybe one side of the story. You see, if you see a Tinubu now, someone doesn't know Nigeria before, who only knows about Fela. Yes, Tinubu, after knowing that Fela is someone who has been fighting for, justice and all that, all of a sudden he sees Tinubu praising him and giving him an award. We will assume that, oh, maybe both of them have similar ideologies. That's why this person is, recognizing him. Meanwhile, he just want to use him. He want to use him to claim his wife more. He wants to whitewash himself. He wants to closer to, greatness so that he can look as if he too is great. It's a shame. It's a shame. Now all of a sudden everybody is a Fela fan. Then who are the people that hated Fela back then? Where are they? Because everyone knows that this man wasn't liked. Most of these same, elite compradors, most of them, majority of them, spat on him, insulted him, denigrated him. All of a sudden now he's getting a posthumous award and everybody is there in form solidarity. You know, it's a shame. So this is how the system is always trying to confuse people, always trying to confuse people. It is a very, very treacherous and terrible system, a very conscious one. Because the system is also very, very aware of all the things it does, of all the games it does, and how it plays people, pits them against themselves. So we as revolutionaries, we will do our own part to make sure say we get clear in terms of pointing out the ills and the evils of these people. You know, we must do our own part to make sure say we let the people know say, look, these are the people who stand on the side of injustice. When would they talk say this not justice? This one's talk say no, they don't want justice. They still want to romanticize the system. They still want chop small from the system. They still want show some. They still want show some love to the system. System where they perpetuate their oppression. They want to eat their cake and have it. You want to hate oppression and love the oppressor. It's not possible. You either hate the oppressor and you hate oppression. At the same time, you cannot love one, you cannot do one, and it's not possible. You can't. You can't eat your cake and have it. People wey dey suffer you, they talk say all these Nigerian politicians about all of a sudden they don't go new party now, you don't fall in love with all of them. You don't fall in love with all of them. People will be say as of last election you were insulting them, you spoke down on them that they were criminals, that they were corrupt, but now you are willing to support them. So that shows that you were never honest. This shows the contradiction in the minds and the actions of the petty bourgeoisie, of the so-called, working class people of Nigeria, your lawyers, your doctors, all these same people will be say they think say na them get sense pass. All these people are just looking for their own contract. They are hoping that maybe if their own person gets there, they can get small thing, maybe one appointment, maybe one contract that will help them stay afloat and still be able to navigate this system of oppression. Why they too perpetuate their own oppression and then they continue to climb that societal ladder upwards, trying to align themselves with aristocracy. They just want to be a part of the oppression. They just want to sit at the table. What table? The table wey be say they share their brothers and sisters. What do you want to do at the table? You want to sit on the table. Table where they share your brothers and sisters, where they talk say destroy Oroshoki today, destroy Makoko tomorrow, comot their leg today, shoot them for eye tomorrow. What do you want to do there? You want dey there, make yourself they tell them, you want make yourself they advise them, no, let's not cut the leg, let's cut the hand today. Now what you want do for them? Now why you want dey their coalition? To support the oppression of your people, to maintain their oppression. You want to enter there so you can change it from the inside. In other words, you want to enter there so that you can be begging them. Please don't just try and reduce the suffering small. We are telling you no, it's not about reducing the suffering small. We want a total change because we know it's possible. But because there are so many cowards, so many cowards, we be say them they justify their cowardice with so-called rational and pragmatism. Rationality, reality. They say let's be realistic. People are just liars and deceivers. There are many Judas, many Judas for this Nigeria as a country. The ones who don't already sell us out normally, we know them. But the ones who did disappoint now, those ones who gather themselves together, talk say them they part of them, they part of movement we want liberate Nigeria. But you want to work with the same people that put Nigeria in the current condition, and you want to join them to liberate Nigeria. Make it make sense. I can't tell with the experience for Nigeria be that to liberation chat, and now why we must be here to make sure say we set the record straight, call them out, point out all their lies, so that the people wey dey come after the Nigerian youths as they see us, they go know which side to do on the side of truth and the side of lies, the side of justice and the side of injustice, the side of honor and the side of dishonor, because all these people are unjust people that are very dishonorable, very dishonorable. Because for you to open in one voice say that, oh, these people are the ones spoiling Nigeria, but today all of a sudden, because you are now a part of their party, because they allow you into their party, oh, they are now righteous. So it's a shame, and that's now why we got to expose them every day. Every day we have to expose them. Liberation, I don't talk with you if you talk. Oh.
Yes, I'm very much. I've been listening very well to you, even though I have been battling some things in the background with my lighting. Let me see. Let me even open my camera and see. Wow, my lighting pole has just been dropping and so. But well, I don't know if Shumaidara is available to speak or perhaps ready to address us now. Are you there, Shumaidara? Shumaila, are you there? Okay, maybe we should. I should just proceed regardless of my lighting circumstance because this lighting has just been falling and falling. So yeah, talking about the topic, Fela gets recognition after his death, and this is not only about just political recognition. Um, I think it is necessary for us to also expose the hypocrisy of those that constitute the music industry that are in charge of the Grammy of the thing. But why now? It seems as though these guys are also very much in the PR game. They understand that there is a sensation around Fela Kuti during towards the time of the Grammy, and like, well, for us to build or perhaps boost the program, this Grammy sensation, let us look for an award and just give it. Why now? That is the question. Why now? Why this period when the old trend of whiskey and Fela denigration? That is when they decide to now say, okay, well, I think this is the perfect time, and we will reap from this engagement. We'll reap from the engagement and we'll use it to actually boost the PR of the award. So I sense hypocrisy if anybody does not. Because this was someone that proved beyond every reasonable doubt during his era to be worthy of any recognition all over the world. And this is not only for seeking validation, it is for the sake of merit. And if an award is, you know, parading itself as a prestigious award that is actually non or perhaps not playing, or the award is not rigged in any way, shape, or form. If the award is based on merit, if it's about meritocracy alone, then many people would argue that by now, you know, even before Fela's death, he will have been honored with the award. If the award were to be open for everybody to really interact with. So, but well, um, we are going to make that very clear information just to push it out there that we can also smell some level of inconsistency in the side, or perhaps injustice on the side of the organizers of these awards. And that is why, as an artist in Africa, I don't think it's a wise thing to do to really, you know, expect much from this kind of awards organization, or perhaps seek validation from them. And of course, many people are even talking about the fact that they give the award that is meant for Davido to someone who has been given the award before. All right, the
So
person that took the award that
liberation.
Davido was supposed to take, they said he has been given an award before. Why do you have to deprive Davido of the award when he has ticked all of the boxes that constitute the yardstick? Yeah, Adegi, are you saying something?
Yeah, so I was going to say that you see
Yeah,
this
proceed.
when you see this award, this Grammy first of all. The Grammy first of all, I think it has already been proven that people it is a rigged award show. It is a rigged award show. You know, people put their people buy, literally some people buy their awards, people do different things to get awards, people, they lobby different people to get awards. So it's just it's not an award that's based on any facts, so to say. It's an opinion based award, opinion based award. So what I see is this. Now, why are they giving Baba Fela this award now? Afrobeat over the years, this is a genre that was basically relegated to the back, because for one, it was from Africa. It was from Africa. It wasn't a white genre. So for one, they had to, relegate it to the back at the point in time, even as much as they but we had new artists who were able to, push the light of the Afrobeat. And most of them looked to the template to push the light of Afrobeat. They looked to the template of the Afrobeat, which is no other than Baba Fela. They looked to the source, the person who pioneered the movement called the Afrobeat, right? And they always pay homage to him, right? And his music has become or immortalized, so to say, in our society. And Afrobeat is becoming a big genre in the world. Everybody's doing Afrobeat. Beyonce literally created an entire album dedicated to just Afrocentric artists. Most of these guys these days they come into the country. You see them in Dirty December. They always want to collaborate with Afrobeats, and Mapiano is mixing. So now African music is becoming a thing that people want to align themselves with. I mean, and what other way for them to capitalize if not to, you know, to engage in the market of the esteem of Baba Fela? So they immediately just jump on the bandwagon. This thing is rolling, might as well cash out on it. And this is the system we're talking about. This system is willing to capitalize on anything. If it will bring them profit, they'll capitalize on it. If it will, as long as it will bring them profit, they are willing to take it and utilize it. They do it every time. They really don't care. But is this thing going to bring us profit? Of course, bring it up. Is it going to be harmful or in any way? No, it won't be harmful to us. Okay, how do we manage the story to only highlight the parts that we want the people to see? They bring it out. They show you what they need to show you. You buy into the idea. They sell it for as long as possible. They cash out on it, and then they close the story. They move on to the next one. So an award show that is already rigged for one. So that tells us that the credibility of the award show is something that we should not even bank on. Two, as we know the system, this current capitalist system, anything to make money, anything to make money, even if it means eulogizing the person that you hate the most, they will do it as long as they are going to make money. And you see it with all these so-called middle class Nigerians. They are willing to sell themselves to the same oppressors, the same people that put them in their perpetual position of struggle. They are willing to sell themselves to those people just so they can cash out on it, so they can capitalize on it. Opportunism. That is the slogan of the system. Opportunism. Opportunism, they capitalize on it, cash out, move on. So that's how I see it really. Um I don't think they really love Baba Fela as much. Because if they did, they will engage in the struggle that Baba Fela engaged in while he was alive. No, these people don't. It's just an opportunity for them to make their name bigger. They want to they want him to, they want to touch him a little bit so that I can anoint them with small of his, glory, and then they can use it to bribe. So that's what we see. That's the situation of things with all these award shows, and all these artists and all these politicians that are now showing false love to Baba Fela. It's just the right time for them to cash out on him. So they stand close to him, if I thought they will look clean as well. So that's exactly what they're trying to do. That's exactly what we find them doing. A comrade.
So in essence, they are really farming, as they would
Now,
say.
yes, now they farms them. And the farms Baba Fela. They just want day around them. Because if they day around Baba Fela like this, oh, they will look a bit thinner than they are. You know. And this is see, you need to understand that these people are willing to do anything. They are willing to
Hmm,
do anything to make that money. Maybe recently we see how PDD, that is PDD Puff Daddy, was part of the orchestration of BIG's death. Because you
hmm,
can't person death, you can't go celebrate in burial. If you see the burial where this guy celebrate for him,
hmm,
it was so big. He now used that same platform to make himself a superstar.
hmm,
His own friend's death. So
hmm,
imagine if person if you do that one to your own friend. Imagine someone that he doesn't even like before.
hmm.
So you see this in their industry, in all their industries. They dog eat dog. Everybody is just trying to eat the other person, capitalize, see what you can do to gain as much as you can gain. They don't care collateral damage. They don't care the people that have to pay the price. As long as it's not them, every other thing can go to hell.
Hmm. Interesting. And that is the whole essence of capitalism. When you capitalize on
Mm-hmm.
someone else's, you you take advantage, you know. But well, let's pass the mic to Shinwa Ilara. Are you there, Shinwa Ilara?
Common. Network
Yeah,
has been
yeah, I
doing
understand.
its own
Network has
technology
been terrible.
and technical error. Can you just give me some few minutes? Once I'm
Okay,
on my camera.
that, that's very understandable. And of course, yeah, what have we been discussing to as many people that are just joining us for the first time or perhaps just tuning in? We have been talking about the Fela, how he gets recognized by the very same system that he was vehemently against. And of course, how he's been recognized by the very same award show that has basically snubbed him when he was alive. So we want to bring out lessons from this, and of course, you know, hear what you have to say too, as as people that are watching us. If you are tuned to this broadcast, we are willing to listen to you, and we hope to get the feedback from you on what you think about, you know, many people's opinion that why is the award show now recognizing Baba's, you know, big feats now? Why are they now recognizing that, yeah, this is a lifetime award, that this is a legend that paved way for just when they have already recognized many other Afro artists. All right, they have already recognized those that drew they drew inspiration. They have recognized those that you know basically benefited from all of the feats and the foundation of Fela Kuti. So after they have done that, they now say, okay, now it is time to, because the whole thing is becoming popular. The Fela whiskey thing is becoming sensational. So let's use it to, blow up. Let's use it to create sensation around the clouds of that award. Many people believe that the award is not, you know, is not coming from a place of genuineness, or perhaps it's not coming organically. It's coming as a PR stunt. That is what people will say. Well, but um, because it's very obvious, if you snub someone when he's alive, you refuse to give him any award when he's alive. You refuse to recognize his craft, that he single-handedly invented the Afrobeat, you know, and you are not able to, even those that did not even do something remotely close to what Fela did. They had so many Grammys to show for it. So he puts to question the credibility of the that award organization. That that is one hand. The other hand is the fact that the political system in Nigeria, that Fela vehemently criticized and called out for their corrupt anti-people policies and misgovernance. That very same system now too, they are somehow now recognizing how great Baba was. They are recognizing how he stood for human rights. The very same human rights that they arrested him for. They arrested Fela on human rights advocacy. Because when you call out thieves, that is activism. And the system found it a big deal, that why would you do that? The very same people that were against his activism, and the very same people that were part of those that locked him up, and locking him up contributed a great deal to the deterioration of his health. You can make a very strong argument as that. And there was this fella, close associate, that made a particular statement not quite long, that fella said it, that it be like say they shook me something for when he did for prison. Say it be like say they shook me something, and that was the beginning of his how his health began to deteriorate. And many would say that they actually released fella for one reason. They have been detecting, or perhaps suspecting, that he may likely die in prison, and to prevent uprising as a result of him dying in prison, they had to quickly release him. They had to quickly just let him go, not particularly because they are willing to let him go. So many of these things indicate a wicked orchestration against Fela when he was alive, but now they are recognizing him. And of course, to the Nigerian people also that rejected it. So can you see so many facets of this whole conversation? To the Nigerian people also that rejected him when he was alive, and suddenly Fela is now there. Abamieda, Abamieda, Abamieda. After they had rejected him vehemently and called him so many names when he was alive. So this eye service from every side, from the side of the award givers, to the Nigerian established corrupt, rotten system, to the Nigerian people, and even to the those that benefited from Fela's musical works. It is all eye service, because the fact that Wizkid can make such statement that he made, it shows that whatever tattoo that he tattooed on his body was just eye service. Because for you to have tattooed somebody on your body, knowing that cleaning it is almost impossible, It means you really idolize that person that much that you are willing to die with the person pretty much. Ah, okay, Bamilopa.
So you see, for me, this whiskey and Baba Fela thing, right?
Yeah.
I don't think it's a discussion that should have come up in the first place. Like in terms of comparison, one person comparing himself to the other, because they both of them are two different people, two different times, two different challenges that they had to overcome, and they both performed excellently in their own way. I don't think I think Wizkid only sees Parafella from a music standpoint. I do not think he sees him from a revolutionary standpoint. Because if Baba Fela is your mentor through and through, all in all, you will not only pick the music part of it, you also pick the revolutionary part of it. But Whiskey doesn't do that. Of course, which is what we see as well with most Nigerian Afrobeat artists who, make reference to Baba Fela. They say, oh, they love Baba Fela, they're inspired by him, but they are not willing to go into his type of music. Music, conscious music that really addresses societal issues, societal indifference, class analysis, and things like that. They are not willing to go into that. So I don't think Wizkid and Baba Fela should be, should even be compared at all. Because if for anything, Baba Fela had the courage to do the revolutionary work that does not have to do. Whiskey does not have the courage to engage the system and speak up against the system like Baba Fela did. Because Whiskey, if he does do that and the system comes at him, he cannot withstand, you know, he cannot withstand the ills of the system. He can't. And
Yeah.
most of these people, he benefits from them. Wizkid will always go to their shows, they'll perform in their house, perform for their children. So Wizkid is really a part of this, or part of that class. He is a part of that class, and he benefits from that class as well. So I don't think that it should be compared with a Bafala in any way. It shouldn't even be compared to Bafala in any way. But for the beef between him and Seun Kuti, I think it was just unnecessary. Personally, I just think it was unnecessary. I don't think it should have gotten that far. I feel like Yokuti should not have even engaged him, even engaged any of his fans for that split second at all. You should have not just even left them, because it would have been a moment to educate them on consciousness. Because most of those people are just people who know little to nothing about the exploits of our fella. And because they are not conscious, they cannot make sound decisions on that comparison. They can't. You imagine people will say things like, "What did Babafela do?" They can't understand what Babafela did, because if people like that are supporting Peter Obi, of course they cannot understand the value of what someone like Babafela was doing at the point in time. They can't understand that value. Most of them only see Babafela. He sang music, which is what they know about his wife. Oh, first woman to drive car. About his mother, first woman to drive car. They don't know about the revolutionary exploits that she performed, and it is deliberate. So people who are not conscious, making a analysis on conscious occasions, they will only be bound to bring out wrong analysis, and most of their statements will be filled with um, fallacies and falseness. It's just a shame that Whiskey had to engage himself in that kind of you know denigatory uh, discussion, or the conversation in the first place. That is just a shame, and absolutely terrible, terrible, terrible statements to make from someone who you say is your role model, and you did not hesitate to immediately, you know, say you are bigger than him, out of anger or whatever reason, for whatever reason at all. But my people say something that even if you are crying, you still see road. Even if you are crying, you still be able to see. I say it was anger, but I don't think any anger, because anger will not push Whiskey to say that to insult his father, his own father on social media. You understand? Anger will not push him to do that. And if he says Baba Fela is his father, then if he has the guts to do that to Baba Fela, there, come on, so something doesn't just sit right there. Nothing does it sit right there. So that's what I think about it coming.
Yeah, I believe there's point in what you've said, and I respect that point that it shouldn't have happened in the first place. It shouldn't have happened, and but from a factual, analytical standpoint, you one will be forced to ask the question of who started it first, who triggered the whole thing. All right, it was it unprovoked Was it unprovoked situation from the Sheung side of things? Did Sheung just suddenly began to,
No, no,
sell
no,
that?
definitely,
That is number
definitely
one.
not. Yes.
Sheung is only reacting, and of course, you might also argue that it was like, well, this is something that can really be sensational. And of course, he made a statement not quite long in an interview that he has figured it out that PR does a lot of, blowing somebody than just your talent. That your talent is just 7% of the majority of what blows you up or gives you recognition is PR. Majority, like
Yeah.
90% of what blows you or make you recognized is PR. That just
Hmm.
talent just does the little or nothing to it. So maybe you just say, well, these guys they have been saying this thing. Make I use this thing, take test this my PR skill. and of course, and of course, they use them as a specimen. and
And they brought fraud fruits.
of course, a win is a win. If
A
if
win
if
is
the if the sensation has brought his father the kind of recognition that the award have not paid attention to all this while, because in the whole 7 day series of engaging the Whiskey FC, part of the thing that he did was to bring out the all of the achievements of Fela Kuti. It was
Mhm.
in that particular what's it called session that I heard him say that Baba Fela, I never knew that he had up to this idiot have taken light again. Light will never even reach 20 minutes. So it was in that particular session that I heard him say that I had no idea that Fela had up to 50 albums. 50 albums? That is crazy.
So
50.
so so you see,
Make a use that
in that,
opportunity. Please proceed.
you see, you see what it-
Yeah, proceed. I want you to go use that opportunity to take on Jen Abeg. So please
oh, yeah,
proceed.
now, yeah, now, okay, no problem. So as I was saying, in this Sean Kuti issue with whiskey, you know, it has happened. Personally, I don't, the way he handled it, now, for me, I would not handle it like that. Personally, I would not handle the issue like that. You know, I would use it as a means to educate people. I no go just go the just the throw tantrum on the internet for about 7 days and all that. I won't even engage them like that. This is my own personal opinion. But like he has done, I mean, he utilized it to do a lot of information, balancing, to express himself on many, many things, talking about the achievements of his father, what his father has done, and why these other people cannot even come close to the, the level his father has come to. So and then he gained a lot of PR from it as well. His name became more popular in the Nigeria scene than ever before. At least it became bigger, and that they say, like, in Nigeria, there's no such thing as bad publicity. That's what they always say in Nigeria. So any publicity is good publicity. So yeah, he was able to definitely push his name, gain more content. But I feel like it could have been a more revolutionary. Um, I feel like it would have been more positive in a more revolutionary manner than it was. Maybe I feel like it would have been more positive than it was. Like, I
Ah,
feel like,
I,
say,
I, I can I can argue based on that because of I actually monitored the live session of Sheung at the time. And of course, he was basically not only concentrating on his father alone while engaging them on his father. It was basically, and of course, if you know Sean's life, he has always been fanning the flame of revolutionary rhetoric. How these
Mm.
young ones need to really resist a system, how the young ones need to resist a system that has brought them to become like literally morons who don't want to care about their own welfare. They don't love themselves enough to fight a corrupt system. They would rather want to fight on behalf of a an artist, an entertainer that will not bring any value to them. So he was successful in terms of, he successfully give them the orientation in that regard. So I think it is quite revolutionary for him to have, use this opportunity, this sensation to really, engage them.
No.
He used the
So
opportunity
for
to
me,
engage them, and I think it's quite revolutionary. And of course, as he's engaging them, is they use one stone to kill two birds.
no,
He used one stone
no,
to kill two
no.
birds.
So this is how I see it.
Yeah, yeah.
This is how I see it. Yeah, because I have context of some other things. I feel like it was, and this is for my own. This is my own opinion. If you talk say na him papa, nobody can tell him how to defend him papa. Quite all right. Quite all right. Na him papa, nobody can tell you how you go defend your papa. Quite all right. But for me and the kind of other information where I get, I feel like that time was wasted. That time was wasted, and other positive things could have been more achieved than wasting 6 whole days. One at least 1 hour every 6 days to talk to fight with people that need conscientization. It was more of a name calling thing than a consciousness for me. From the videos where I see, it was more of a name calling than a consciousness type thing. And I can understand that because in talk say the thing don't they happen before you say, they don't not be the first time they don't call out in Papa be this. And he feel like say planned thing, right? But I feel like it wasn't worth it. It could have done a lot more in terms of conscientizing them than name calling them. It was too catastrophic. There was too much focus on the name calling over the education or the ideological education. That's how me I see it. You know. But then again, like you said, he was able to profit from it in terms of becoming more popular, which is good for his brand and for his name and all that and for his reach. But I feel like say the matter not even supposed to reach that level at all. That's how I feel about it.
Yeah, I to a large extent do not really resist or perhaps against what you're saying. All right, I'm not really against it. So, but I think 7 days of trying to set the record straight, or perhaps to educate or school a group of people who have coordinated an attack against you and your father, a revolutionary father at that. I don't think it's too much. Because just like what we do here, many people will say that it is an overkill. Why do we have to use 4 hours, 5 hours, 6 hours every day to really, engage or perhaps engage ourselves in revolutionary content? It's too much. Just 5 minutes, 10 minutes, or 20 minutes is enough to but they will not look at the other people that are basically doing this day and night. The Whiskey FC that was basically day and night, attacking the person of Fela Kuti and denigrating or perhaps defecating on his legacy. The world will not see those ones as overdoing or going out of overstepping their boundaries, because they did it for days before, even prior to the time that Sean reacted. They did it for days. the whole world will not see that one as a overkill. That it is not an overkill, that they decide to have the mind to say wait who be Fela, wetin dey sing, na rubbish dey sing, they use 5 minutes they do intro. People will not see that one as overkill. They will not, and these are adults. But the world will want us to believe that well, these are young ones that are just youthful exuberance to tarnish somebody's image willfully and consciously, intentionally,
No.
and of course,
So liberation chat.
make I land. Okay, yeah,
Liberation chat.
okay, all
Okay.
right, yeah, no problem. Please,
No. Finish.
please proceed.
Finish.
No, no,
Because two of us will be on to this.
so I no go, no go forget your train of thought. Please proceed. Yeah,
Oh no, okay. Yeah, I'm not too old like that. Now. I don't be like,
yeah,
yeah,
I know, I
making at
understand,
the ancestors
I,
and then.
I
So
don't
I
forget
get so
about thought.
so this is it. So make it look this. This came on a. This is there's a timeline, right? A random fan came and said, "You like say this could better pass Fela." Yeah. Based on your own streams of let's just give it a wait, a little bit of wait. Okay, liberation, you're back.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah, na network. Yeah, please
Uh,
proceed. Can you hear me?
I say your own stream come out to you.
Yeah, it's true. It's true. All right.
After this, are you sure? Make I go on. You wanna?
Say what?
I said, should I go ahead?
Yeah, yeah, proceed. I think we are connected back again. Can you hear me right?
Okay. Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, there was a
So I said a random fan proceeds to insult your father, right? Proceeds to insult your father. A random fan proceeds to insult your father. What What would you do next? You know, whether you address the fan or you go ignore the fan, or if you are Whiskey, you go call Whiskey because from what we understand, Whiskey is close to the family.
you are on hands free. I
You go, yeah. Can you hear me?
think it's sounding muddy.
You hear me, Bration?
Yes.
Uh-huh. So I say, Whiskey they close to the family. Person, Whiskey fan insulted your father, right? This now we don't see videos of Whiskey coming many times to talk, say make them no compare him to Fela or make them no compare him to Fela. You understand? We will just believe say okay that one are lip service. But random fan now insult your papa. Whiskey is close to your family. You could have reached out to Whiskey to say, Alpha, you know what? This thing I don't like him and it's becoming too consistent. Talk to your people. If Whiskey no come do that one, but not do that one. You can't day do live, you cuss out all in fans, no problem. You can't dey throw jab at the guy himself. You can't dey throw jab at the Wizkid himself. You understand? Wizkid on the own no they wrong to come outside talk tweet that kind of thing because like I said, if person are really your mentor, you no matter how angry you are, you no go just come outside talk some kind of things about that person. But Wizkid was not just there was a provocation. There was a provocation, and I feel like say Shehu no need spend that time on that level of engagement with people. Maybe say unless like I said, he wanted to just enjoy from the PR and enjoy the PR thing himself. He just want to enjoy the PR thing himself, which is not he don't enjoy. I mean, don't enjoy that one. No be problem. If not that, but if you want say okay now because say they vex you and your papa and why you do all those ones, there are many other ways you could have gone about it. And funny thing I say no people don't even. In fact, this has I've never seen a larger disrespect of Baba Fela in modern times than I have within this period. Within this period, people never disrespect Baba Fela the way I don't see say they disrespect Baba Fela ever, except within this period. So it caused unnecessary disrespect from these people. Unnecessary disrespect from now it now became a coordinated disrespect as opposed to maybe just one fan. Imagine say she won't even reply that first guy when you see that random guy just they talk. You understand? So now waiting me, I feel like say now why they talk say he not supposed to even reach here in the first place. No supposed to even reach here in the first place. Because if to say no handle am like that, you no go even reach there. But then again, that na my own, my own style. Now so I I go do my own. To say na me, you know. Liberation. How you see am?
Yeah, well, I would most likely have handled it. Um, well, how all of us could take handle and go different from each other anyway, and of course we are
Exactly.
not the same. Are not the
Mm-hmm.
same. But this old random guy, I don't think that guy is a random guy, and
Now, now, now,
because
now, the question be
the
that.
fact, the fact that
Uh-huh.
I don't think he's a
now,
random guy.
now, there the matter will come
He
dey. If that
belongs
guy
in
no be
an
random guy,
organization, and that organization is Whiskey FC, and Whiskey
if that
FC
guy
is
no be
not a
no,
big
if
group.
that guy no be random guy, now there the matter will come dey say, okay, so this thing they happen
So,
from inside a
and
coordinated
as a
place.
revolutionary, we dey always think outside the box. Say
Now, like,
this guy is doing so. We just happen just like that. You know, I got calculate, I got resist this thing. Once or that kind of thing. That is just me looking at from my with the way I perceive the reaction. And of course, it's easy for us to blame Sheon for using 6 days, but Whiskey also should have contacted Sheon. Also, they are both adults anyway. That,
yes, now.
I dey hear say my guys dey enter you. It's not from me. Oh. This whole thing is not from my side. This if
Mm-hmm.
actually they have a good rapport, all right. It would have been
Mm-hmm.
a either way kind of situation. It would have been a
Yeah,
50
yeah.
kind of situation. Not only that we only want to expect Shion to take the high road. Either of them can take that high road if they really want to really avoid all of this whole thing. And Whiskey wouldn't pretend that he was not aware that all of this thing happened. Proud, like it effect they used 6 days, Abby. First
Mm-hmm.
day, second day, third day, fourth day, and of course at the other day he now came out and said, where people are now calling it a provocation. No, that is not a provocation. It seems as though
Liberation is not a provocation. Okay,
it
okay. Liberation,
seems as
liberation.
okay,
Let's do
let
it
me
like
land.
this. Yeah.
Oh yeah, please consider.
He say it's not a provocation. Make we do am like this. Look, yes, whiskey fit call am, but we don't. This na make we dey look all the facts. So this na person we don't talk say in respect this guy not once, not twice, not 3 times. He built the entire career. In fact, in like am so he go tattoo the guy for him body. So if you don't even know anything about whiskey before you go talk, say this guy get reverence for Baba Fela. That is sure. That one a sure thing. You get reverence for Baba Fela. That one did there. Now we if you take him from that guy at least before now if you can't talk say you sure say you really get reverence. This one we talk say you get reverence. You can't dey swear for the man as well. But person go still put argument say na because saying they angry. But this guy had reverence for this man prior to this thing. He can't reach this time now. You can't set camera. You can't dey insult the guy every day. And yes, Whiskey could have reached out to Sean, but none of them reached out to each other. Why would they talk say this one not supposed to even reach here? Both of them were not mature about it. From my standpoint, both of them were not mature about it. Then both of them could have handled it more maturely than they did, but they did not handle it in that manner. And like you said, person don't they angry. So you can't even really say, okay, I know if you talk say, oh, uh, I know how angry Sean must have felt. No, I know if you talk down because we ain't get your own feelings. Now, papa, now you know how much you love him, papa. I know if you tell him how much you go love him, papa. Now on him, papa thing. But if two people don't come out, two people don't do two wrongs, make we talk say two people do two wrongs. When we say we can't talk say one person they justified about your own wrong, I feel like say both of them they wrong for waiting them do. That's not my own perspective. Them they wrong for waiting them do. But I know if you can't talk say with my conscience, can't talk say this one was right to do this and then this one was wrong to do this. Both of them were totally wrong. Now why would they always talk? Say, this conversation not supposed to even reach there in the first place. But if they won't come talk say who was first wrong, me I go don't talk say Sean they first wrong for not even for just cussing out somebody that has never cussed you out before. They call them out consistently. Person will never call you out before, where you no get personal beef with before, where we know of. unless they get personal beef we don't know before. But if they know, and not be the first time she don't get problem with Whiskey fans. He's consistently having problem with Whiskey fans. So this thing don't for him and Whiskey fans don't get problem. He just use them. Maybe he can feel like okay, this thing is becoming too consistent. Maybe now from the caucus they orchestrate them. Now why Congas reply like that. So now so me to see him.
Well, and the last paragraph really highlights the whole thing, that this whole thing has been happening prior to the time that he decides to use seven. It now him choose say, I want to use 7 days, take run on her. I don't get on a time now. It has been happening before, and I had choose to ignore, which is very profound. It has been happening before. I choose to ignore you people.
No, he has never ignored.
Now
He has
I
never
have the
ignored.
hmm?
He has never ignored them.
Oh,
This will be the first
I
time.
did. He did. Has it not dedicated? Has it dedicated 6 days before now
He has not
to really
dedicated 6 days,
address?
but he don't dedicate days. He don't dedicate in times before. I dey follow
No,
Seun
no.
well. I dey,
We don't
Sorry
have
guys,
any
liberation.
for this Shehu
the fact
Kuti,
that
for this Shehu Kuti and Wizkid matter, wetin for solve am? If to say Wizkid for example, just call the fans to order, just post a tweet or an Instagram post, say make nobody compare him and Baba Fela na highest or something like that o. E for solve this whole problem. But that silence, e show say e dey either dey enjoy am or e endorse am or e like am or na him even dey push am. E just be like when obedience go dey do my network. Just be like when some obedience go dey insult some certain people, like when dem dey come for relation at that time, or when dem dey do all these kind things. Peter Obi go just quiet, or when dem dey push some of this bigotry, go just quiet. Am I audible?
Yeah, we dey hear you, Source.
yes, they are audible.
um
Source, we dey hear you. Ah, liberation. Be
Sorry
like say
guy, my
Source no dey.
network no good o.
So as
But
you're
I no
audible,
know whether
you
una
are
hear
you have
wetin
been
I talk but that na
We
wetin
can
I
hear
just
you.
think
yes, you are audible.
na
We
Wizkid
can
for
hear you,
just
Source.
because no be the first time, according to Seun Kuti, no be the first time when Wizkid FC dey pull this kind stunt.
And of course, the other artists have demonstrated what will have been the ideal situation before now. Burna Boy did that as an example. When that kind of thing happened, he set the record straight immediately. Immediately. And of course, not just that, he has repeatedly, even in recent interview, said, make na no dey go that side, I beg. Him tell him fans. All right. And he tells interviews, even in interviewers, he used to set the record.
But
Maybe
Whiskey
now
get
they compare
videos
us
where he don't do
together.
the same thing
All
now.
right.
Liberation.
Not recent videos. And of course,
Yeah.
unless you want us to believe that wait. Unless you want us to believe that when you have done something before, you don't have the capacity to actually change your position. That is what you are trying to say.
So liberation. I
There's
can show
tendency to
you
actually change your
4 videos where Whiskey talk say make them no compare him to Baba Fela. Not in one time, 4 different videos, even in recent times.
okay. Which recent time as when?
As recent as last 5 years, within the last five years.
What are you talking about, bro? Last 5 years.
Yeah, now
It,
wait till you want make him talk. Now this na person
you can't
wait
com-
to
you
liberation.
can't compare
Liberation.
last 5 years. Many things have happened in the last
No, no,
five
no.
years,
Liberation.
and,
Let's
and of
remove,
course,
let's not get into bias.
it's
Let's
not
not get
it's
into
not
bias.
about bias. It's not bias. For instance, has not have any interview no recently when you have
And
used
I've
to actually set the record straight of what has been
no
happening. And of course, you
liberation.
must have been hearing. Wait now, you make
Okay.
a land. You must have been is aware that these things are happening. And of course, to someone who does not want anything that would bring about this sort of situation, you set the record. And of course, if Sheung had went ahead, despite setting the record straight in recent time, or of course, that would have been an overkill. Of course, but when and of course, are you going to now say that what Sheung is doing is not, is not justifiable? If it's even if Whiskey has set the record straight, that doesn't nullify that Sheung Kuti should utilize any method that is deemed necessary to quench that agenda once and for all. And of course, this that what Shehu had did, whether you are against it or not, has brought about a international recognition that has now
No,
made
now.
an
No, no,
international
no, no, no.
global to to have sense
No,
and say, you know,
liberation,
true. Say,
but liberation. Baba Fela, if
make
I
I,
if,
I
I'm
dey
not sure
always
say
allow
okay,
you to land. Hmm? Make I
okay,
land.
okay.
Note
You say you
your,
don't.
because my point would be lost in transit if you. So the fact that Naim, and let's face it, you cannot really tell a victim how he wants to really do his own thing because they're not in his shoe. And
Now
of
why?
course, that is the whole idea of saying he wouldn't have used 6 days or 7 days. He would have even used 10 years. In as much that that issue has not been addressed and done with once and for all, he can use any amount of time he deemed necessary. All right. And of course, this whole demoralization of his using 7 days, I don't think it's necessary because now him be the victim. Nobody, I don't think we are in the right position to tell him how best he can approach things. When in actual fact, the person that is being accused actually went out to validate. He did not even say that this whole thing is a provocation on my side. He came to validate what his fans are saying. All right. And of course, that validated the fact that this whole thing, right from time, has been a coordinated attack towards his person and, of course, his father. That is the validation. So that is what I have to say about that anyway. But I don't see anything that really, really points to the fact that Sheung do not have the right or perhaps behave immaturely. If you have to use one particular way of solving a problem and that problem gets solved, and not only does it get solved, it actually bring global attention to it. And of course, it allows even those that have been idiots in my own way, in my own opinion, to turn away, turn a blind eye to the greatness of this person, and they're not saying, I think it's high time for us to recognize this person now. This greatness is huge. And if we don't do it now, there's no other better time that we can do it. When it is actually popular now, let's quickly do this now, and it will be a win-win situation. All right. So if that has been achieved, then I think it is justifiable to even use 1 month safe to actually address it. And that is what revolutionary is all about. It's about solving resisting an issue. All of those that have been on the street now in Iran or perhaps even in Venezuela trying to resist an invasion or perhaps bring about a government change. If protesters have to protest for 10 years, if that is going to be what will bring about a revolutionary leadership to their country, it is not an overkill. It is what is necessary for them to do. So, and you now be saying anybody that say, why do you people have to stay outside for 10 years? If you have been able to be outside for 1 or 2 days and the system is not really ready to change, you should go back to your house. I don't think that is a rational or perhaps logical argument, I believe, in my own opinion, though. So, yeah, you're
Uh,
passing the mic back to you. Yeah.
oh, okay, okay, okay. You no can tell me now. You no can tell me when you reach my turn. Anyway, so Baba Fela's award was not decided after the beef with Seun Kuti. The award, he was already decided that he will get the award before this Seun Kuti and Whiskey beef even started. They don't already decide down already saying go receive the award. So it was decided years before this award was finally given. So it wasn't Seun Kuti's beef
Do you
that
have
brought
data
about.
to do you have data to prove that it was
Yes,
decided years
yes,
ago?
now, yes.
What reference would you like us to
All
make
right, all
reference?
right. Just search when was Fela and Nicolas Kuti's Grammy recognition decided on your Google,
That
and
is
you
what
will see
that
the
is what
date it was
okay.
decided upon.
I'll quickly do that now. Then please
Yes.
proceed with your submission.
So it was decided before this beef even started. Because if they won't give award, award, they not go just start they talk about the award, you know, 1 month 1 month before the award. We're talking about shows that the planning for the show had started a year, at least a year before. They go don't pay for that venue before. They go don't book all the artists where they come before. Invitations would have been sent before. Nominations would have been done before. They would have done all the verifications, looked at all the people who are nominees, and then they would have now said, okay, you take this is the people that we win already. Now we're talking about an award from, let's even get ideological now. We are talking about an award from an institution that we already first don't even deem as a responsible institution. So that's not even an award that I think that Baba Fela would have even cared about if he was alive. First of all. I don't think he would have cared about the award because, like we already established, that people will be say they just want to use and cash out. No, be say they respect the work with the man do. They just want to use the entire thing, just cash out. Like, okay, PR, this man is becoming Afrobeat is becoming a thing. Why did they start giving Afrobeat artists recognition? Not because say people don't they like them. Should not because say these people like Afrobeats. This if no be say Afrobeat artists to work to push Afrobeats where they today, these people no go recognize Afrobeat. So these are people who say they don't even really care in the first place. That's on the award side of things. So it wasn't because of the beef that Baba Fela got the award. He would have gotten the award because he was already slated to get the award years before. That are on one side of things. Now, if you are looking at this person and you say, okay, whiskey, but we can't tell Seun how many days or how we should react to being pissed off by somebody. Then we too not supposed to tell whiskey I ain't supposed react when person don't do 6 full days of of dragging not just in fans, they can't they drag them on top 6 full days. So if you want justify the 6 days, talk say you can't tell him how to react now if he is angry. Me say we too know if you tell Whiskey how to react because in they angry as well. Then I want. So if you are going to what is good for the goose is good for the gander. Now getting back to the issue as a revolutionary now, when we talk out here, we don't really come out here to always we take every opportunity, even after we call these people what they are, the oppressors of our society, after we call them what they are, we take the opportunity to also educate people and tell them this is what is happening. And these are the people who are literally the constant oppressors in our society. Now the people will be the call out. The constant oppressors in our society. Now, the people who they always call out, people who they say politically they make it possible for our people to be exploited, and the people who they call out. But if you they look a Whiskey versus Sheun Kuti, where did it start from? A fan that we cannot prove, but now we just want to talk, say, okay, it was coordinated. But none of us here if you prove it. In fact, the fan don't even reach. In fact, Sheun Kuti himself talks say the fan reached out to him. Say Shoguti talk say the fan reach out to him to apologize. So the person won't even talk and reach out to you to apologize, but you still continue for how many days afterwards. So you see, from that point of view, it now becomes excessive to me. It now becomes excessive to me. And now this is I don't talk if random fan talk something about somebody, can that person now go to court on behalf of his fan statement? Can that person be persecuted on behalf of what his statement, his fans said? No. So me, I don't tell you say the way they drag him, I don't feel like say they important enough. And I don't want get into this conversation because if I get to this conversation deep, I go talk some kind of other things. Maybe say you go come ask yourself, okay, really, I don't think see, let's not even get into the conversation. But I feel like there was too much energy expended when the energy wasn't necessary. This now my own opinion. And if we go talk, say we know if tell Sean how to react, then we too we know if tell Whiskey how to react. But like I've rightfully said, both of them, what they did was unnecessary. It could have absolutely been avoided. Absolutely been avoided. So now waiting at the talk. Sean himself, if you just decide say in call Whiskey, how far, what's going on? Whiskey said the record straight. If they really decide and Whiskey himself, he called Sean say, how far, what's up? So now me I still say him. Yeah, he should have not disrespected Fela, because what he did is outright disrespect. But everybody for inside the matters, we don't see him. For me, fuck up.
All right. I still respectfully disagree. I respectfully disagree because I am trying to draw the parallel between what you're saying about reactions. It is the same parallel that I would draw when is like me now saying that the fact that like a protester oppressor situation, protesters say, okay, as a result of what is happening in our country, we are experiencing bad governance, and we said, okay, we are going to stage a shutdown of the system, economic, nervous system, the airports, the transport system, the everything shut down. The ports are shut down. the educational institutions shut down just to basically bring about a revolution. Basically, and we are going to remain on the street for how many days as necessary to carry out this surgical historical duty. And then the oppressor now say, okay, is this what you want to do? We have been oppressing you, and we are going to double down on it. We are going to send tear gas, send shooters that will shoot you for as many days that is possible for them to end all of you. All right. And would it be logical for us to say, yeah, it is justified for the fact that protesters are outside for that long? So we should not also blame the oppressor for using all of the things that he used to clamp down on the protesters, to basically kill protesters and to really bring about more of the validation of what the protesters are out in the first place. They are out for that same reason, that they are being brutalized. You are bringing suffering and pains to them. Now, the best thing that you now do is just to validate it by bringing that same thing in double fold, by blocking food supplies to the for the to the protesters, water supplies. They do it to us. Whenever we are doing our small protest along Ikeja down to Lagos Assembly, they what know what they would do. These guys are bastards. Police go come normally now, as we are gathering together, there will be food sellers or perhaps drink and snacks, that people that sell all of those things, they'll be going alongside with us. In fact, before we even at the convergence point, you go down, they see these guys, you go feel grab gala to chop, grab egg roll chop, grab fanta or perhaps even drink to refresh yourself for the energy, because no be small energy we dey spend for protest ground. The singing of song, the banging
But
of
liberation,
drum,
what you dey
everything,
compare? You
no
dey
be small
compare.
something.
You dey compare. If we want to
Make
do
I
a
land,
protest,
make I land
no, you
now.
don't dey. You don't dey scatter. You don't dey one day explain. Wait, no
No,
day.
no, we have to see, this is, we have to draw comparison and compare it well, because we are
Okay.
looking at the victim and an oppression the situation here. All right. As far as Shehu is concerned, he is going through oppression, and his father and his family, they are going through oppression in the hands of the kind of generation that constitutes the Whiskey FC. All right, it is
Mm,
a coordinated attack against his family. So he is the victim. The Whiskey FC and Whiskey himself, they are not the victims. They are the ones bringing the attack to Shehu Kuti's family.
you are
So
wrong.
we all now say we cannot blame either side. I
You
don't
are
think it is.
wrong. Now,
I'm not an hypocrite.
my comrade, you are wrong. That and you are wrong. Respectfully, you are wrong on this. And why I tell you that you are wrong, you have compared the struggle of Nigerians to fan-based love problem. Now, we're talking if we want to do a revolution, can we do a revolution on behalf of the people or with the people? If we're going to do a revolution, the people will be involved in it, and then the people will agree that we are going to shut down. Because when you say we want to shut down, it's just like what the people that claim that they are IPOB did in the East. You are going against the government, but you are telling people to sit at home. People that have their own lives, you can't do that unless everybody will agree that we are going to sit at home. We are not going to engage in it. That is the people's own. But now you are looking at fan-based movement. There are a lot of people. There are a lot of people who have fans who are overzealous. Who are overzealous. That people. There are even a lot of organizations who have members that are overzealous. That even if they not send them, they would go and do their own on behalf of people that did not send them any message. Now, this person who spoke randomly said something. The same way we know in Nigeria, people who literally have no involvement or knowledge about anything will open their mouth. We've seen it everywhere. Everybody has a phone now, so they can come on the internet and give opinion about things that don't even matter. But as an ideologically sound person, we're not talking about any random person. We're talking about Shehu Kuti, the son of Baba Fela, who grew up in an ideologically sound frame environment for a long time. You see this kind of thing. You want to tell me that Shehu Kuti does not understand fan love? Is he not a musician? Does he not know these things? He knows these things. Okay, he can't day. Now, they don't talk this one. They don't talk am say okay this person better pass your papa. You come vex the first day you talk something. After you talk something, the person that made the statement reached out to you, apologized. You said no. You spent 4 5 days afterwards insulting Nigerians because they are Whiskey FC. You can't dey insult Whiskey on top that did not say anything. That at every point in time has given the due honor to your father. At every point in time in his career, he has honored your father at different points in time. He has honored your father. You can't dey insult him. Person will be say your brother and sister don't talk say now like family. Say this person grew up for inside una for inside una home. Person will be say anytime when they come, they talk say even they ask me, they charge for elaboration, you go just come perform. So they have a relationship, whether we want to admit it or not, and they could have settled this thing in the back. They could have settled it in the back without coming to public, but they decided to come public. And you are saying it is a matter of oppressed versus oppression. I be oppressed and oppressor. I don't think this is a matter of oppressed and oppressor. This was one fan saying nonsense and a revolutionary responding, and after responding, creating a set of events that happened after that that nobody is even happy about. Bringing disrespect, people come dey insult Baba Fela. This would have been a moment to educate Nigerian youth. Communication. He go talk say he no sell out stadium, say he no do this. You talk about the artist, you can't expect okay, the artist can't respond now. You can't talk say waiting him do self day bad 6 whole days. If we are going to say Seun can do what he wants to do, then you too can say Whiskey can do what he wants to do. Because say one person a revolution, I know me say we can't talk say okay, everything that this person has done is righteous. No, we go see if you look talk say this one doesn't align well. Okay, this one doesn't. Both of them did not do well. Yeah, bam, and we're done with it. That's how I feel about it. But to now want to say, oh yeah, no, waiting Whiskey do not disrespect. We know that, but waiting show to do no is not the best. Try. Both of them disrespected themselves, and they unfortunately they brought a legend into it. That's how I see it.
All right. Well, number one, I would like to just make some clarification to what you said. I said I'm going to find out when you made the insinuation that the award given to Fela Kuti, the Lifetime Award, has been decided at least 5 years ago. I think that is not
I
factual
didn't say
based
5 years
on.
ago. I didn't put a number to it. I said it was decided before. It was not because of the
Oh,
bill.
you made reference to say long ago. You said long ago. You
I
said
said
long
years
ago.
before. Okay, long
And
ago.
the fact
Okay, long
you say
ago.
long
Yeah. Okay.
ago, thank God
Mm-hmm.
this space is recorded.
Mm-hmm.
It's not as though I'm trying to put words in because I even verified when you were. I said, "Are you sure?" You say, "It must have been decided long ago." I doubled that. I said, "Are you sure?" He said, "I should go and make research." Of course, with the research that is staring at me in the face, saying that this is not for anything, just to set the record straight
Yeah.
for the sake of people that are listening anyway. It's not a personal something. And of course, people like this kind of thing. I don't say our numbers don't dey increase now.
It don't dey
You
increase.
never
People
you
don't they
never
come
see
into the
like four
studio.
people you never see four people come for our YouTube before. You don't see four
But
viewers now. It never
you are
happened
welcome.
before.
You are welcome. Please keep
People
liking,
like
retweet and like.
Wahala for Nigeria. Eh? People like
Yeah,
Wahala for
we they come
Nigeria.
before now. Abba, we they come before now.
No, no, no,
We,
no,
we go
no, be,
we
no,
go
be
talk
here they
now.
talk. No, be here they talk. Okay? If you are they talk, they know themselves. No, at least you have not hit four viewers on YouTube since we started this this whole thing. But well, it's nice. It's not as though we are hitting anybody. It's good to have this kind of conversation. Factual, ideological, intellectual conversations like this. Of course, from the what I'm looking at here, announcement time. Perhaps it says the Recording Academy announced that Nigerian Afrobeat Fela Kuti will be honored with a Grammy Lifetime Award for the 2026 Grammy Awards, with the announcement made public around December 2025. Here are the details regarding this decision. Announcement time. The decision was included that Fela Kuti in the 2026 Special Merit Award was announced by the Recording Academy in late December 2025. All right. So significance: Fela Kuti, who passed away in 1997, did not receive a Grammy Award during his lifetime. The 2026 Lifetime Award is a long overdue recognition of his foundational role in music, particularly as the creator of Afrobeat. Right. Prior to 2025 recognition, before this announcement, the Record Academy also honored Fela by inducting his 1976 album Zombie into the Grammy Hall of Fame in June 2025. So, just to say, this whole award of a lifetime award is not a preconceived something. It is as a result of, arguably, because if
No, no,
awards
no, no, no. Yeah, yeah, no,
were
no, don't do
announced,
that. When did Seun Kuti have this
let
beef with
let
Wizkid?
me let me
Don't
land now.
arguably
Okay,
anything.
let me land. Okay, when did Seun Kuti stage this whole confrontation with the
This entire
Wizkid?
thing happened in, when did it
But
happen? No be January this
yes,
yes.
hmm?
No be this January then get the beef.
January, right?
Yes, no be January they get the beef.
And they have made this whole thing public as at December, ending of December,
No,
right?
what was the last statement you made about June?
No, the June thing was the Grammy Hall of Fame, the Zombie as a track. Let me read
Mm-hmm.
it again. Before this announcement, the Record Academy also honored Fela by inducting his 1976 album Zombie
Okay,
into the
you said
Grammy
for his
Hall of Fame.
2010 Lifetime Achievement Award, his Grammy
Say,
Award 2010. In 2010 Lifetime Achievement Award,
I didn't
you know
get
the
your
hear me.
question.
I said 2010 Lifetime Achievement Award.
This was done in June, according to what I'm looking at here, June 2025.
I did tell you, say just
This
search there. 2010 Lifetime Achievement Award for Baba Fela.
maybe you should read from what you are looking at. I don't I don't think
Okay.
it's fair on me to be telling me to go and search this, search that, search this.
I
You
need
are the
I
one.
need you to see it now.
You
Okay,
know,
but
no, no. If you want to present
all right,
in a
I'll go
debate,
tell you. I'll go tell you.
present as I dey read for you now. You said you go read to me that this has
All
been
right.
preconceived. All right, this whole lifetime
Okay.
of a thing, lifetime award of a thing has been a preconceived something, and of course it is preconceived before this whole whiskey FC brouhaha kind of thing. Well, it's all. But my point in this whole argument is that ban me control my darkness. Mube. So I want to really, my point is very simple. I'm looking at an oppressed and oppressor situation, and of course there's a reason why I make that comparison. Oppressed oppressor situation is very, the theme is present in this whole thing, because as we have noticed, this whole thing about Fela Kuti, being superior, inferior, or perhaps Wizkid, the greatest of all time, it has been happening before this recent, address by Seun Kuti. And Seun Kuti said it, that say in get their time now. Say that now in get their time. He has been trying to shelve it, but now in get more time to address it. And of course, and when you are being oppressed, or you are a particular assault is being mobilized towards you and your family, especially your father, eh you are the victim. All right, based on, I think, logic says, means that you are the victim. People that are bringing you the assault, or trying to assault your family, or disregard, or bring your family to disrepute, or your father to disrepute, they are doing it intentionally. They're not doing that of ignorance, because they will not tell me that they don't have access to Google. Now Google, now me, I type like this, and I make bring out all of these things for me. Like, it bring out all of the information that I need. All right, and they will not say that they are bereaved of access to information before they carry out that assault against him as a collective, because this is Wizkid FC. It started
Is
from,
Whiskey
they will
FC and
give this
Whiskey Management the
placeholder
same?
that is from a random, the
Liberation chat.
random, what do you say?
Liberation chat. is whiskey. Can you know the hear me?
because
I'm not
we have
using any. I'm using
these
hands
guys
free
have
now.
a way of
You dey hear
controlling,
me?
just like the people that we are dealing with, the media and of course the system. They want to control the narrative and push out some of the things that will sanitize the oppressor. They will push out rhetoric that it
No
is this whole
liberation.
thing that they are doing is for a particular reason, that something
Liberation.
something happened that justified them to go and demolish, Makoko and Owoshoki.
Liberation. No,
All
no,
right, they
no.
will not want to fact that these guys have been there for over 40 years and the government look them as they build house on top of that place. They'll not go talk that one for inside their studio, in the
Liberation.
media
I
studio of
think this
TVC
is
and
not
Arise
a
TV.
fair
I
comparison.
will not take forever before I pass the mic to you. You know that I don't speak much. All right. So let me land. It seems as though you are trying to either derail what I'm saying or you
I
invalidate
can.
what
There's
I'm
no
saying.
point. No,
And
because
I
what
don't
you are
think
saying is
I did not
intellectually dishonest.
I did not. Yeah, but you have your time to prove me wrong. So that is
Okay,
fair
I'll
enough.
wait. All right, I'll
You
wait
have
for you.
you have your time to prove me wrong. But when you are, it seems as though you are being triggered at what I'm saying when you interject like that. So and it's not helping your presentation. So those people, the system would want to control the narrative that they have a reason for what they are doing, or perhaps even the recent CP in Lagos, the one that declared Showore, you know, wanted without any court order, is beginning to tell us now that the people that are demolishing the houses of poor people in in Makoko, they are not, they are just power, they are land grabbers. They are not the state, they are not representing the state. It is not the police that went there when there are already evidence that it was the police that went there with tear gas. They are not saying that now that it's now exposing them. They are saying, now the Omonives, that them they destroy the place, not them. So just the same way, they will say that it was one random fan, one overexcited fan that actually, yes, Omologo, you can join. Why not? I think I saw you briefly. You can join. I think the link. Let me put the link back to the screen so that let me put the link back so that you'll be able to type it. If you cannot access it directly, you can type it and you will be able to join the conversation. You can join yeah, this is a very free space for anybody to join. So they will say it is a if it is a random fan, then Whiskey FC will not get themselves involved. I strongly believe. If it's for a random, it will have just died down there. But for a random fan to start it, and of course the other Ochins ran with it, so such that they even invaded the life wey be say Seun Kuti has been doing this life since how many years now? He been holding lives, and what is he doing in the life pretty much? And of course that is also an argument that this old dragging for 6 days or 7 days, Seun Kuti has been doing his life normal even prior to the time of this old dragging. So they are also trying to sell the narrative that he suddenly said he want to he want to on ring light for 7 days for that. So if have controlling the narrative, it tells us exactly it is a replication of what we have been going through in the hands of the system. The system would try to also say that they have the justifiable means of doing what they do to the oppressed. And of course, we should not blame them for doing that because the oppressed also decide to use one means to engage them. The means that they don't find acceptable. Why will you go and block the main road? Why do you want to shut down the economic system? Because you want to agitate. And that is their own reason for attacking the oppressed, for bringing chemical weapon. The people came with placard. You cannot come with your own placards to actually counter the whole thing. You came with chemical weapon and you still justify it, that yeah, we have to do what we have to do. It's the same thing that is happening here. All right, when you came with your assault to Seun Kuti, that one is fair game. So when Seun Kuti now decide to use his own power, you say, why would he have to do it for 6 days? Why would you have to abuse? When they were abusing Fela, all right, calling him that his music does not is not relevant. His music does not make sense. He's in his old school. Nobody would talk that one as an insult. That one they can do that one because they are ignorant. So, but when Seun Kuti decide to now use his own power, it becomes a problem. So I do not see if I were to, I'm going to be as straightforward as possible here. This is not a case of both wrongs. I am seeing a case of Whiskey and Whiskey FC wrong. I am not seeing a case of Seun Kuti do anything fundamentally wrong as far as I am concerned. So I will have to be 100% clear on that. All right. So I'll pass the mic back to you. Then, of course, after you have spoken, I will not reply again. All right. Then I will pass the mic to the African Wala and I think Swaz also. Yeah. So let's do it that way. So, Adegi, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. So now, I think
Yeah.
o- okay. At the hear myself. Okay, at the hear myself. I was thinking that's what I was saying. So you see, it is intellectually dishonest to compare one man's beef with another man to the collective struggle of Nigerian people, saying that when Nigerian people come to protest, that the government clamps down on them, that this is a case of an oppressed versus an oppressor. One thing. We are all here. You say that if it is not a coordinated attack from all Wizkid fans, that how will all Wizkid FC engage in it? As if we don't all use the internet. When one obedient tweets something and you engage them, how many obedient insult you? Do you have to go and insult the full? Do you have to insult Peter Obi for all the obedience to insult you? No. We always see overzealous fans everywhere. The same way we see overzealous church members. The same way we see overzealous Islamic people. There are overzealous people everywhere, and they will say whatever they want to say. Especially in Nigeria now, when people always have phones and they can just come online and to make any statement, even if it is not factual. Opinion-based statements. Somebody made an opinion-based statement. After this is a fan. This is not someone who has been proven to have any relationship with Wizkid in any way. He's just a fan. This is not even an organized group of people that you can say, okay, they have a leader somewhere that's doing one thing. Fan base. So if Wizkid FC people go outside now and commit a crime on the street, the Nigerian government will go and look for Wizkid and go and arrest him because Wizkid FC went to go and commit a crime. Now, this was not even the entire Wizkid FC. This was one man released a video. Address the man or address the video and get it done. No, you proceed to take 6 weeks to insult the fans, other fans, and then insult the Wizkid himself, saying that he has not sold out this one, calling him out. You insult for how many days? And then you are telling me that what he did is justify that he's an oppressor trying to do. Bro, I was in MOP. Seun Kuti spent 6 days to do live to address fans. Seun Kuti, I was in MOP for a whole year. Seun Kuti did not come to address the party more than twice for a whole year. But you spent 6 whole days addressing fans. What are we saying here? If we're talking, see, we don't even want to get into other things. We don't even want to get into other things that we're talking. When we are talking about, see, when I say that I feel like could have done other things with his time, it's because I have context to other things. I was in MOP, I was in his political party now. What was the struggle like in political party? He's telling us, bragging about $120,000 that he got from his father's name. When we want to do an event in MOP, we'll be struggling to get 50,000 naira, 20,000 naira. Is that what we're talking about? We're talking about putting more effort into the struggle than you put into your personal life, into your own personal business. Yeah, we have context. If you don't have the context, then you make the statement and say, okay, no, nobody can tell him how to react, or nobody can tell him how to spend time on insulting people. I'm telling you that this person, I was in his party. The effort he put into insulting Wizkid FC, that effort I did not see throughout that party for the entire year that I was in that party, even till date. So when we are talking about these things, we are giving context. And concerning the award was decided before this beef. Seun's beef with Wizkid cannot be the reason why Grammys will come and give Wizkid the award. It cannot be. It was already decided before this thing. In fact, this has been spoken about before 2025 that he will be given an award. And the award planning started earlier in the year of 2025. So we can't come and now justify and say, oh, no, both of them did is wrong. It's wrong. His elder brother is there. His sister is there. They've come outside to talk. Do you not see the way those ones addressed it? If we're even talking about African legality in an African home, who should have the right to speak on behalf of the father when the father is dead? Is it not the first son? So it's not about, because one person is a revolutionary that I will not now be able to see or call out the lapses in his moves. I mean, I've just kept quiet about the entire thing because I know it's not an important thing in the entire struggle. It's not something that I think is, is an important topic. But when I'm going to talk about the topic and I want to bring it up, I'll bring everything out to the light and we'll explain that this guy 6 days to insult fans that you could have educated. These are the Nigerian people that we are talking about, conscientizing, revolutionizing their mindset. Then you create a total rift between them. People that don't even know better, people that are not even conscious. And if you're not conscious, what do you do when you engage those people? Do you now start insulting them that they don't know? These are people who literally, when you check their profiles, most of the ones you see online, small children, even the ones that are old and don't know better, do you not already know how to classify those ones and how to address them? So for me, I think the Seun Kuti wasted time doing that. He could have put that time into his own political party, MOP, but he didn't do that. No. Abi, you see random people insulting Shore now say, okay, because this one insulted me, I'll now go and start. The reason why people compare in the first place, why do people compare in the first place? If Fela Kuti was a nobody would compare him to Wizkid. Nobody will compare Whiskey to him. People compare people because you have become the template of this thing, and so everybody is going to try and compare this guy to you. Comparison is what. That's why they say Nigeria is better. If you want to talk about Nigeria situation, they'll compare Nigeria of yesterday to Nigeria today. You must compare things. It's how you know what has improved or what has not improved. If you want to come out and address something, you address it. But if you have a personal beef with some people and you now want to turn it to a sub story about one thing, something, I don't buy that. I don't buy it personally. And I think it was just a waste of time. That's how I see it. Bam, I don't talk my own.
Can I come in a bit?
Yeah,
It seems
yeah.
like my last
Thank you
submission.
so
Maybe I
much.
don't know
Okay,
if you
yeah,
guys.
okay. So as you want to go for it, please go for it. Then we'll pass it to African Wahala. So yeah, please go for it.
Yes.
So as
Okay. Yeah, just for a minute. So, um, I think all this stuff would not have happened, right? If Whiskey would have done one simple thing. When his fans came out, or Whiskey FC came out, or the one person came out, and the stuff was getting out of control. If Whiskey could have tweeted or made an Instagram post, or just say, please, there's no basis for any comparison. He's not better than Fela, or Fela is not like Fela is an OG. You understand? There's no need for this comparison. Talk to his fans to calm down, right? It would have sorted out, right? Like when Washo Okuti said, when Bonner Boy fans did the same thing, he told them to stop, right? But if the so-called person, right, who have these fans is quiet or is silent while the disrespect and the abuse are going on, right? It shows that he either supports it, right, or is instigating it, or he doesn't even care. And for you not to care, it shows something. And according to Shokuti, this is not the first time. You understand? It's not the first time they are doing this. So it's a lesson to other so-called superstars. If something like this happens, call your fan base to order. You just like, for example, and this is not even a case of fan base, oh, right? Where in 2019, when my network in 2019 when Wole Soyinka did not endorse Shore, even though Shore and Wole Soyinka were close, and Wole Soyinka endorsed Mogale. Shore said, came on a live video and said that, in fact, before the endorsement, Shore said he's getting info that Wole Soyinka will likely endorse someone else, that his supporters should be calm, they should not insult Wole Soyinka or disrespect Wole Soyinka in any way, right? That he has the choice to do whatever or endorse whoever he wants to endorse, right? It's leadership. It's leadership. And many of these so-called celebrities, they send their fans as attack dogs to push their agenda. And sometimes they just need to just be put in their place, even if it takes 6 days to do, right? Because sometimes they believe they can bully everybody and anybody. But that being said, what are they again saying with regards Seun Kuti's um, attention, right, to MOP, right? I can understand. I can understand that as a member of MOP at the time.
He has every or more insight to make the claims that he made. But as he stand alone, that the incident between Seun Kuti and Whiskey, if this is not the first time, uh, I would not fault Seun Kuti for it, because to us, Fela Kuti is an ancestor, right? But beyond that, your ancestor and a revolutionary. To Seun Kuti, uh, Fela Kuti is much more. He's both a revolutionary ancestor and a father, right? So when it comes to that, I'm not going to tell him how to react. And you will notice that there was some malice, because if there was no malice, Wizkid would not have come and say, "Oh, he's better. Okay, I'm better than your father. What are you going to do about it?" He would have come directly for Seun Kuti if he truly respected Fela Kuti. So there's something, and there are things like Seun Kuti has said that has been going on in the background for a while now before the incident. So that's my thoughts on the matter.
All right, thank you so much, Swaz. Thank you very much. The African Wahala is your turn. You're welcome to the discussion. And of course, we recognize Omologo too for coming and joining. We'll pass the mic to you after the African Wahala. The African Wahala, please go for it. You're welcome.
Thank you so much, comrade Mr. Fresh, Liberation Chat. Thank you to Dr. Swaz. Thank you to Adege and Omologo and the listeners. Um, it's so refreshing to see comrades disagree on something and keep it respectful and still stand by what they believe in, because that shows that we are not monolithic in our thought process. We have divergent views, and that's what makes a society. A positive society is such that the leaders within the society can have divergent views on several topics and can still keep it together in a respectful way that will be beneficial for the society. So I'm happy that both of you guys have different views on this topic. My own view, I'll be honest, I'm not really super educated on the intricacies, what went down between both of them. The only thing I heard was Wizkid coming out to disrespect Fela. And I'm thankful for Adege for explaining some of the things that had happened. All has accumulated to a point now where it seems like Fela was just given or is about to be given a Grammy award, which people like me don't actually respect. I don't respect the Grammy for nothing, personally. And it's my own personal choice. It's not about me being influenced by external forces. I just can't respect the Grammys because I have been following the Grammys since 1998. And I can tell you that, well, I stopped following it around maybe 2010 or 2011. And between 98 and 2011 that I stopped following the Grammys, I could see a lot of bias because I was a huge fan of hip hop back then. And all the great rappers that I respected, none of them were given Grammys. These guys never gave Nas a Grammy. Can you believe that? For those of you that know the catalog of Nas, he was never given a Grammy. And I just knew that Grammy is garbage. That was it for me, anyways. So if Grammy is trying to give Fela an award, by the way, Nas, whom I highly respect Fela. He has sampled Fela's works in many of his music in the past. So if Grammy decides to give Fela an award, I guess it's a good thing, but it doesn't change the way I feel about the Grammys or about Fela. Because for me, if I was able to provide an award system, Fela would have gotten the highest echelon. He would have gotten an award that categorizes people in the highest space. That's what I would have given to people like Fela, people like Joseph Hill, Culture, or Bob Marley, those type of musicians that sang revolutionary songs. Yes, those ones, they deserve to get the highest level of respect. But with all of that said, I have no respect for all these Wizkid and all these Afrobeat guys. Personally, and I know people are going to disagree because we all have divergent views. I don't have any love or respect for none of these Afrobeat guys. None of their music hits. They offer nothing, they bring nothing to the table. The only thing they bring to the table, as far as I'm concerned, is more garbage in the society. And I know my criticism is very, very harsh, but it is what it is. If we look at our culture, our art is part of the contributing factors to our culture. And the artwork that is most prominent out of the Nigerian space is Afrobeat. And Afrobeat, 99% of it is made up of songs that are materialistic, songs that will make you have low self esteem, songs that would encourage you to continue genuflecting. That's why I hate them. That's why I have no respect for them. For example, one popular line in Afrobeats, this guy said, if you no get money, hide your face. What kind of rubbish message is that to the society? And that's why you see an average Nigerian today, they will be arguing with Namibians. You see, everybody is taking their turn to laugh at us, Nigerians. Everybody, every single group, especially on the continent of Africa, they are dedicating their time to roast us. And I think we deserve it thoroughly. We deserve to be roasted because many of our people have no more shame. Imagine someone telling you that, how come your country, you guys don't have anti-venom vials that can be stored in the hospitals? And keep in mind, these anti-venoms, they have to be preserved at a very cold temperature in order to preserve their efficacy. But what ends up happening is because Nigeria is such a messed up society and we don't have electricity in 2026, most of the hospitals, they can't even afford to preserve anti-venom because they don't have electricity. You need freezers to preserve the temperature of anti-venoms. And then the news goes viral. Someone unfortunately fell victim to the incompetency of Nigeria because we don't have electricity and we can't preserve anti-venom. The news goes viral on social media. Africans are roasting Nigerians. This time around, it's the turn of Namibians. So Namibians are roasting Nigerians. And then the Namibian guy says, you guys don't have anti-venom. What are you bragging about? You should be ashamed of yourself. And then the Nigerians' response is, let me tell you, we have the biggest Afrobeat in Africa. Whiskey can buy your father. Whiskey can buy your president. Do you see how dumb we look? So these artwork, and I'm not saying in its entirety, but for the most part, the artwork that these Afrobeat guys create contributes to the delusion of the society. And that's why I have no respect for them. So the fact that I heard Wizkid coming out and disrespecting Fela, the vile and vigor that I had already had for these clowns in Afrobeat, it came out and I'm like, all these guys, a middle finger to all of them, they are garbage anyways. They and their, what kind of adult would name himself Wizkid FC? You have to be absolutely retarded. There is no way you have your brains working in your head and you're an adult and you call yourself Wizkid FC. What's wrong with you, bro? Like, people need to stop these embarrassing behaviors. When African people are roasting you for not having electricity, it should be a time to self-reflect and think about the things that you've made your priority. That shouldn't be a time for you to be defensive and be trying to fight them back with materialistic things. Oh, where our GDP is the biggest in the world. Okay, your GDP is the biggest in the world, but you're the poverty capital of Africa. Did you know that you guys that are trying to roast, you're trying to combat Kenyans, Namibians, Ghanaians, South Africans, all these countries, they all have a higher human development index than Nigeria, all of them. All these countries, their average citizens have access to infrastructure that an average Nigerian does not have access to. So these are some realities that you're just delusional for thinking that you are anything. And part of it is the culture and the music. the stupid music that tells you that if you don't get money, hide your face. It has contributed to that madness. You expect the other Africans, because their countries don't produce as much in terms of GDP numbers. You expect them to hide their face. They don't get money, rich Nigeria, make them hide their face. But you think about it, if Nigeria has like the third or the fourth largest GDP in Africa, but the life of an average Nigerian is meaningless compared to a Namibian, for example, that maybe has the 15th or the 20th largest GDP in Africa, but the average life of the average Namibian is by far more decent than the life of an average Nigerian. Is that not enough for you to start questioning things? But because our people are so dumb, and I'm not, listen, I'm not going to try to generalize. We have a lot of smart, intelligent people, but we have a lot of dumb people, if we are being honest. And part of the reasons why we've become extremely dumb is our culture, the things that we look up to. That's it, pretty much. There is no reason why Davido's uncle should be a governor. The guy is not physically fit to be a governor. He's not mentally fit. He's always dancing. Whenever he notices that you guys are about to notice the poverty that you're facing in Osun State, he begins to dance to distract you, and you guys fall for it. And then he calls his nephew around, Davido, to come and entertain you. And once you're entertained, you forget about the fact that the guy is ruining your life. So you Nigerians, you need to start prioritizing your choices. You can't continue following things that have kept you in a mess. And you can't just be defensive when other African people are telling you the truth about your condition. Your condition is messed up, and you should be ashamed if you're one of those people that tries to be defensive about it. And that's my contribution. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat.
Thank you very much for that contribution. And yeah, you have really it's some notes that many people have taken note of. And without further ado, let's pass it to Omologo. Omologo, thank you so much for joining the discussion. Are you there?
Oh yeah, yeah. Liberation chat. Can you hear me, bro?
Yes, yes. Maybe you should
Oh,
speak a little bit louder, but you are audible.
oh, okay, okay. I'm audible, right?
Yes, yes.
Thank you so much for you know welcoming me on this chat, and thanks to everybody on this chat as well. You know, actually, I want to talk about the Sheem and the whiskey thing. I don't think that Sheem insulted the whiskey, but whiskey fans, they are the bad people coming after Fela's family. And you know, actually, if you look at it, Sean is Fela's son, and Wizkid fans, they are the bad egg. Their grandparents, their parents gave birth to them, and they're still in Nigeria. They don't love Fela, and because at the first place, why would they be comparing Fela and Wizkid together? That is so disrespectful. We shouldn't be in that kind of society. They shouldn't be bringing something like that. And these kids, they are Gen Zs. They are just born 1995, 1997. They are little kids. They don't really know issues. Then, and I'm expecting Whiskey to come out and say that, okay, guys, stop comparing me with a legend, you know. But Whiskey didn't do that. What did he do? He came out and said, I'm bigger than your papa, which he won't do. So tell me, who is Whiskey? Whiskey has pride. He's a stupid guy. No matter how, he can be a global artist. We don't care. We know his history. He has been stealing, singing people's songs for decades. Then we left him. We still support him for that. But still, if you remember Liberation Chat, there was a time I came on this chat and I said that Burna Boy, these guys, they don't support good governance and all that. Wizkid is also involved because they don't support good governance. They always sing rubbish, and they follow the politicians. They give them oga. They we are expecting them to support the people, but they don't support the people. They only support the politicians, and go at the back and meet them in their mansions, sell them useless things. I don't even know. These guys are with the politicians. So now you will come out and now downgrade Fela. Like, I don't know. Wizkid is a stupid boy. No matter how anything, no matter how famous he is, I don't care. He's he's a small boy. Then he can come tell us that fella, you are bigger than okay, fine. If you want to go for Sean, go for Sean. Even Sean didn't disrespect Wizkid. I watched this interview on YouTube. Sean was saying that Wizkid is the greatest artist in the world. But why would Wizkid now come out and say, okay, I'm bigger than your papa? Do you know Sean Papa is Fela Nicola Kuti? Is Wizkid crazy? Is he mad? Like, what is wrong with him? That is it that guy? Long time ago, we know that he's a very rude guy. He's so arrogant, he doesn't have any respect, he's a foolish boy, and he will be saying it to tomorrow, even to his face. Will tell if the day I'm gonna see that guy in the aeroplane, I will tell him that he's a stupid boy because I've met him before in the aeroplane. He was just sitting one corner, he couldn't see anything. He's a very useless guy. So why would you now come and tell us that okay, um Fela bigger than okay, talk to Shim if you want to talk to Shim. Don't come to Fela because Fela is our own man. We've been listening to Fela for a very long time and he's our own inspiration. We don't care about Bonner Boy, we don't care about the video because those guys don't deliver no, they deliver nonsense like the way African Wala said it. They don't sing well, and most of these guys also sample Fela's song, and Fela did not come after you guys to ask for a damn or for any catalog and still come back and say that I'm bigger than your papa. Waiting you won't do. Is the waiting you won't do really hurt me that okay, what is wrong? Is this guy on one beans? Like is he taking drugs? And what is really wrong with this guy? So like even we don't care. Like the way Adege said that he performed with elaboration, he didn't charge. We don't want him to charge. People perform with elaboration for free. They don't pay. Everybody perform the biggest artist ever. They go there and perform and they don't pay them a damn. You just have to perform. Even Whiskey is looking for exposure, want to be famous. That's why he has to perform with elaboration and do things with the people on the street. We are from the street. We don't care about Whiskey. So why would you now come and disrespect our own biggest artists like that we serve and we love so much from the bottom of our heart? Like that guy is so rubbish. And I still want to say that Whiskey should have come out and say that okay guys, I don't know. He called his fans Whiskey FC. I don't know which FC they belongs to. So should have come out and talk to those guys. That, hey guys, the way Bonner Boy told them that hey, the Bonner Boy said it on someone's stream that the only one person that is bigger than him is Fela Nicola Bukuti. That shows a very big respect from his side. That no guys, don't compare me with this guy at all. But Whiskey didn't do that because I was expecting Whiskey to come out and say that because Femi and Shewan have been sitting in the camera for days and talking, but he did not insult Whiskey. But Whiskey fans have been coming for Fela's family, and they are the bad eggs that their parents. Because let's say the facts. We are all Nigerians. Let's take it back to the olden days. There are some people that did not love Fela. They lock up Fela, they big up Fela. So who are the people going against Fela that year? They are these people's kids. They're the bad eggs because they make babies. They make kids. These are the Nigerians that they are the bad eggs that among of us that they are supporting bad government, bad government. They don't know anything. They are useless people. And when we talk to them, they will tell us that we are arrogant. We are too harsh. We this and that. They start calling us names. But we know the history that back then, when these people are here, they make babies, and these are the babies here right now coming after Fela's family till date, and what Shehu have done is the best for my own side. Shehu need to debunk all those things, talk to those guys that they are crazy. Even if I'm in Shehun's shoe, I'm gonna do that as well. I will support because Fela will be my dad, and I will everly surely for my whole life to support Fela, and I will not let because Shehu too can see all those things. Shehu wasn't a baby. You cannot compare. Shehu is older than Wizkid. She will know the whole story that these guys they burned down Kalakuta, they did so many things to their family. And there are these Nigerians that were supporting the government back then, supporting Obasanjo, supporting all these guys. Then we know. So now why would they come again using Wizkid to compare to Fela? No, no, we'll never allow that. We'll never tolerate that. Any young kid that is listening to me right now, please join yourself with these bad guys to be comparing Whiskey with Fela. That will never happen. Fela is a big hero. You will never. All these guys don't even. All your new latest Afrobeat people don't have any music. They sample Fela songs. They don't know any lyrics. They don't have anything. And now maybe now we can say, okay, because there's a digital world, they make it viral. Back then they were not digital, but still Fela have been traveling to France to do shows. He was known worldwide. So what are you guys telling me? So are you guys telling me is the Whiskey that pull Afrobeat worldwide? No. It was Fela have been talking and have been making music from day one. So now you guys will now come and tell us about Whiskey. No, we'll never tolerate. Whiskey is just yesterday. In case you don't know, Whiskey grew blue in front of us when he first sang Alert Your Boy, and it doesn't have anything with Banky W. What are you telling me? Like, these guys are small boys. So what are we then? We supported them because we are there then. We are supporting their music, but we never knew that these guys will come today and be forming arrogancy on us. Like, never. We get to know that Whiskey is so arrogant and rude. He doesn't do anything. He doesn't contribute to the community. He doesn't grow anybody. He's just by himself. He's so selfish. He's a selfish guy. He's a selfish mofo. So we'll call him like that. We'll say it to his face 1 million times, 100 times, anytime, any day. Because he doesn't, because we've seen him like this guy also. There was a time he begged around to become famous. So what are we saying? Fela will never do that. Fela doesn't beg. Fela is a strong activist guy that fought for everybody, that fought for us in Nigeria, that make things, that let us have a voice in that country. So what are they saying? Whiskey will never let me have a voice, because even himself, Whiskey did not have a voice. Whiskey himself doesn't have any voice to even talk about anything, because he's just a useless guy. He just think about girls, this, that, and that. Nothing more, nothing less. So what are you guys telling us now? So we shouldn't even take that Whiskey thing to anywhere right now, because that guy is a rubbish guy. And I support 100% support Sheon Kuti, what Sheon Kuti have done, because Sheon Kuti really came out and support his father. That is his father. I can't disrespect my father. I will come out and tell you BS to your face and all that. I will never take it. Then I won't lie to you. Whiskey, maybe they may have their own personal thing they've been dragging that we don't know behind doors, but I know that for Sheon to come out and say, okay, Whiskey is expecting Whiskey to come out and say, guys, please stop whatever you are doing. Like, talk to your fans. Not even backdoor thing. Whiskey need to, instead of Whiskey tweeting and say, I'm bigger than your papa, which he would then started talking to Sheon's wife and calling Sheon's wife ugly things and all that. That guy is so useless. Like, he's a very useless, dirty, smelling ass artist. I've never seen such a guy. That's why his song is gonna go down within some few years. Whiskey's songs will go down. They won't hear him anymore. Because why would you come and be insulting someone's wife? Like, you went for his father, at the same time you still go for his wife. Like, really? Like, what kind of disrespect? That means that is why you are a baby daddy. You're just making babies up and down. You don't have a family. You are useless Nigerian artists that don't have a family, going up and down, making baby mama, making different girls around the world. Even Davido is more better than him, because Davido is the family man, is settled. Chichi or Choma, like, but you, Whiskey, you are making baby boy. You can come for someone's wife. Someone's wife is ugly. Okay, if she's ugly, fine. You go marry one. Let's see your own wife first before you call someone's wife. Yeah, go marry. Let's see. So face the responsibility. You are running away from the responsibility as a man, but you are still calling someone's wife ugly. You now deleted the message. You will tweet and delete. Useless boy. It's because he doesn't have confidence. He can't stand on
What a
his word. He
coward.
don't know. He's a coward. So, like, anything you want to call it, just call him like that. So I will never support. I didn't support what Wizkid is a very, what she did is what I supported. And then I like the way she won't go about it. So, to let Wizkid talk, then that's where people could see that Wizkid is a very useless, foolish boy. So now, tell me what again? It doesn't like, that's why, like, she now, I'm not even talking about the award. The award will be there. People will give Fela the award because Fela is well recognized worldwide. Apart from even them Burna Boy putting the song out there as Afrobeat, all of them are sampling this man's songs. And none of this fella and Nicola Kuti's family come after them and say, hey guys, give me the royalties or pay me something. Because they can be paying for
Hmm.
mechanical royalties, they can be paying for performing royalties, they can be paying for those guys. Femi didn't ask any Uncle Femi didn't ask anything, Sean didn't ask anything. And but you will come and be saying that no, that this person, no, you can't do that. So that one we don't support that. That guy, and that you see, this is what we are talking about. Past days, I said that these Afrobeat people, they don't support us. Now they did not support the movement, but they want to start disrespecting our legends. We'll never tolerate that from Wizkid. Do you get what I'm trying to say? We'll never. Me, I'm not a yesterday boy. I'm a millennial boy. I'm not born Gen Z or 2000. When Fela dead, I was alive. I've been on this. They've already given birth to me. When people bury Fela, when they so many crowd in Ikeja everywhere, and now you will not come and say, like, no, we won't tolerate that. So that's why I just want to say that right now. I'll hang off for now just to say that no, what Whiskey did is total rubbish. Like, you can't come out and tweet to your own, maybe how many millions fans you have on Instagram, and tell them that you are bigger than your papa. Like, who's your papa? Show Papa is Fela. You are now that means you are telling us indirectly that you are bigger than Fela. You can tell Sean that, okay, I'm bigger than you, Sean. What will you do? Even Sean didn't disrespect, guys. If there's any clip that Sean disrespect Whiskey, guys, show us. Let us see. Because what Sean was really talking about is Whiskey fans. They are coming after their family all the time, every time they will be comparing Wizkid with Fela. No, just support your artist and move on. You don't have to, there's no need of comparison or anything like that. That is not nice. But when these guys come, they always do that. They also compare Burna Boy with, but Burna Boy quickly climbed it down that, guys, don't go there. He's not gonna, no, 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 please don't do that, because he just want to cause another thing. And since that time, they don't do that. But Whiskey didn't say anything like that. But Whiskey can go and take his cocaine or maybe take his drug, whatever he was taking, wherever, and come and tweet and still delete it and tweet, delete it. He's a stupid boy. So someone like that, you don't need to take him serious. He's just looking for publicity, and that publicity is gonna climb him down. His career gonna go down with that, because we not gonna we boys since that time. I don't they will be saying, Whiskey is a famous guy. Yeah, he has made money, but still we've seen artists that made money are still they are still down after the whole money. So what are we talking about? So if you think you can come on us and come and downgrade our own hero while we are all Nigerians, it's not gonna happen. And some people will now come and say, Whiskey is they don't know Fela. Yeah, we don't know Fela, but Fela is still holding ground up to date. They cannot take away Fela from us, no matter anything. So what I was is Whiskey coming to come and erase Fela, and she won't say this. She won't say Whiskey want to be like Fela. Then I thought that is what that guy wants to do, because he wants to come and tell us that Fela is rubbish and he is the G, whereas he is the rubbish guy and Fela is the G. So that would be my own contribution for now. Thank you so much, Liberation Chat.
Please, do you mind if I just add to what this brother just said?
Yeah, yeah. Please proceed, proceed.
You see,
I feel like to
that
add
you made a
something.
very great point. I promise, my bro, just 1 minute, just 1 minute. See, they want to change history. And I agree with you just based on everything that happened. Wizkid wants to change history because that's what these guys do. You see, when Buhari was killing people and impoverishing people, Femi Adesina, his spokesman, or Loretta Onoche, or that other one, Garba Adamu, the other, whatever his name was, they will come out and tell us that no, 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 people are not getting killed. No, actually, things are getting better. You see, the value of the people now have access to fuel. There is now light. There is now water. All the doctors are coming back to Nigeria. These are the kind of things they say. They tell us that what we see with our eyes is a lie, and what they are telling us is the truth. And that's exactly what Wizkid was trying to do. And finally, why should I even take someone whose name is a kid? His name is Kid. Wiz Kid. He's a child. Why would I take a kid seriously? But I digress. I'm done contributing. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. I believe someone want to jump in. Do we have any other speakers that want to proceed? Thank you so much, Logo. Thank you, the African Wahala. What a submission, was quite fiery. Many whiskey FC would come after you. You have to be ready for the backlash. And then, of course, well, nobody is taking any side. But though I have made my own side,
No, you
and
don't choose
everybody
side
have
though.
the right.
You don't pick side.
Uh, and that's what I'm saying. I had to take it, I had to take it back to a large extent. That well, I have made my own side very known, and of course, I actually sandwiched it with the fact that I can see some some I can relate with it based on how it relates with the struggle of the people. And of course, I don't know whether or not anyone would disagree with me on that. And of course, by any means, disagree with me on that. I am seeing the struggle between the Sheon Kutis and, of course, the Fela Kutis and all of the people that are bringing attack to them. I can relate it to Nigeria versus the establishment attack. And of course, I want to strike a difference between an interview that you are being asked that who do you really respect in the industry, of course, who is your mentor, who is your, and you say, well, I really respect Fela Anuklabokuti. You can see my hand, you know, his tattoo is on my hand. I respect him so much. There's difference between that and calling out your fans, because that is what really sets out Burna Boy apart. He pretty much called out his own fans and said, no, you guys don't go there, don't go there. I have not seen any soundbite yet where Whiskey said, my fans are beg, make una no go there, make una no make any comparison. And of course, there is this old interview that I saw when Baba Fela was asked similar thing, that who do you think among the African artists, who is your favorite? Baba said, I don't have favorite. And of course, I don't think it is healthy for us to make comparison. And I think the listeners can really decide. Everybody will have their own preferences. I can dig out that interview that I saw Fela himself do. So I, in all ramification, that man, these people that call themselves the new breeds, have a lot to learn from Baba. Really, they have a great deal to learn from him. And of course, bear in mind, for you to basically not, he had the chance. Baba Fela can think about any other thing apart from what is happening with his people. He can do, and he proved that by singing so many other about water, about yellow fever. He sang about breast and yansh too. Baba did that. But on top of that, he did not just say, well, nothing concern me, concern my people. My own is to make music, as these current ones are doing now. So I'm finding difficult to basically see any reason for me to take their side, or
Later, can
perhaps
I come
even,
in or
you know, I'm finding difficult to take their side. I'm finding difficult to really respect them based on their attitude even towards their own fans, because it seems as though the only thing that they use their fans for is to farm, or perhaps they are using them for clout, or perhaps to push their album, to push their events. They are basically milking from their fan base. Baba Fela Kuti was the absolute opposite of that. Baba was basically serving and representing his fans. It's a two different ball game entirely. Baba was playing on a different league, on top of being a great musician at that. If you doubt me, tell Wizkid or any of these other guy to pick up any instrument of their choice to perform to an audience. All right, that alone, just that alone. All right, as a musician, all right, you cannot play one musical instrument. And guess what? How many instruments that Baba can play? Baba can play over 8 musical instruments perfectly to perform to an audience at the professional level. Baba was his own director. Na him dey direct his music band. Na dis thing wey I wan make una do, na dis thing wey I wan make una play be dis. If you are not getting it, this is how I want you to play it. You go carry the instrument, play am. You want to compare him with una wey dey sing with DJ. DJ, play me track one. He
Liberation.
can't he cannot compare it. He cannot.
Liberation.
Even on the musical level, you cannot.
Liberation. Can you hear
It's
me?
two different things. I can hear you loud and clear.
Okay, okay. As they say, share if you enter, share abi you want. I'm asking no
No,
because
okay.
when we dey do our normal discussion now,
I
I
don't,
feel say anything you
I
go tell
don't,
me say make I go
I
on.
don't.
Once you reach this one now, you go tell me say I want defend
If
Whiskey.
I say, if
I
I
go
say I
talk
dey
my
eat
own
one
now.
kind,
You just want the gas like
I dey
you
eat
just
some
dey
kind
deceive.
registers when you don't like, no problem.
Because when you
let's
they
pass,
talk, no they
let's
no
pass the
liberation.
mic.
Liberation. You see, for me, I have no I'm not
Yeah, proceed, proceed.
emotionally attached to Baba Fela based on sentiment. We share the same worldview about Pan-Africanism, maybe about socialism, but Baba Sep was not from like I've seen some things about Baba was not like deep into socialism like that. It was more of a Pan-Africanist, and we share that worldview. But I know they sentimentally attached. Say, okay, I will call day one. I won't be able to call a spade
Okay,
a
okay.
spade.
With all of this thing wey me I don't talk,
No,
you
no,
sure
no.
say I
When
dey
they talk, and I say,
sentimentally
see,
attached.
no, no. When they talk, see,
I am talking about raw musical. I am
I
giving
know.
you data.
Shame me. You go let me talk by
Is
own.
there anything emotional of you me providing
No,
you
what
with
you
the data
yeah,
that
yeah.
you
What
allow
you they
me
appeal, you are
to play
appealing
musical
liberation chat.
instruments?
You are appealing to the emotions of people that
You
like Baba
know,
Fela.
maybe
And
you see
wait,
it
let
like
me
that,
can
but
I can
I'm
I say my
presenting
own?
the facts
Check,
anyway.
can I say my own? Can I
Yes.
say my own?
So
See,
it's two
if you
different
are
things.
talking
I am
if you are
presenting the
talking
facts.
about
I am not. There's no emotion attached to it at
liberation,
all.
maybe I go let me talk. If you are
You
comparing
said no allow me I talk now, but no allow. Let me.
if you are comparing Baba Fela to
An
Whiskey,
eye for an eye, Baba.
if you are comparing Fela to Whiskey, that is not a comparison that should happen in the first place. Because they came in two different times. In fact, now, why I say it's not a comparison that should happen in the first place, it's not even a just comparison. That's what I mean. But and even if like how can you say you want to compare Baba Fela to Whiskey? I've said it on this call, even as of yesterday when we discussed about this, I told you, I said this man was making music in a time where his race was literally against him, like the color of his skin was against him, and he had to break through all those odds. This guy was engaging military junta, like people where they say then they literally kill people. Sergeant Rogers was Abacha's literal killer man. Like with these military regimes were terrible, and this man was going against them. The man spoke up against the government. If you want to compare them in terms of their activism, their revolutionary um, actions, you can't compare them. Even if you want to compare them in terms of music, you can't even compare them because they were in two different times, right? Both of them are in different times. They sing different types of music, so you can't compare them. That's not the comparison here. Nobody. That's not the comparison. Waiting with the talk now. Now say you can't talk. Say you as like you have said. Waiting she won't do. They good. Me I dey tell you. Say waiting him do. They unnecessary. Now waiting why they talk. Say, in fact, I can't tell you on top. Say the name is liberation.
Yes, yes, I hear you. Loud and clear. Yeah. Oh wow. It seems as though we have lost a day, girl.
Well,
Um,
waiting she won't
Yeah,
it
you hear me?
I think he's back. Okay, yeah. Please
Yeah.
proceed.
So what
Yes.
they talk, it they unnecessary. We know they compare Whiskey and Fela. Anybody who is revolutionary cannot compare Whiskey and Fela. And people who are on this call have said it that most of the people who are even these Whiskey FC fans, they are Gen Z people. So you know that they are small children. These are people that are like 17, 18, 19, 20. Small children. So what does that tell you? That most of the people who are making these statements are not even conscious people. When you were 17, 18, 19, 20, what thing you they think when you did that age? How many stupid statements you make when you did that age? Now, what would have been positive ideologically is to use that moment to conscientize these same people who you clearly know, because even the show himself talk saying that small children then be. Use the moment to conscientize them and explain to them, let them know you can't they follow small children, they exchange words. You are a 40-year-old man plus. They follow small children, they exchange words. Nobody's. If you want to talk about Baba Fela and compare him to Whiskey, you can't even compare Baba Fela to any artist of today because none of the artists today who claim that they are inspired by Baba Fela have done anything in terms of even scratching the surface of what he went through. Many of them they will produce maybe 2, 3, 4 songs talking to the government. Burna Boy has song that is talking to the government. Does that not mean that we do not know is part of the oppressive class? Those two get song where they talk to the government. Whiskey two get song where they talk to the government. Does that not mean that we don't know where their role in the system? Nobody's talking about that. If you want to get an argument, let's make an argument straight and let's talk about it. Don't go emotional. Baba Fela, we love him
Bro,
so much. Wait. I mute myself when they talk or anybody. I don't
no,
even
no,
know.
no. I want to add to your talk, Ni. Even
Okay,
government, they complain about government.
okay. They
Dino
complain
Melaye,
about
they
government.
complain. Even
No, we are
Dino
not even
Melaye, they
talking about
complain about
exactly.
government.
We're not talking about that. This is not waiting we talk about here. A scenario happened. A fan insulted Baba Fela. Seun Kuti proceeded to make a live video out of, let's say, whatever. He was angry. He has to defend his legacy. It comes out. He does the first video. He does the second video. The fan who insulted Baba Fela texted him, messaged him, and apologized to him in his DM and told him he's sorry about this. He did not know. What does that first show you? That this person no really they involved with anything. I just random fan. And he proved it by making that apology because people want to now insinuate that it is from the top. It is what they have been doing in their caucus. They were planning it. They do no. Person will talk and don't apologize. Showing himself don't talk. Say person will talk and don't apologize. Whiskey don't do not one, not two, not three, at least 4 videos. Whiskey has been on interviews and they have asked him about himself and Baba Fela, and he
Can
has
you
said
show
this many
show
times.
us that video, bro?
Sorry.
This kid have never said anything about Fela, bro. I'm telling you, the Whiskey's
Okay, you are wrong
arrogant.
because okay,
I'm
I
not
tell you say you
wrong,
did wrong.
bro.
I go tell you now.
If you
I go proof. I go
if you
proof.
have the
I go proof. I'm now.
If you
No
have the
go.
YouTube link, share it with us. Let's watch.
Okay, no
So
problem.
we can see.
I go bring
Me
the
have you
video show
shared
you.
where Burna Boy say that
I go bring the
Fela is
video show
bigger
you
than him.
now. No worry now. We no need to get. I go bring the video show you. I go send them to Liberation Chat and go play them for this life. Where Whiskey talk and say no, Baba Fela is his role model. Baba Fela is mentor. He not talk am many times. Not one, not two, not 3 times. This guy literally go tattoo the Baba Fela for his face. If you hate anybody, you know go just go tattoo the person for your body like that. He did that. So if we are talking about, because we now want to excuse all the things Whiskey don't do in the past to honor Baba Fela, even in album covers, don't be Baba Fela before. He don't sample Baba Fela's song many times. This is the family members, showing elder brother and sister, they tell you, say, this person our friend, say. This person they tell you in elder brothers, they tell you this first son of Baba Fela talk his daughter talking, they tell you, say, this is our friend. So there's no beef between the family and Whiskey. Whiskey has honored that family in his right as an artist. He has honored that family.
So why
He has
Whiskey now
honored
say
that
to
name.
wait, bro? Why Whiskey say to show that he's bigger than his father? That he
Good.
did
Now
that.
let's get there. Comrade, you know how many see waiting Whiskey talk, they wrong. Whiskey talk, they wrong. Nobody talks say waiting Whiskey talk, they right. Nobody has said that. No, nobody will say that. Nobody will say that. People will
So
talk
why he
say
can't talk
wait.
him?
People will say that he said it out of anger. That one consign now, but he not supposed to talk him. It is wrong. It is wrong. Whether you talk it out of anger, whether you not talk it out of anger, it is wrong. But between him and Sheung, whatever beef that they have, they should settle it. They do not have to come and rob Baba Fela's name inside their beef. They can't they insult themselves. They can't they insult them. Someone can't talk say this one never sell show. Sheung they talk say I'm the only me and them I don't sell show. I know say their guy said never sell show. He never sell show for how many? They insult the person. They call. You can't they talk say he did not insult Whiskey. If we bro, let's just be honest. There's no need for us to say because I'm a revolutionary, Shenwu is a revolutionary. Okay, because of that. No. If we want to talk about the argument, the issue on your own, make we talk about the argument and the issue on your own. If we want to talk about the ideological sense behind it, I still stand that these people are like 18, 19, 20 years old. These people are basically children. These are people that could have been conscientized through that effort of talking about that thing. They could have been conscientized, but you know, conscientize them, you open life, you insult them. And I'm telling you that this is a person that was in his party for a whole more than 1 year. This person did not come to address the general party, not up to two times in a whole year.
Now you are not coming online to talk and you want to brag. You're not telling us that you just made $120,000 from your father. And I'm telling you that even when I was in your party, common 50,000 naira to do event, we'll be scraping around and looking for 50,000 naira to do event. So if I'm telling you that I feel like, based on what I know, he has put more effort into fighting against Wizkid fans than actually building his political organization, I know what I'm saying.
Wait, sorry, comrade. But did
Yes.
Sean Kuti originate? Did MOP originate from Sean Kuti?
Now Baba Fela get the party now. Now Baba Fela party. That was Baba Fela's party. Baba Fela made that party in 1970s. Then I think 1975. Then during that time he had oppression, of course, normal type of oppression, right? The entire oppression. Then Shehu revived the party in 2020. In 2020. Now, and now waiting they make me they talk waiting and they talk, because on a very good day, if I did from outside too, I go reason waiting. I don't watch Shehu views. I watch the videos. I watch the clip. I hear the contradictions in the statements. And I'm like, no, what are you saying? You are calling somebody out. You are calling this person out for not doing this. But every time you come on your live to do live video, quite all right, you are doing live video. We respect that. In fact, me, where they talk today, I became revolutionary by watching Seun Kuti's live video. And that was why I joined MOP first. I can't date for MOP. I can't see say, what you they talk, they do them. What you are the things that you talk about on your life, you don't do it in your own revolutionary organization. But you are calling somebody else out for hypocrisy. Reconcile the two. You can't reconcile it. So if you want to talk about Baba Fela and Wizkid, I'm not even going to get into that argument because there's no way you can even compare the two of them, like I've said. But if you want to now talk about Shehu and now put him on a high moral ground because you want to now take Baba Fela's, revolutionary job and now say, okay, because of that, you now have to put him, look at the Seun Kuti that you are defending first before you can come and put him on that same pedestal and tell me what, compare the two of them. No. Culturally, we get many people. No, be Aisha Yusufu did the other day. If we're talking about people that have been talking about Nigerian problem, she Aisha Yusufu know the complain about Nigerian problem. Abi Fela Duro know the complain about Nigerian problem. What are you doing about it is the question that we now ask. With the facilities that you have, with the resources that you have. So they, like I said, they have their own beef, then get their beef. They're not supposed to bring Fela into them because they use Fela as an excuse to address themselves. That is what I see. And that's why I would say that both of them, the waiting happen not supposed to happen. Both of them, I think both of them are wrong, and they should keep their beef between themselves, not to now come and rub it on Baba Fela, bring the entire family into it. And look at how his family reacted. All of them, they put their this is not something that should happen. Because themselves they know. So no be waiting supposed to happen. And like if we be Africans and we talk, say we be Africans. Normally, if person get problem with another family, it's not the first son that is supposed to raise it up. I be want them say she will not understand waiting fan love be. Abi if in fan misbehave, make the come carry Seun. Abi say in fan talk something, they can't go arrest Seun. Say because of what your fan said, or come and arrest you. If you have beef with someone, face the person. When they say you want to expose Whiskey fans, they do all those mind games. They try to do. You want to expose them. That's why he did live for 7 days. You can do live 7 days. You cannot address your party members for up to 7 days in 1 year. I beg, make a hear word for that side. We're talking about see, me. I'm if I did I go talk on consistency. I no go just come the emotional one because I'm emotional and I want to pick sides. No, I did now based on principle and ideology. I go talk my own. So I don't talk my own, but if nobody has you put don't have to agree with me.
Okay, brother. Agreed. Me, I don't know MOP, right? I don't join any political party, but I only know Fela. You get. But what me, I just want to say there is that fine. Maybe she have not handled the matter very well, but at the same time, if I should push him, if I should put myself in Sean's
Is it just me? It look as
Blessing, I
though
just no. I think saying I just me too. And now I no talk.
Mm.
Blessing on my logo network don't go.
Okay, before Mologo come back, make I just talk. See, I actually agree with Adeike because if see everybody, there is nobody above criticism and nobody below praise. Me, I know to they follow Sean Kuti like that, but me, I just like the guy because na fella picking. And I would just say that you would say you know some things about his handling of the political party and the kind of energy that he spends towards building it versus what he's using. Yeah, That's a legit complaint. And I'll be honest, I'll take it a step further. I think that constitutes clout chasing to an extent, because if you have to sit down for so many days to be arguing with idiots online, then and those idiots are working for one guy that thinks he's a god, then you are somehow contributing to it. But at the same time, do I blame Sean for what he did? Everybody deserves to be blamed in this case. Sean deserves some part of the blame, but 90% of the blame goes to Wizkid for not being intelligent, emotionally intelligent, and he put out that stupid tweet or whatever social media post. That was actually absolutely ridiculous.
Okay.
Liberation Church, you go pay me. Oh. See as people
Yeah,
just they coming today to the
yeah.
studio. People are coming to the studio.
Omologo, you're back. Can you hear us, Omologo? Oh wow. Network has pushed him out again. So sorry about that. So sorry about that. Well, if I were to give a response, and I would repeat again that well, if a group of people who claim to be young ones, and they are they are not young enough to they are so young that the next thing that they want to do is to bring their fanaticism of an artist into a coordinated attack against a man of honor. I think they deserve all the backlash that they get from that. And of course, whether or not Seun Kuti had been an active member of MOP is also a debatable issue, because this is an artist alongside being a member, or perhaps a major facilitator of the party. He does tours all over the world. And of course,
So
for someone who does tours all over the world, who is bringing the message of basically, and let's face it, Afrobeat is a genre of resistance. It's not just, it's beyond the genre of just having fun. And of course, I've seen in many, of course, there is this popular soundbite that I saw. And first, every time we are the session Kuti, they perform. It's performing along the lines of the African struggle, along the lines of the struggle of African people. At the point, I'm trying to remember that particular line that he said, well, I would remember that line, but basically picturing the struggle of African people. The Afrobeat is a Africa struggle genre, basic for the most part. Of course, for every music, there's an enjoyable part of it also. If you are passing across a message, you have to do that in a very fun way that people can actually, and as an artist, that is what makes Fela really a great artist, because while he's trying to perform
Mhm.
and entertain you, he's educating you at the same time. You are being educated and being entertained at the same time. So a lot of things that really drew Fela to many people is that this music sounds good, and also it reflects our struggle and we can learn from it. So, as far as I am concerned, I believe the circumstances surrounding his inactivities in MOP, now only him free explain the circumstances surrounding it. And of course, I do not have the I'm not a spokesperson to come and defend him. All right, anybody can make that same accusation to Showore that Showore doesn't address, doesn't come out to make a live session dedicated for his, but perhaps he's
But that's a
basically
lie because we have proof
well.
for sure zone.
Wait, wait. Are you aware that it took? Of course, this is about exposing many
Mm-hmm.
things that is classic anyway. Now
Mm-hmm.
we, the unstoppable friends of Shore, now we
Mm-hmm.
they push. But many of these way that they see when that they say Shore is basically coming out now. Now
Mm-hmm.
we are basically the one pushing and enforcing that we want to see,
Liberation.
we
Let's
want
not
you
get
to,
into this
we have
conversation
organized,
for the
wait
for the
now,
safety of
let's
others.
take
Let's
time.
not get
No,
into this conversation.
no, we are going to get into it because it's very, very important. And of course, if we are saying we are truthful, we don't want to be selective about our truth. All right, the old Freedom Republic broadcast.
All right,
Was it
I will
Showore
mute for you. I'll let you go ahead.
it was not Showore that that came up with the Freedom Republic broadcast that made him come into our midst every month. It was a result of us. Now we say we want you to be. He will have prepared to be engaging the system and using his platform to really conscientize the people. And of course, he had created a party for anybody to access, and there are system in place in the party. There are political chairpersons across all states. He doesn't have to get himself involved in every activity or perhaps put his face always on the camera on behalf of the party. Seun Kuti does not even have to do that too, to put his face on the camera every time. And of course, I have listened to his live not once, not twice, when he will make reference to MOP, make people join the MOP even far beyond before this whole issue came out of this whole confrontation between himself and the Whiskey FC. I've seen there are many short videos that I've come across on TikTok by one guy called Pan Africanism. There's another guy called. There are two of them that usually post Seun Kuti's clip like that. Maybe they are very much that's what they do. If you look at all their profile, it is all filled with Seun Kuti's clips. How he talks about African history, resistance, and of course, invitation into the movement of the people as an organization. All right. I see someone yesterday. So the fact that he doesn't push himself into the party affairs is not enough ground for us to really be the judge of him addressing a people that has brought assault on him and his family. It's not, I don't think it's a good parallel for us to really draw. All right. And of course, well, anybody can disagree on that regard, but that is my own position on it. I don't think it is fair enough for us to say, because he has not been able to push himself out or perhaps address a party for once or twice in a year, that also is enough legitimate reason for us to say he should not address Whiskey FC for as long as he choose to address them. And of course, this whole live session is not be say na Whiskey people na him make him come live. Na so him dey always come in live. He dey consult in live session, normal. And of course, I will also make an argument that he uses this particular 6 day or 7 day whatever to conscientize many of these guys because during the live he make reference to African history, he make reference to Baba Fela's work and the revolutionary feats that he was able to pull. He made reference to a lot of things, but we have a way of cherry picking the one that suits our narrative, which is what exactly what oppressors do. All right, they will cherry pick some parts with, of course, it's the same thing that they are doing to Fela now. They cherry pick the fact that he smokes, the fact that he loves women, and they're easy to destroy every other thing that he's doing. And I think if we want to do that to our fellow revolutionary, I don't think what are we talking about here? I would take side. I am taking side with Sheung over a Whiskey FC that claims to be young Gen Zs who decide not to explore their Google to make research about the person that they want to. Of course, and one thing is very sure: whatever they do, whether it is to call Fela a pant wearer wey dey wear pants, or maybe perhaps he's a smoker, or perhaps people no know am, e no dey popular as much as Wizkid, it doesn't remove the greatness of the man. If you are great, you are great. And of course, if Seun Kuti have dedicated any days, maybe 100 days, even believers sometimes they go say they want to fast for 7 days. Believers do it, they starve themselves for 7 days because they want to collect something from God, they want to address an issue. Nobody will question them for being overkill. All right, but when a revolutionary decide to use 6 days to address an issue, it becomes an overkill. And of course, I would also argue that he uses some of these days to really educate anybody wey wan learn go learn, and people wey go wan look am in the sense of that he's trying to waste the time, they go look it that way no matter what, and there's no way you can help that. All right, so as far as I'm concerned, I believe it is not really something that is any should be any issue in terms of how Seun Kuti decide to handle you know, these guys that call them, even the name self, Whiskey FC. FC is football club. What does football club has to do with fan base of a musician? It tells you all you need to know, that these are misguided people who are just very much exercising their exuberance. And that exuberance, if it needs chastisement, all right, if it needs chastisement, it is very, very much justifiable. I would justify it, right? Apart from just saying I would justify any chastisement that they get as a result of being rude. Because in African culture, we correct children, we discipline children. And it is in that discipline that the child will now see the wrongness in what he has done. We don't say, we want to pamper children. In Africa, I don't know whether or not in any other part of the world. In Africa, we deal with wayward children. We use every means necessary to deal with a wayward child. We don't say because we want to be. It is this whole thing that has led to the whole culture of being disrespectful to those that they should respect. And of course, another thing is that people wey dey suppose respect, they no respect them. People wey dey suppose hate, na im dey respect. People wey dey suppose respect, na im dey hate. And this is the more reason why they need to be corrected and chastised. Because under any circumstances should they even conceive saying they want to go after Fela, because na Fela dey suppose like, no be the people wey be say dey encourage them to involve themselves in drug addiction, in prioritizing carrying women over every other thing in their life, alright, or even involving in fraud and encouraging materialism. Fela would have the chance to use bling bling of hundreds of thousands of dollars during his time. He can afford it, he's rich. But he didn't do that. Alright? But they are following the person wey go put a diamond necklace of over $1 million. Alright? They idolize that one as their greatest of all time. Even when they are using their poverty to dey stream in song. Alright, so it's a misplacement of priority. And of course, the same way we are dey talk am, na im Seun Kuti talk am. Alright, and if they have wan come for the papa of Seun Kuti also have the right to go after their papa. And of course, nobody will gaslight him to say you are elder. I cannot really tell him how to cry when he's being beaten by children. All right, so that is my own position about this, and this is just on a personal take it or leave it basis. It's not on any other thing. It's a take it or leave it basis. I am not. In fact, if you check my phone, you barely see any Seun Kuti song. But with what I'm saying, I have already come across a song that talks about revolution. And as I said, his stores. He talks about the African struggle, African history. In fact, some of his interview, the one he had with Object TV, fantastic interview, where he outlined many salient things about what is going on in Africa and in Nigeria. So Seun Kuti, I don't see anything fundamentally wrong in him chastising this set of misguided, you know, miscreants. I dare call them miscreants, because if they choose to be ignorant willfully, an elder also deserve the right to whip them, all right, for as many days as he deem fit to actually drive home the point that what they have done is bad. So next time they will think it twice before they do it. And that is the whole essence of discipline. Discipline is supposed to encourage and to tell a child that this thing wey you dey do, no do am again, no do am again. It is wrong. It is wrong. And that's how we do in Africa. All right. So that is my own take about that. So let us get the conversation moving, or perhaps Adege would say something on it, and we'll proceed to listening to some other Nigerians whose position are also very much interesting, that we need to really set the record straight and really correct in real time. So because they are still running their space, and the agenda is on
Must agenda.
yes, it's a non-stop issue. They always take They take rotation, they take shift with this their
Yeah.
agenda propaganda machine.
So
So
okay. Anyway,
our own just now small they always do. Just do five
of course,
hours.
man.
When then they go do like 12, 13, 14,
24
even
hours, 48 hours
hours.
sometimes.
So
So you
let's
see,
go. So
for
before we
me,
jump back into
Liberation,
smart market, yeah, yeah.
thank you, Liberation. I think say you won't jump me now. You don't want make I talk
No, no,
because
no, no, no.
I
I
know. Anyway, so this is it. I think you know is when we want to do some definition, we or even in the comment. That's this is why we are more aligned to ideology and principle than individuals, right? More aligned to ideology and principle than individuals. And where we see our comrade, you know, doing something or someone within the revolutionary space doing something that you do not doesn't sit right or doesn't look well, we can easily just point it out and give ideological backing behind it and give some ideological clarity behind it. And in fact, give context to it as well, you know. Now we are looking at you're saying, oh, this first of all, most of us on this call have established that these are Gen Zs. So Gen Z, what do you mean Gen Z? 2003 upwards. So you're looking at the oldest Gen Z person will probably be maybe 22 years old or 23 years old. So these are basically teenagers, people that are just learning, that don't even know anything about Baba Fela. And these are people that don't even know anything about their own history. People that are not even clear about where they are in terms of class analysis. They don't know about their own history. Now you are saying that oh they should have known about Baba Fela when even Baba Fela's mother, the only thing they know about her is that she was the first woman to drive a car. So you and we understand that, which is why we do this job in the first place because we know that people don't know. That's why we are revolutionaries. So the reason why we talk in the first place is to bring it to the consciousness of the people what they don't know, especially the younger ones who do not know as much. Now you want to create the excuse that Omoyele Sowore is doing one thing. You see Omoyele Sowore everywhere. You see what it does when it comes to engaging the system. So don't make that comparison of comparing Omoyele Sowore to Seun Kuti. Don't even do that because you can't even compare them. Now me, I'm talking as you know how to say oh, because he's going on shows, he cannot do this. Because he's going on this, he cannot do that. When all of us here know that by principle, the major job of a revolutionary is to organize politically. To organize politically. Now you make a political party and you do not have the capacity to run that political party. And you did not think it best to even say, okay, you know what, let me pawn this off to somebody to run that political party. And the political party is literally just stagnant, not moving forward. And then you're not telling me he doesn't have to come to shows for him to, he doesn't have to come and be talking to his people. Then what is the point of putting a political organization together if you cannot be there to be a judicious leader? What is the point? And now we're not just talking about somebody showing up. We're talking about someone who has financial capacity. I'm talking about even on his show. Let's use the most recent reference. This man on his show said he has 120,000 US dollars that he just got. And I'm telling you that we're looking for how much to register party as of last year. To register the party as of last year, we're looking for how much to register the party. You have $120,000 that you have over 130 where you receive. You can't even tell us say this not be the first time, but we could not bring the money for us to register the party. We want to do shows and outreach and all that. We have to be looking for money and doing this and doing that. We have to stress ourselves. We have a pro tem chairman that cannot provide financial resources for us. Then what's the point? If you have all these resources in your control and you cannot bring it to the revolution, what is the point? Is that not we talk? That not what we tell other revolutionaries that bring your money? So you will can't get me when me will be member of the party. I will bring my resources. You or I will put majority of my resources, a lot of my resources. But you will get the party. You will be the leader of the party. You will only do as much as you can, which is almost little or nothing in terms of even being there, just being there to even know what is happening in the party. I was inside that party. I know what's happening there. We're talking about structural defects. We know what's happening there. Party that doesn't know, it doesn't have a head count of all its members. We're talking about people, but pay this same that level of attention 6 full days to do videos to insult children, people that are within their 19, 18, 17, people that you should take the opportunity you are insulting them. You are still telling, you are advising them. You are not saying that anyone who wants to take the advice will take the advice. You should ignore the insult. Why did she not ignore the insult and look at the context when Whiskey said that I better pass your papa?
So if you want to, this is not about emotional blind sentiment and saying you want to stand there, you stand with revolutionary because one person is a revolutionary, so you stand on the side. This. That is just that is just trying to create a false relationship where there is none. Okay, let's talk about that collaboration and that camaraderie. Why is Shonkuti and why is ANC? What, okay, we have so many political MOP is there, ANC is there on the side. Both of them going for the exact same thing. Why can they not come together? But it's easy for us to use our mouths to say we show solidarity, we love ourselves, we are one and all this. But to come together to do the work where we talk saying a serious work, we no go do them. Everybody to do individual heroism, do individual heroism. You have your own party, I have your own party, everybody create your own party. And then we are even encouraging more people to create more parties just because we feel like creating more parties is no. If we want to come together and organize, we come together and organize. If we want to work together as a group, we come together and work as a group. I am telling you that in my time as an MOP member, while I was there, the pro tem chairman, Shenwani Kulapokuti, was not putting enough effort into the development of that party. How I know? Because I worked in that party and I worked deeply within the party. Basic complaints that we make. You want to you are saying that somebody does it. Let me give you an example, a clear example. You are saying Whiskey should have monitored his fans, Whiskey should have told his fans this, Whiskey should have told his fan that. When I was in MOP, the MOP Instagram handle was following nothing less than 50 OnlyFans girls. Nothing less than 50 OnlyFans girls, and maybe more. And the pro tem chairman, and this has been there for a while, and nobody in the leadership even could highlight that these are the kind of people, not just OnlyFans page, other capitalist pages that have nothing to do with the ideology. The pro tem chairman, nobody there could take note of it. None of the leadership could take note of that. Members were the ones pointing it out. What is going on here? We don't even follow us. You don't even follow us, the members. We don't even nothing. And even the content that is being put out on the social media page of the party is not even ideological. That was called out too. So if you are saying that Whiskey should be policing his fans, why could Shonkuti not police his own political media page? So because some of us don't just feel like talking about when we make, we're not just going to say, oh, we just blindly love Shonkuti. Because like I've said, if you want to compare Baba Fela and Whiskey, that comparison cannot even happen in the first place. But if you are looking at Shonkuti and you want to now jump on the side of Shonkuti because he's making Instagram lives, regularly, the same way Aisha Yesufu does, the same way Fela Duroteye does, the same way Rafael Durotimi does, and the same way most Nigerians make. In fact, as we speak now, we have, like you have said, you have Nigerians who have created Twitter space to be discussing about Nigeria's problem. Does that mean that they want an effective change in Nigeria? Do we not know how many socialist or so-called left or revolutionary people just claim to be revolutionary so that they can cash out on their ideology by building a fan base? So we know all these things. What sets people aside is the work that they do. I have worked in this person's party, held positions in that party to do jobs. And I can tell you that there is a disconnect in that party between the leadership and organization. So that one is not something that you can come and now gaslight me or tell me that I've been in the party, I know what I'm talking about. Say because you want to compare a Shonkuti and a Showore. I feel like that's a disservice to Showore. I feel like it's a disservice because the work which Showore don't do is evident, and you can see it in the organization inside the party. You can see it in how the party moves. The party was 2018 or 2019. That's AAC. MOP was 2020. Look at them structurally and tell me if you can compare them. You now say, okay, because we are the UFOs are the ones that are calling Shore, then that means that Shore doesn't know. Before UFOs was created, there was AAC, there was a AAC, and there was a Shore doing their job. The Shore was doing his job. Before UFOs can say, okay, now we're going to do our part. And that is based on what your leader is doing. And you can see, based on how Shore acts, it shows within the party. It shows within the party. So if you want to compare, revolutionaries, in fact, I don't even want to get into that discussion. Don't even do that comparison between the two of them. But now, if you want to talk about what Shehu did, I'm not going to now blindly support Shehu. I say Shehu should have set up 6 days as a revolutionary. This is I think as a revolutionary, you should even be thoughtful enough, knowing this is someone that I've watched practically almost all Shemun's videos. Like when I started, I watched Shemun's video from the bottom. I was listening, learning. I've listened to the things that Shemun has said, and I have seen the contradictions in his art, in his character. You tell us on your videos that we should make sure that we put the revolution first. But you are telling us that you have a political party, you have $120,000, even if it is 10% of that. If you, Liberation Chat, have $120,000, you won't tell me that we'll not be struggling to do events in the movement, we'll be struggling to do things. All of you ask yourself, all the listeners listening, when you get your money, how much do you budget for the revolution? Then you have $120,000, you cannot do 2, 3 events, 4 events in a year. And you are telling us that this is not even the first time, but you're traveling around the world, but you have time to enjoy and ball and party and chill with your friends. But to do your own revolutionary organization is a problem for you. Meanwhile, there are people inside the party that are there active on a daily basis, and then you're not telling me that that same person who could not bring that same effort inside his own revolutionary party can expend that same effort to fight with Wizkid fans to chase clout. To what aim? What has that? Okay, now after doing that, what has the revolution gained from it? What have we gained as a movement, as the left in Nigeria? What have we gained from it? People have disrespected Baba Fela more. The antagonism between Wizkid FC and Shehu has increased, thereby pushing people just because they don't like him. Now they are already just turned off by that. And what has that achieved for the left? Did we get more people involved in the left? Did it propagate the Pan-Africanism ideology in any way? Did it propagate socialism ideology in any way? No. Just beef. People came online, got distracted when they could have been talking about serious things that were happening within that same period. That was the same period that the Nigerian government and other African governments signed that US health bill. Nigerians were busy arguing about Seun Kuti and Wizkid instead of talking about the problems that they were going through over a cultural debate. The person did not even say that Fela Kuti is a better revolutionary than Seun. He said this music. I watched the video. Say, I say this music thing. I say whiskey. The person that wasn't talking, just random person. The person still even messaged you to apologize. We should excuse those ones. But now you want to not tell me that whiskey should have come out to call his fans. He should have come out to do this because whiskey FC is a company that whiskey controls and is the CEO. As if it's not Obi that came out the other day and said that obedience should not insult and articulate it. And we were on this live when Peter Obi people came and said that they are proudly criminals and they will continue to insult him. So that means that Atiku should not go and be fighting with Peter Obi because of what his fans did. If the people say that if you wanted to slap someone before that and you see small opportunity, you quickly take the opportunity to slap the person. That is what happened, and that is what we have seen. It was a cloud chasing thing. And it's okay if you have even said it on this call yourself, that PR. Yeah, you can use PR as the name to call it, but it was PR. And it's okay if it gains from the PR. That's all right. But to not frame it as a revolutionary something or that it is aligned with our struggle and now to no. Don't rope your personal beef with somebody into the collective struggle of the people. No, don't do that. That is intellectually dishonest. That is emotional blackmail. That is what they say. It is a I don't forget how I talk. It is it, I can't even describe it, but it is just wrong. It is wrong. It's not the same thing. Two artists have beef over cultural differences. A stupid fan made a statement. You could have ignored it. That would have been the most mature thing to do. This is someone who is more ideologically clear than most of us are on this space. And he wasn't able to do that. If we see something like that, call it what it is. That doesn't mean that we are now going to say we are standing on the side of whiskey. Nobody's standing on the side of whiskey. But if a comrade can do something, and then we cannot say that, but this thing, well, we could have gone about it in a better way. And you now want to justify it by saying that in Africa, we discipline African children when they say nonsense. But African elders are also wise enough to know when a child doesn't even know, not because he did not even have the privilege of knowing. When in his own country they don't teach history. History has been out of our educational syllabus for 13 years. Up until this year, they are bringing history back. So basically, what I'm saying is all these people don't even know history. All these Gen Z people don't even know history. You can't get opportunity to teach them. You can't dey follow them, they insult them. Listen to the raining of curses on that place. Does that look at that? Look at that. The raining curses, but when you die, will not be well for you, will not be doing that, all those ones. Spent 6 days just to curse at people. And you want to justify that with some I stand on his side as a revolutionary. Well, um, it's all about ideological clarity and principle. You know, it's not about emotional allegiance for because one person. No, 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 can't do that. I'm not. I personally, I'm not a part of that. That's just my own side of things. Yeah.
Yeah,
Liberation
thank
Challenge,
you.
don't finish.
Yeah, thank you so much. I'm trying to receive Godwin, please, no vessel. Yeah, okay, yeah. I've been able to receive you now because I have to the thing is interfering with. So yeah, thank you so much for that submission. And of course, on this platform, we respect everybody's position, and of course, everybody have their own reason for taking a position that they decide to take. Um, everybody have their reasons, right? And of course, I am saying very clearly, I am not saying anything fundamentally wrong or principle by principle in what Sean Kuti has done. And I don't think what he has done has affected or brought any shame to the left community in Nigeria in any way, shape, or form. Or in fact, it has really sent a very strong message that you don't attack one of our patrons or one of our ancestors in the struggle. Mm. And of course, any insult again now will be seen as a joke. And I think for you to actually do something or perhaps set the record straight, you do what may be regarded as extreme to many people. And I'm not in a place to say Sean Kuti's means of engagement is extreme. I'm not in that place. I'm not in that place to also be the judge of what happens in MOP. And what really happened in MOP is not really as a result of what you have said, maybe perhaps constitute the reality or not. If you call Seun Kuti down now and say, Ngbo, shey na true say you know dey fund MOP, all right, he would have proof to show. I've also come across one of the proof. He said on one of I told you about one guy that used to post Seun Kuti's clips. It is one of those clips that I saw Seun Kuti said, I send millions to MOP very recently. Say money enter in hand and he send me. Say you have to just look at it. Okay, let some part of it go to the organization. Let some part of it go to his bands in the clip. And anybody that wants the clip, I can send you the clip. Make you hear. So I will not be here to basically denigrate him for receiving. And of course, this all $120 of a thing now. He said it during the live, maybe perhaps he said recent, he even said in a recent something, maybe saying in receive, not quite long. He said it in a recent situation of things. And of course, nobody will say that now only him get entitlement to that money because not be only him be Fela Pikin. Not be only him be Fela Pikin. So I would not want to conclude.
Liberation Chat, if you don't know, say you know, don't worry, leave on like that. No need
I
for you
would
to
not
try to
want to.
defend
I
what
would
you
not
don't
want to
know.
conclude. And this is not a defense, really. And I find it interesting that you are saying that it's defense. I am just saying that I am not in the place to judge. So that's not a defense. I'm just saying what I think. I
Now
am
what
not
I dey
making an
talk
official
now.
statement on behalf of MOP, and
I mean, you
it
say you are
doesn't
not
mean
going to defend, but you proceed
it's
to
really
give
not
defenses after
it's
that.
really not even accurate also for anybody to see your own opinion about MOP as the fact. It is not for the
Then
fact
they
that you
should
see
fact check
you say
me.
it. And that's what I'm
Then fact check
saying.
me, But you
And
now you want to vow.
how would they
I'm giving
fact
my
check
proof.
you? How would they fact check you if the horse's mouth have not spoken? If Seun Kuti and other members of the MOP I've not come out to verify
Okay,
what
but
you
you are
said.
the
So
one that
I
now
am only
claim.
saying
You are the one that now
no.
claim that Whiskey was part of. You people are the same people that were saying that it was from the top in Whiskey FC. It's from the top of Whiskey.
Whiskey
So for Whiskey, no,
verified.
no, no. Let me finish. No, no, no,
Whiskey
no.
himself
No.
verified. Wait, I did
Wait,
not
wait.
interject when you were saying your thing. When you were
Eh,
making your submission, don't interject my own too. Whiskey himself validated the fact that he was from the top. If he did not say what he had said, he would have not given us the reason for us to reason that he came from the top. Because for him to have doubled down and validated what his fans are saying without correcting them, and no, don't do this. All right, this thing is getting out of hand. No, I'm not part of it. For him to have validated it, it means that he the one that there's every reasonable reason for anybody to come to logical conclusion that maybe perhaps now he even push these children, make it go up, make they go attack Fela. Because for him to have validated it, he has basically verifies the claim. So anybody cannot make an argument that well is actually true that this thing is orchestrated from the top, really, for him to have validated and come out. So it will not be a matter of whether or not he said it out of anger. It will be a matter of whether or not he is the one that instigated the whole thing in the first place. So, but if he had responded in a different way, apart from the way he responded, maybe if nobody, it will have removed every doubt that no, no, it's not from the top, because this kind of response do not validate the fact that this whole thing is from the top. If he had said no, my fans, no, don't do that. All right, I am not part of this. I am I am removing myself from this because I do not endorse it in any way, shape, or form. That would have cleared every reasonable doubt. But there is now reasonable doubt to actually see the reason that yeah, maybe perhaps it's really coming from the top, because based on what the top has said, he has validated all of this whole thing that they have a backing. And of course, Wizkid has also backed them up to remain in their ignorance. So that ignorance is actually a thing that Wizkid is ready to milk from, because he wants them to remain ignorant. And that validates whatever action that Seun Kuti has been doing, that he wants to really deal with them and correct them. And anybody wey go wan learn go learn. That's one thing about it. The fact that he chose to use 6 days does not invalidate or perhaps say that what he has done has ruined anything, because anybody wey go learn correction go learn correction. Somebody is requesting for the mic. Okay, yeah. So now and na there na im I put my light. Any child wey go learn go learn. All right, no child will say because the way they take correct am na im make you no learn, because the whole learning of a thing is also that is supposed to be meant to better the person's life. The elders are correcting you
after
to
you swear,
benefit
swear for
yourself.
you swear for please don't. You see, you know the beautiful thing about contradictions is that when we make contradictions, especially when
you
we make contradictions
you
that
have
are
a way of
oppressive. No, liberation chat. When we make contradictions that are like this, it's
there.
always very good
I don't
because
attack your
in no no, I'm
I've never
not.
attacked your submission. Don't attack my submission. I am giving it on the case of you have given your own on the cases of
Mm.
take it or leave it basis. I am also giving my own on the basis of take it or leave. You don't have to agree, and that is the fun part of this whole thing. And we are not going to agree on it. Obviously, we are not. We don't have to agree on it. And they are not going to agree on it, like seriously. So let us everybody make your own submission, and of course be more than willing to really allow others to make their own submission. So I allowed you to make your submission. I will pass the mic back to you, and then if there are no other things that we have to say, and if it is lingering beyond necessary, we'll go to the next thing, because one of the things that we want to also do is to take a listen at these other agenda people that are making agenda now. All right, that's one of the core things we want to do. All right, so we will not have we
I
don't
feel like
have to
say make
agree.
we even. I feel like say make we
We
even
don't
just switch to that
we don't
because
have to agree on this whole thing. I am going to take side with Seun Kuti. That is just it. In this particular issue, I am not going to say Seun Kuti has done anything principally wrong. I am not. That is just it. I am not. I have not seen anything fundamentally wrong in what Seun Kuti has done. End of story. Maybe I should just end it there. End
I
of
think
story.
it's
And of
best you
course,
end it there
we,
because I mean I'm not
we will
I
not,
don't I have a
and
problem with
I will not
the
say
fake
because of
statements. Now why?
party matters. I would not, because I know what it is to organize a people. I know, because
Oh
I have
no,
also
now we
participated in
don't know. Now we
organizing
don't know what it means to organize people because we
people.
have been. People have see. There's no
If
monopoly of
people
organization, and
don't
if
know,
people who have been no, you cannot say that because you have not been in MOP, so you cannot say that. So it's either you just say, oh, okay, I don't know that about MOP. I will do my findings. But for you to now speak on
and
it as if you have an authority is a
this is a
false
classic
narrative.
example of what I'm saying. It's a classic example of what I'm saying. I am not saying I've been part of MOP. I'm not saying that I am not saying I'm not hearing what you are saying about your concern. What I am saying that I cannot validate this as whether or not it is factual or not. And of course, any members of the public listening to you should also not see you as an authority of whatever constitutes what is happening in MOP. I am protecting you here. So the only thing that is left for
Don't I didn't
anybody
ask
to
for your protection. Don't protect me.
I mean, you don't have to ask for it. You don't have to ask for it anyway for me to protect you. But the fact remains that your own concern does not necessarily mean that that is the truth about what is happening in MOP. That is true. That's just
It is the
facts.
truth because I was
It
there,
is
and that's why I can
facts.
speak on it. If person there somewhere and he tell you say something happened for a year, you if you cannot take his word for it, you can say, oh, okay, I'm not sure, I don't know about this, but don't worry,
Exactly what
I'll
I'm
do my
doing.
due diligence. But
Exactly
that's
what
not what you
I'm
have done.
doing
No, no,
here.
that's not what you have done. Liberation. What you have
What have
done
I
is
done?
to proceed. No, what you have done is to proceed to say, we organize too, and you have created excuse and say, and if it doesn't come for this, it doesn't mean there's not doing this now. It doesn't mean there's not doing this. But you don't know. I'm telling you, I know. If you don't know, you cannot
And
now
I have
say if you
also
have not
told
done
you
wait liberation.
that
If you have
contrary
not
to what you have said, I have also seen
5 minutes, okay.
soundbite from Sean Kuti himself saying he has no, based on what you are saying, that he doesn't,
Mm,
this is the person that doesn't choke or he doesn't donate to the party. People, the party is struggling with 50,000 naira, because we are making reference to that 50,000 naira, 50K that the party is struggling. Is
mm,
I can produce a clip where Sean Kuti said
mm.
he actually donated millions, millions, not thousands,
Liberation chat.
millions
Liberation chat.
into the,
Now,
so,
now,
and that
now,
negates what you
now.
are saying. So
No,
I
no, no,
cannot
no,
be
no,
the
no.
judge.
Listen,
I can't
listen
be
to
the
this.
judge.
Listen to this. We have a party. You are making a certain amount, over a certain amount. You are the chairman of the party. You have an obligation, especially when you are someone who has gone about talking and saying that, oh, Nigerians should bring their resources into this liberation. Nigerians should bring their profession into this liberation. And then you have the party members. And then you are privileged to be in a position where you have more financial capacity than they do. And then when the party wants to do events or we want to do outreach, we inside the party are struggling to raise funds. We wanted to register this party as of 2025, of which, by the way, I don't think that was what we should have been doing at that point in time. No, at 2020, early 2025, no, 2024, 2025. At the point that I don't even think that's what they should have been doing, but that's what they decided to do, to go and register the party, right? They want to go and register the party. How much do we need to register the party? 3 million to register the party. 3 million to register the party, right? And we're looking for 3 million for how long? Seun Kuti, I think out of that 3 million, Seun Kuti did, I can't remember how much they say he did. They say probably say he did like 500 or 1 million or something. Then other members they contribute their own. Oh. Okay, we can't do this thing finish now. How far the registration? Even though we all know in the party at the point in time that we have not even met the criteria for registration. Even though we that will be working members in the party, senior working members in the party, we knew that the party had not met the criteria for registration, and they pushed for registration. We raised up the concern that this thing cannot work because we have not met the criteria for registration. They say no, we should leave it. They reached out to members, new members, old members, asking people to donate, to bring their resources forward to register the party. Okay, people put their resources to register the party. INEC, you want to go and meet INEC to register the party. What next do we get from INEC? We reached out, members are now saying, INEC has released their official report. Oh, only 14 parties were registered. MOP wasn't one of them. We raised that issue in the media. Why? Okay, MOP wasn't registered. How do we reach out to the comrades of the party to let the same comrades that we are taking money from, to let them know that, look, oh, this is where the money went into, this is what we did with the money, oh, and this is how it happened. Oh. We did not address that issue. Party members who contributed were not even told afterwards that this is what happened with the finances that we took from you. No, that issue was kept silent. The matter died. Nobody, it was not addressed. What is the difference between that and what happens in Nigeria today when they tell people to pay tax to bring their money into government, and then they cannot give them account for what their money has been used for? And you want to tell me that one thing was happening where one thing was happening, and then you are the chairman of the party. It is easy to set up your camera and address Nigerian president or call Nigerian president out. But when you are the leader of the party, you cannot call out your own inconsistency and your own you cannot even do better inside the party as a leader in terms of managing the party better than the so-called Nigerian government that you are talking about. Nigerian government, they are managing a whole country. You are talking about managing a party of barely how many people, and you could not manage them. And you now want to come and give me excuses and tell me that, oh, they are this same person. When I can go on stories upon stories and I tell you how many things. I mean, was it the time that people were invited to show and we had to bring money to bring people to show? We get to the show after people had to literally risk their lives coming from Ibadan to Lagos in the night, get there. They want to do outreach in his show. After he said he invited the party members, they reached the show, and then you now say, "Oh, that you didn't know that party members were coming today." Should I mention that one? Or I should list. I can list things. I can list inconsistencies or things. You think it's just to open video and do live and be talking and be talking and be saying that this time must happen, this must happen. That now means that a person is revolutionary because he's saying all those things. I'm telling you what we experienced within the party. You are telling me about what you are watching on Instagram Live. Have you worked with this person before? Have you worked in their organization before? No. Abi, is it not the same Aisha Yusufu that was going around Nigeria that was talking about better Nigeria, better Nigeria? Today, she's a LP. You want to now tell me that, oh, the criteria for someone being a revolutionary is singing revolutionary songs and then, opening Instagram to do Instagram Live. Then, because of that, I beg, I don't want to. That's why I don't want to get into this conversation, because if I start talking, I'll just get into discussing other things that are wrong by ideology and wrong by principle. But let's not even get into that. I don't even want to get into the conversation anymore. I think we've overstretched it personally. But it's okay.
All right. Um, Godwin, we have been dropping and coming up, and of course, you have come up again. Before the network decide to play prank on you, let's pass you the mic so you give your submission on this issue. What do you have to say? What's your own take to this conversation? Are you there, Godwin?
Yeah, I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Yeah, greetings, sir.
I've been listening to the last speaker, and well, this is what we all go through. Let me just say, this is what we currently go through in Nigeria on a daily basis. Um, for me, I will just tell the last caller not to give up hope. Nobody is perfect. That's Nobody is perfect, but it's good sometimes that we do what we preach. If you are not doing what you are preaching, it's just like the person will look like a hypocrite. So that's why me I really don't like talking too much. Sometimes our actions and our deeds, people are watching it. Eh, No matter what you do, people are watching it. If you are um for good, people are watching, and if you are for good leadership, people are watching it. And if you are for an irresponsible leader, people are also watching. So for me, I would just say it's good we do what we are known for is good we are also doing it. Yeah, that's why sometimes it's good to do whatever you preach so that you will not turn a hypocrite. So that's for that. I've really been battling with network, and even as I'm talking to you right now, there's no light. So I'm inside a center of darkness. So the thing is that we keep having government that gives us darkness upon darkness. Year after year, they increase our darkness, and so many people are still queuing behind this darkness, still queuing for this darkness to continue. We really have to be serious with whatever we are doing. If we are not serious, the people we are even talking about, they will just be looking us as if these ones are not even serious. We just have to try and continue whatever we have been doing to get the message of liberation and of freedom to the people. That's all what we just have to do as citizens, because it's our duty, it's our efforts, and it's our relentlessness that will give us the new nation we all have been dreaming about. So giving up on the way will never give us the solution we need. We just have to try. In this journey, there are gonna be so many trials, so many obstacles, so many hurdles. So we just have to try and make sure we skate through those hurdles for us to get whatever we want, for the new nation we all have been dreaming about. So for me, let me just drop the mic here to allow another speaker continue. Thanks.
Right. Thank you very much indeed. And of course, well, if you ask me, I would not agree with the fact that Shonkuti is not a practice of what he preaches. All right. And of course, based on what has been happening to Showore, Showore, where they practice with you, they preach. Eh? Nigeria still spit for him face. Nigeria still they do it. They pour
There's
am
there's
spit
there's speed
on
for
on
him, not be only his
on a
his
on a
body.
daily basis. Eh?
That one are normal now. That one are normal.
So
If you're a
I would
revolutionary,
not.
there will be pushback.
I would. I would. As far as I'm concerned, is Seun Kuti a member of a political organization? In fact, has he even taken up the mantle of being part of the heads of the echelons? Yes. Is he engaging the people in any way, shape, or form? Engagement with the people? Yes. That is what matters to me. And if just 30% of Nigerians, make 30% of Nigerians just dey do wetin Seun Kuti dey do, as little, or maybe perhaps you can even say it's insignificant as it may be, Nigeria would not be the way it is today. We will have pulled down this system. If all Nigerians were to do is to do a fragment of what Seun Kuti is doing, Nigeria would not be the way it is today. They don't even have to come to protest ground though. I'm not saying they should come to protest ground like some of us say we go they go put chest for AK-47 wielding police officers, eh, with tear gas to our face. I'm not even saying that. Make dem even dey conscious enough to accept say something dey wrong and we have to pull down this system. That is what they
I
need to
think
do.
I think all obedience are thinking like that now.
So obedient are not saying that you pull down a system. Obedient are basically obedient to the system. It's
Oh,
exactly
no,
the
no.
opposite
Obedience
situation.
are complaining
They are,
about obedience, like most Nigerians are complaining about the problem in Nigeria. Complaining about the problem in Nigeria has
I'm not talking
never
about
solved.
complain here. I have not used the word complain. I'm not talking about complain. I'm just saying being a member of a political organization that is willing to pull down the system. Obedient movement is not pulling down any system. They are basically fanning the flame of maintaining status quo. It's different from MOP. Far different.
Obedient,
MOP is not even a party yet, though. But
obedient, they are
obedient
trying to
movement is
fit
the
in.
opposite of MOP. So make they even do waiting. Let's even admit that Seun Kuti is not doing enough. Let's. I want to welcome that idea that is not doing enough. Make them do wetin Seun Kuti dey do. Eh? Make dem do am. Make we see wetin wan happen to Nigeria. That will be my comment. I will pass the mic to Africa in the box. And let me accept. I can see another. The room is full.
Liberation room. They
I think
everywhere they hot today.
Okay,
make
all right,
I
It be
Ismail.
like
refresh
saying that this
everyone.
kind of conversation we go dey get now.
Can you hear me?
People like wahala conversation well well.
Can you hear me, Civic Space?
Yes, yes, we can
Yeah,
hear
I
you.
can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
well, nice space, nice conversation, and the previous speaker before you, the last two
I beg,
previous,
speak a little bit louder. I'm
yeah,
African
the,
talk.
the last two previous speaker, you made me request for the mic, and can you hear me now? Am I really audible now?
Yeah, you. I can hear you. Can you hear him, CV
Yeah,
Space? I
Yeah,
can
yeah,
hear him
yeah,
very well on my
yeah,
side.
yeah.
yeah. So the thing is that I understand his grievances. Can you guys mute your mic? I'm echoing here.
Sorry, let me make up.
Yeah, so yeah, I understand his grievances. He has a right to expect more from Sheon Kuti, and he also has the right to express his grievances. But I don't think he has the right to set a threshold to say, oh, this is you have to spend more money from the amount you have. You have to do more. You see, everybody can do more. Even you yourself, you can do more. I myself can do more. Civic Space can do more. But what will make us do more? That is the reality. You see, there's no amount Shekuti will spend, no rally. In fact, once he embarked on that pathway, there will always be need to spend more. Either you're saying, yeah, you should be able to spend some certain amount from this. You will be the one to say, you should be able to spend this. And before you know it, the government is going after him. Because that is how it is. Look at Showore that has been doing it. Government has been going after him. Shure goes to protest. He was running. People were still laughing. People were still laughing, saying that was running. This kind of stuff. So now you expecting him to just commit this suicide completely and say, okay, fine, let me go all the way out. It's just. He could do more, but I don't think. You have the right to set a threshold to say, okay, fine, this is what you have to do. Because, bro, let me tell you something, right? If you look at the entire situation of Nigeria, will you do more in that situation, knowing the consequences? Okay, if something happen now, you do rally, police come, kill people, put people, some people for prison, carry throw his wife from the balcony. Now, still Nigerians will come and say, his wife no fine, see his face don't spoil. Bro, so there are so many things to these things, right? You have the right to say, you can do more, but bro, who are you doing more for? Is it the same Nigerians? Is it the same
Africa.
Nigerians? You understand? So everybody is moving at anybody that you will see on space, even you that are doing this evolutionary talk, you are doing the capacity that you can in respect to how people, in respect to the acceptance level of the masses. See, Nigerians want someone that will die for them. They want someone like Fela. You want to turn Shehu to another Fela. They should kill his mom. They should kill his own wife too, and all that. And what will be the reaction of the masses? They will be laughing. They will be mocking. So what you're asking for is I just see it as way too much. It's way too much compared to the acceptance level of the people. You just want him there. This guy threw his platform for liberation. He talks about it. He even championed the MOP. He's the only one that I know among all these fella son that is championing MOP. But you still want him to do more. Yeah, there is a room for him to do more. But will it actually translate into something? Look at what Shogari has been doing. So look at what Shogari has been doing. How many people are behind Shogari now? These are the questions you should ask. See, he can't do it alone. If he do rally, see, his party don't, they never accept him. Okay, you said there are some criteria he hasn't met. Well, I want you to mention those criteria, but to me, it's INEC that they are intentionally trying not to register the party.
So
It's
if I
INEC that
get
is
to go,
you
okay, no,
know, it's
I still say
INEC
they
that
ask
is
me a question.
intentionally, trying not to, register the party. So I think we should quit asking individuals that have been trying to say, okay, fine, you should do more. Someone that is doing this much, you still want him to do. What about the masses? People that have done more. How has the masses reacted to it? Those are the things. Even if you are in his level, you really talk now. If you are in his level, you have those 120K dollars that you're talking about. My brother, you go want to do business. You say you go one say when you put everything to party, make police they come after you, make soldiers they come after you because they do rally. You can't do it alone. That is the thing. That is the reality. I'm sure that if he's seeing more reaction from the masses, he will definitely do more. It's the masses. The masses. We know the government is whack. The masses too. They are not. The masses, in fact, the masses are not doing quite enough. They are not encouraging. They are not encouraging at all. So let's quit. Let's quit. Let's quit. In asking the masses to the an individual that is doing what is in his capacity to is what is best in his capacity. But let's quit asking them. Let's start talking to ourselves. Yeah, yeah. You do more. Do more. Talk to your friends. Talk to your mom. Talk to your grandma. Talk to your wife. Join. That is it. At least let other people that have not been doing anything, let them do a little. Then you will see what people that have been doing a lot. You will see the extent they would go. So many people, I'm tired. I myself, I'm tired. I know if you see 120K now, make I talk, say make I go, make I put 20% for revolutionary. And the fact that they tell you, if I want to put something for revolutionary, I go, yeah, maybe 2%. 2%, yeah, civic space. So yeah, make I do my own.
Ah,
Bro,
Africa
because
in the
say
box. Now
I
wow.
now they tell you, bro.
So you see now this now proves what I'm saying. Actually, this now kind of gives me an hint, really.
yeah,
So
let
that
me
means
finish.
that
Okay,
people
I'm
just are just talking about revolution, but they are not willing
not
to
talk.
do
Okay, so are
what
you
it
saying
takes.
okay? So are you saying me? Are you saying me? I know they try. See,
No, no, no.
even
Listen
they
to me,
try.
Africa in the
See,
box.
it's
No,
not
this
about
is what
just
I'm
talking.
saying.
See, listen. It's not just
Okay.
about talking. I'm just telling you, Sheikh Kuti is not just talking. You know how much they drop for your hand because you can't really tell how much they really drop for your hand for this revolutionary. Even for him saying they use this platform, they talk about even talking about themselves now something. Okay, go meet to be there. Me they talk about them. You know many Nigerians don't really talk about them. I'm telling you, 80% of Nigerians really talk about them. See, if anybody start to talk about them, even you will be pushed to do more. Now wait till I declare you. You know what you want make him do now? Now total suicide. Now total suicide. Making the two money for rally so that they go catch him. They go all these things and they go people go still laugh am. Bro, people go still come laugh am. Now wetin me I declare you. If you don't understand me, I understand. Say you dey put your grievances, you dey put them forward. Say okay, fine. Now waiting I want make be my preference be that. But there are so many things behind these things. You will want spend some certain money, bro. You go dey think or say waiting this money go bring you. It go bring you chaos.
Ah,
They kill
Africa,
Showores brother.
Africa in the box.
They,
Ah,
they kill Showores brother. Say, bro, me, I'm coming clean to you. Say, bro, see,
Please let's allow Africa in the box
as
to
you
land.
get grievances, bro, other people's get grievances too. Your own grievances not be the only one really correct. You understand? My own grievances be say the masses. I know they see something good from the masses.
The
I know they
masses are
see
sleeping.
the masses are sleepy. The masses are not so you just want make him just come out as figurehead. The same thing will happen to Fela go happen to am. Next 10 years too, some people go come say they go call themselves be Omale FC. They'll call the battle, they call the banter and say you will they throw your wife come up for stairs. Your wife no fine. You go dey- you know, bro, we go see all those ones. Say okay, fine, you go come say make I go cook 50K for my 50K dollars, for my 500K dollars. Make I put them again. Waiting they come from that money now. Waiting na problem. Now waiting I declare you want him to move to another level than what he is now. Upon they tell you say the level where they up this level now problem for him. Cause if they say they do all those stuff, they come for him more. But the masses we suppose hold down together, make sure say they no come for this person where they do more. They go stay calm. They no go even talk anything. Showore go Shoki. I no go ever forget. As they come out for prison, he go Shoki saying na papa, I go protest. Really, nobody come out. Everybody just dey drive on top Milan Beach. They can't declare Showore wanted. They can't dey laugh. Masses can't dey laugh. Some don't even talk about and they talk about Peter Obi. Now the same people where you want making they come on money for. Alaye, bro, I understand. Say okay, fine, you want more, but Alaye, who go give you more if you know if you do am alone? You want make people they do more. You want make him commit suicide. Waiting, they do. Wetin no Fela pikin you na only because him champion am. Person wey get mind dey champion am. Na him fit dey ask for more. How about people wey no even do anything reach am? People
Champion.
will not do people will not do anything reach am. They ask for more from them. But person will do something, so yeah, make I the champion this MOP. This guy jump on space. I was on MOP space one day. I see him. Bro, if you think say that one no be enough, go back, go rethink. If you think say that one no day enough, go back. No day enough at this point. I'm not talking if you do more, but at this point, when we say the masses no know wetin dem dey do. If you think say that one no day okay, bro, rethink am. Use this energy. Call Femi out. Call Made out. Call your mama out. Call your papa out. Call your wife out. As they use that time they talk about Shehu, use that time, call your sister out, your brother out. Maybe they call each other out. People we don't do something, when they talk, when they even put their some certain amount, even at 10 naira, they don't come out, leave them first. Eh? Go they call other people where they matter. Yeah, your papa, you don't do anything. Maybe you can't see if people come out. You can't go meet you. Say, people don't come out. Why you not even do anything? But you see situation maybe 60%, don't do anything. Person we can't they try. They join space, they remove 10 naira. You got to say, you know, if you remove all the naira. Alaye, bro, I respect you, I understand your grievances because say you want more. But bro, maybe they reason this thing together. If you did that situation with that money, with the way Nigerians are today, you go commit that suicide, put your own family in jeopardy because of people will go laugh you tomorrow. Alaye, if everybody won't live in this capitalistic world like this, say Nigeria, maybe this scatter, maybe make everything scatter. Me, I go do waiting, I go now 2% of my money, I feel come out, I go come out until I see the people they come out 1% of their money. Me too, I go come increase my own. But say but say you dey just expect one person to just commit one suicide. Why people do nothing? Alaye, na another Jesus will find you. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much, the African in the box. Let's pass the mic. It seems as though the African Wala want to chip in something. Please proceed, sir.
No, no. I was just enjoying African in the box submission. No, nothing to add to it.
Yeah, I feel add
Ike,
liberation chat. I be
Ike is back. Okay, please proceed.
okay, okay. So what I want to talk now say see, Africa in the box. Yeah, you know. So what you they talk now? You say okay, liberation. Your side the echo
Okay, okay, sorry.
as well. Yeah. So you see, make it do it if you do say shit we won't push and make it come be like sure. Then what is the point of the talk that we talk every time when we are trying to tell people to get active in the liberation? When we talk about this thing, they always talk saying life and death. If something is a matter of life and death, how seriously should you take it? I think you should take it almost as seriously as Shore is taking it. Especially when you come out and say you want to be a leader. Especially when you come out and you say you want to be a leader. It falls, the onus is on you to now do what a leader should do, which is to lead by example. So what is the example now? To come online. I say I did for inside the party. Say, what are we saying? I'm inside this party. I'm telling you that we're looking for 50,000 naira to do outreach. We're looking for 70,000 naira to do merch. We're looking for 3 million naira to get registered. And you're talking about someone who has this money, who literally has come on his life to say he gives his wife like 5 million naira every month. They tell us, say, there's no 3 million naira. What you can close your hand and do. Now, let's get to the criteria for registration. We're talking at a party as of when I was there. We are looking at a party that doesn't even know the standing members that he had. Now we have a workforce, right? We're part of the workforce, right? In the MOP. We want to do one single thing. It will take us at least, as in want to do one single thing. For example, we want to do an outreach in one state, right? It will take us over 1 month to have a full meeting that will help us plan that thing in one state. And when I mean like just for people to come to meeting, make people just day meeting, people no go day for meeting, for our meetings. And I'm not even talking about random members. I'm talking about the leadership of the party. Leadership of the party no go they come meetings. Why? Because they forgot. We're talking about seriousness here. You're talking about. I'm saying people are not. We're not serious. We're in this party. People no go come for meeting. We won't do event. People, and then the leadership is not asking. And I'm talking about to the highest level. What's happening? Why are we not growing? Why are we not moving forward? What's happening to our numbers? Do you know the criteria to get registered in a party in Nigeria? You must be active in 26 or 28 of at least of the 36 states in Nigeria. You do not have that, but you want to go and get registered. How you don't even, you're not even active. When I joined the party, I had to do an appraisal of the structure of the party to even understand, okay, what is, because when you join the party, you look, what's going on? Let's get some job. It's not getting done. Okay, let's do an appraisal. We do an appraisal. This is what's up. This is what's up. If we improve here, we improve here, we improve here. We get to ahead to start doing it. To try. Okay, you can go and do it. Go ahead to come and start doing it. Nobody is putting any foot forward. The leadership is not asking, even when you reach out to leadership that this is what is happening, and we need, the leadership to call the people, participants to order. Nothing, zero, nothing is said about it. I said we did for party we be say they look the MOP up until it was my team and I that helped revamp the MOP Instagram page. We did for this. I said OnlyFans, they follow nothing that less than 50 OnlyFans page on Instagram. Capitalist posts, capitalist pages, and everything they follow for the Instagram, and they tell you who are. We have to revamp it. Nobody say we even had, and the revamp was over like it took like 3 months with the fight with the media.
Comrade,
Yeah.
did you say you were following OnlyFans?
They follow OnlyFans pages. OnlyFans pages. Pages, not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5. At least 50 OnlyFans pages.
And you think it is really, really fair to conclude that this is actually a conscious effort, or perhaps a conscious effort to do
Let me
that?
tell you, liberation.
And we are not even factoring in. Wait, wait.
Context.
Let me land, please. Are we not factoring in the possibility of the account being hacked? All right. And of
Okay.
course, you want us to believe that it is deliberate, that the
Liberation.
handler of
Now, I
the
will tell
movement
you.
of the people and it is
I will
sanctioned by
answer
the
you.
authorities
I
that
like
they
the
should
fact
go
that
and
you're
be
asking these
following
questions.
50, not just one.
I like the
50
fact that
only
you're asking
fans.
these questions.
So it's
I
very,
like the fact
very.
that you're asking
I
these
find it
questions.
very interesting. Really.
It's good
Yeah.
that you're asking this question. Now we answer you. Now we raise up the issue because we stumble on. Okay, look at this thing. This is what is going on here. We send it to the leadership. How far are you guys aware of this? Leadership, no, they are aware. First of all, the fact that the leadership is not aware that these are the kind of pages that your Instagram handle is following is a problem. Then even the posts that are on the page, many of them are not even ideologically sound posts because most of them were just reposted posts by the same handler of the page. Now, if we now go ahead to now say, okay, who is now the handler of this page? Guess who the handler of the page is? The head of the media. Who is the head of the media? A NEC representative that literally has meeting with the head of the party, with all these are people who are literally the heads of all the major parties. And they talk about the top 8 people in the party. Now, one of them, they be the handler of the party. Oh yeah, we can't bring them up. We can't show them. Say, Alpha, see what thing they happen. We showed it to them. In fact, the meeting was called. Shonkuti was on the meeting. We showed him, see what thing they happen for the meeting. He said, saying no. See how this kind of thing they happen. I said, now what thing they happen for this place is that share you will not see him. He said, okay, no problem. Go ahead and clean the Instagram page. Right? Okay, we'll clean the Instagram page. It took us almost 2-3 months fighting with this guy, this media head guy, before we could clean the Instagram page up. The person no one agree give password. Party member, no one agree give password. Everybody just did the lookup. This is just one on the side. Move to another one. You say, Putem Chairman invite people come meeting.
Before we move to the other things, at least what you have said there, towards the end of what you have said, you agreed that Sean Kuti was part of the meeting. He made himself available, and he admitted that he was not aware of it, which usually happens. All right. So I think let's let that one. We cannot
So you'll be like say
indict
make AAC. Let's
as
assume that AAC is reposting and following OnlyFans. Then Shore will now say, then Shore, the AAC members will now say they did not know. They've not say. I'm trying to imagine if this was happening in another.
No, you knew.
Yeah.
That is why you raised the flag. And of course, when you raise the flag, it's not as though the leadership endorsed or perhaps support it. So which means that this individual handling the platform did that on his own volition.
Yes,
And
but
of
you
course,
guys wanted to point out that the handler, it was hacked. You said it could have been hacked. I can't tell you say you know they hacked.
no,
Saying a
no,
leadership.
I said, are you want us to believe that it's actually a matter of MOP intentionally doing that on behalf of the organizer? That's what I'm saying. That it seems as
No,
though
no,
you are
no.
trying to indict the party that they are aware of it, they validate it. That's what I'm trying to rectify there. It's not as though I'm saying that,
I'm pointing
and of
out.
course you have been able to explain that
Mm,
yes, it's not, they are not aware of it. Neither do they recognize or particularly validate that particular situation. So that's what I wanted to really bring out. So please
okay, okay,
proceed.
okay,
Thank you.
okay. Yeah, yeah. It's just the same way. You know, the same way with the always when we call out things for Nigerian government go talk say they don't know say they happen. No, you don't know say they happen. It's very easy for us to
No,
create
no, no.
excuses.
Nigerian government, no, they talk say they don't know. Nigerian government,
People
they validate them, say now so it be.
are like
For instance,
liberation,
now,
liberation. Okay, let me give you an example of they don't know that it was happening. They didn't know it was going on. When liberation, let's know. See, it's not, when they say money 200 trillion miss, they say they don't know where the 200 trillion is. See, when you're in an organization and something is wrong in the
no, they
organization,
did not say they don't know. Say the 200 trillion miss. So in
they
fact,
say
they
they
are the
don't know what
ones
the
that
money is.
they are the ones that even brought it to our attention. It was the Senate, led by Oshiomhole, that said
Mm-hmm.
it is true that there was a missing fund. Now then
Okay.
bring them to
When
our
they come ask
so they are the
NNPC,
ones.
what NNPC talk?
NNPC talk say it's not as though the money was missing. It was because there is a misunderstanding between the accounting process, that some of the money went into receivables, some went
Excuses.
into expenses. So, but the thing is that we are
Excuses.
no. I just want to verify something. It's not as though the system is saying that they are not aware, and they say they are aware and they know say this thing happen. So we are the one just expressing concern that where
Mm.
did the money go? And of course, if you are
Okay.
saying the money go to a particular place, which bank received what?
It's
And that was
liberation.
exactly what the Senate was doing. So we cannot say that they know. They say that they don't know. They know of the
Okay.
funds. It is
All right.
absolute difference between them and this MOP
I
situation.
dey hear
That's what I'm
you
trying
say,
to
and also I never know say you go fit defend Nigeria government like this for my life, but that's okay. Anyway, back to what I was saying.
If
Now,
you think I'm being defensive of Nigeria government after this explanation, well, there's nothing I can do
no,
about
I
it.
know now. Wait till they talk. I say let's move on now. Now, if something is going on in a party and this is we're not even talking about a party that has this is a small party. It's movement. You could not even manage your own social media page to know what is happening on that social media page. We're talking about events where we the host, where we can host on ground.
I beg, Sheila, I
Now
did you the
again, now
talk.
yes, now.
I don't know so
Now
are
me, now
you.
me, I need to
This
know.
is
You know,
like this.
see, that was why I had to leave the party, and that's why I came to AAC. And for me, it's not as though AAC is foolproof in organizing as well, because AAC still get other things to do in terms of the organization, but they are serious-minded comrades here. And it is the work of individual serious-minded comrades who have come together that has made youth AAC the way it is today, under the leadership of somebody who is actually paying attention to the party towards its development. It is based on how the leader of AAC is moving. Now, why AAC did like this today. So I can speak on both because I have been inside MOP and now I'm in AAC. And I did tell wait before you put your mic for mouth.
And
Look
me,
at
I
you.
am telling you that Chore himself talk say if no be a particular group of the support base we took it upon themselves to
Mm.
literally the party was sinking. And this is
Okay.
not, and anybody before that particular time, anybody would have been assuming that Chore was a, they will make this argument that you are making that Chore is a bad leader. He does not know how to organize well. That is why the party is sinking. But I'm telling you, it was the members, this very
Uh,
statement wey you make now, the serious member. And of course, if a serious membership also did the same thing with MOP no go be as it was because of your own
oh,
seriousness now
oh,
that
oh.
actually
So,
rescued
so, so,
that
so,
rescued
no. So, what you are saying now is
no,
basically like blaming
let me
Nigerians
make
for
I
Nigeria
land.
problem or blaming
Say what?
Nigeria. Yes, yes. Because now this
Yes,
is this
yes,
is the
yes, yes.
hypocrisy. This is the
That's what I'm
hypocrisy
saying.
that I always point
Nigerians
out.
are
This is the
responsible
hypocrisy
for
I
their
point out.
problem.
This is
It's
the
exactly what I'm
hypocrisy I
saying.
point
And
out. Can I point it out again? Nigerians,
say
when we
what?
want to talk about the government, excuse me, let me point out. Nigerians, when we want to talk about the government, it's very easy for us to call on the leadership. And the presidency is not doing this because of the presidency. That's why this one at the bottom. You can always look towards the top when you want to address Nigeria problem. But when it comes to now looking it in an organization, a small organization, not even a whole country, a small organization that doesn't even have up to 50 members as the working, I'm talking about the standing workers of the party, they were not up to 50. When it comes to talk about that small organization, you cannot manage 50 people to become productive, to grow from that
It's
same
a different
50.
scenario entirely. It's a very wrong parallel that you're trying
Oh,
to draw here. But I
oh,
would like you to continue so that when I have my time, I will be able to, set the record straight. But please proceed.
you can't set the record straight in a party that you didn't know about. But nevertheless, let me move on. Anyway, now looking at this same MOP, we want to do meetings. People don't turn up for meetings. We'll write to the leadership that we need to take care of this. Okay, no, let me even finish from that media, from the social media thing. Okay, for the social media now, we did there. It took us 3 months to fight with this media head, who was part of the NEC representative, by the way, for us to be able to finish on, clean that media page up. We not even did media at the point in time when membership and mobilization, that is bringing people into the party. That's where we were, right? That's where we were. We had to go and join media again to now start helping. People will be say their skills no be graphics design. They can't learn graphics design to help media. People will come into the party. There's no means of, follow up, how to get things done, how to get. This is a small organization that we don't have more than 50 people. You could not run it. And then you now castigate the Nigerian government that they cannot do their own work when you cannot manage 50 people. So you see how hard it is for the Nigerian government, but you can easily call them out every time as though you are better. And this is not even a matter of, okay, now communicate with the comrades, talk to them, and be a leader like you claim that Nigerian leaders should be. You don't do that. We're not even talking about finance. Just be there for the comrades. Be there and be active as a leader. Saying, okay, you know what? I'm not going to support anything. I'm not going to over put any money into this. I'm just one of you. We're going to do this work together. What have we achieved this month? What is the goal for the year? What are we doing at the end of the year? How many members have we gotten? How are we moving forward? Okay, those states, what's happening in those states? Or your state, what's happening there? This, what's happening here? Nothing like that all year round. Nothing like that all year round. Nothing like that. No form of, even coming to address the people, coming to talk to the party members. Okay, in terms of infrastructure, what have we done? Have we improved it? Nothing like that. But you come on your page to encourage Nigerians to bring their best forward, put their all into it. You talk that revolution is a matter of life and death. This, that. And I'm telling you, people literally cash out from being leftist in Nigeria. People, they cash out from being revolutionaries in Nigeria because all they have to do is create small revolutionary movement and then align it with some French socialist movement. French socialist movement go they fund them, go they give them money, they go they use something. Bon, you know, tell me that because somebody is doing social media that all Nigerians should do that. As if Nigerians currently, the order of the day is people opening their TikTok pages to be making videos and castigating the country. But do they want any change? No. Does talking change anything? No. What changes things? Political organization. You build a political organization, you cannot manage it, and you are telling me you can waste 6 days to be insulting Wizkid and his fans, but you could not spend 6 days for 365 days in a year in your own party to come and even talk to your party members and even know what is wrong to get the party moving. You want to now make an excuse that is the kind of revolutionary that I should be. If that's the kind of revolution that you want to be, then that's fine. But that's not the kind of revolutionary I want to be. If I'm going to put, I say we there for the party. People, they put their last 2,000, their last 10,000 naira to go for party events. People would, and yeah, to even try and do events, they will get there. They will be frustrated, not because the people in the community frustrated them, but because the leadership that they are working with could not even account for the efforts that they have done in the first place. Ask MOP members now. You tell me that, don't we see Shore? Comrade Sidney was doing something. Was he not there? Don't we see him moving around? Don't we see him organizing with the people? Is he not in touch with the people? You want to compare that to somebody who is in his house more consistently than others? And you not tell me because he's doing that, then okay, it can be forgiven. Or no, because he's doing that, he has done enough. See, when I'm talking about he can do better, I know say make he give in life, but he can do way like the difference between what he's doing and what he can do is it's like night and day. It's like night and day. It's not even something that you can even compare. I'm talking about a party that has existed for over 5 years. And as of 2025 ending, the party doesn't even have a standing count on how many state coordinators it has going. In fact, the party at the point in time only had two state coordinators. And out of those two state coordinators, one of them is begrieved. In fact, not even begrieved. The entire state is grieved. They don't even want to associate themselves. They are just there because they just have to be there because they're already under the name. I dey tell you, say out of the two states where even they active, where they talk say they active, one of them not even they active. And the other one where they talk say they active, they don't even want to associate themselves with the party and they're inside the party. So when we're talking about something, I not just the talk because I just want to talk, say, oh, this, no. I know that what this guy is doing and what he could have done are two different things. He can do way better than he's doing. And I'm not going to give blind support or blind loyalty and say, okay, he's a revolutionary who, and then because he's doing this, no. I'm not going to do that. If concerning this issue, I go talk with you. I want to talk, and like you said, we don't have to agree at all. We can agree to disagree. But do your findings. Una get MUP comrades now. Talk to them. Ask them what's the situation of things inside the party. Even as we speak, even till today, one of them was even calling me. Even after I left the party, they want to do event. The person called me that please can I send money that they want to do event, and I still did. That's to tell you, and I'm not even talking about an event that was too long ago. I'm talking about an event that happened in just this December, be January year. I beg. No, and let's see. When I explain context, many things, but it's not. I can't continue. I'll just let it lie there. I know. And if you want to know, just do your research and find out.
All right, thank you very much. And of course, well, we would have to, at some point, just basically leave matters the way it is, having recognized the position of the two different parties. And I think I don't have to really double down more than what I have said about my reservations or my position on this issue. And I just want to really ensure that I am not really taking a, a side that I have not seen yet, or perhaps agree from what I have not been in the shoe of yet. I am not in the leadership. I have never, been in leadership. And of course, if I have the means of even funding, I have not been blessed so much that I have $120,000, and of course, being obliged to even say, okay, well, after I have I talk say I get and of course, I also talk say I don't. I actually put part of the resources on parties' affairs. So I don't think anyone should be, shut up for expressing themselves about what they consider as not, enough engagement or activities or organization because I've not been in their shoe. So in this case, I am only saying what I think should constitute an active organization. And of course, when I say an active organization, I mean if Nigerian people are actually tired of an establishment and talking about drawing parallels of leadership, the reason why we call out the Nigerian leadership is very, very clear, very simple. The fact that they are receiving resources, all right, they have access to the collective resources of everybody and they are mismanaging it. And we are not seeing it on ground. Chikena, all right, whether they are having 100 ministries or 10 ministries or 5 ministries or 1 ministries is not really the concern of Nigerians. The concern of Nigerians is that what have you done with resources that you have received? All right. And of course, if you are to compare it with an organization that is actually saying, basically on the foundation of people's collective resources that okay, to make this party work, now all of us go dey contribute money. And of course, when you are not transparent enough, well, you leave room for all of these arguably assumptions that well, the top echelons is not doing enough, right? Has Seun Kuti been honest enough to say or perhaps put structures in place? I have seen what me I have seen that he said that he has already put millions into MOP. Whether or not that millions was used for the purpose with which it was meant to be used for is another ballgame entirely. Whether or not the party leadership meets regularly to evaluate what is coming to the party and what it was used for is another ballgame entirely. I have not been there, and I cannot really say that because someone is, you know, obviously and rightfully aggrieved because of what he has seen or what he have experienced. I cannot nullify what he's saying as untrue. Neither am I going to say the party is also not doing enough or perhaps guilty of the accusation. But I am saying, as a matter of principle, I stand in solidarity with the MOP. And of course, I have not seen any fault that what Shehu has done. So far, so good. Me, I have not seen any fault in what Shehu has done. So far, so good. Based on the Nigerians that I am aware of, all right, that means that I'm a part of the Nigerian, and I've already rolled with Nigerians on the streets and even off the streets. So I am simply saying if Nigerians can do just that little wey Seun dey do, and of course unless you want to say this whole thing is about Seun, that is not about everybody, it's about everybody. Everybody have to be able to fall in line, and to as many as those that have lis ten to Seun and have refused to basically do as little as what Seun has been doing, the joke is on you, it's not on Seun, really. As far as I know, Seun is not embezzling people's money, all right? As far as I know, Seun is not basically cornering the people's resources to himself, as far as I know. So it's quite different from a group of criminals who are basically in charge of the people's resources, and they are using all of the money that is coming to the purses of Nigeria, they are cornering into themselves and their families and their cronies. That is why we have issues with them and we are holding them accountable, and we want to pull down the system, all right? And that's why we are holding up, they are telling them to give account of their stewardship. So far so good. And of course, well, this is a challenge to the MOP, all right? You are being challenged to come and give an account of your stewardship as far as that party is concerned, because here we have it, an aggrieved member who has found fault in everything that has
Ex
been
member,
going on.
ex member.
Yeah, let's just say ex member. At least you still contributed your resources,
You know,
not
even
quite
if you
long.
try out,
He has been very much a friend of the movement. You are
no, you
not
know,
an enemy of
I'm a
the movement.
revolutionary.
So,
And I know this was what
as
I
far
told.
as
This was liberation. When I walked out of the party, I told them, I said, look, I'm going to, and I'm not going to leave the revolution because, me I did not for the revolution I did. I know day for any one man or anyone, I believe that one, I'm where the work, people who are ready to do the work for Nigeria people are, and that's where I'll be. And I told them, I said, MOP has the when I talk, how did I put it? I said MOP has the potential to be a solid party because they have some solid minds there, some brilliant minds there. However, the incompetency and the lackadaisical attitude of the leadership will not allow them to move forward. If they could put another person in that leadership, someone that pays attention to the party and is goal oriented in terms of organization, that party will fly. But as long as they don't have that, and you have a leader who doesn't give you time, who doesn't pay attention to the party will retrogress, and it has been retrogressing. And the data is there in the party to show that the membership has reduced over time instead of increasing. Although, well, let me not even get into that. They just recently did a new coalition with one party somewhere in Abuja, so maybe now their numbers are more. They did it recently between December and January. But if they do not have a committed leadership, people who are serious, goal oriented, and say, okay, this is what we intend to achieve by the end of the year, they follow it, they look at metrics, they keep improving and they keep improving. They will just be a movement. They will never be a party and they will not even become registered. So, and I still relate to my comrades there. I still talk to them. With them, Shewan Yelara, with the see Shewan Yelara on this space. Today, self, the one of the leaders called me on my phone today. I will return the call very soon. He called me, but I don't pick the call because we're on this space. I will return the call very soon. And it will be the exact same story again, complaint. Because I know that their culture there. But don't worry.
Yeah, thank you so much. So thank you. And of course, it has been a very wonderful discussion talking about how Fela gets recognized by the system, the very same system that poor speed for in face when he day alive, the very same system that did not give him the recognition when he was alive. It is very, very interesting that Nigerians would pretend as though whatever message that you are telling them is not relevant. Only until when you are gone, they will not believe. And he was they were very, very, all the thing that he has been saying was true, very true, very true, very true. And of course, some of them will even sabotage all your efforts, you know. And of course, after the thing has been the deed had been done to dismantle an idea, they will turn around and say, well, something is wrong somewhere. And that is why it seems as though we had our own salvation, and until we become our own salvation, nothing works really. Nothing really works. And we have to really work together as a team. As a team, very, very important. And well, Fela Kuti remains a symbol of resistance. And of course, anyone who is putting up a fight to protect that legacy or put up an activity that protects the legacy of Fela Kuti as one of our iconic revolutionaries in Nigeria, I totally endorse as far as I'm concerned. As a matter of principle, to protect the 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 legacy and the integrity of what we believe in. All right. And what will we believe in? To resist this oppressive system. That's all it's all about. All right. So if a group of people who are chosen to intentionally be be subservient to the system, or perhaps use some other popular entities as a means of opium, as a distraction to get themselves involved in what will basically be the solution to our problem, I think it is also very much something that I endorse for those ones to be chastised and corrected,
Liberation,
because
I want to play one
they are doing,
soundbite.
sir.
I said I wanted to play one soundbite. I don't know if you can hear it.
You play it. So
Okay.
yeah, please proceed.
Okay. Tell me if you can hear it too.
Of my lane to interfere with anybody's life. I don't go out of my way to tell whoever, don't do this. Because I don't know the reaction. Wait, if I called Whiskey, I have his number, I have his management. I'll say, Whiskey, please don't answer my brother. I should call him to say that. How can I call him to say that? When Whiskey decided to answer Shem and he said it's greater than Fela, what should I say? My own question is, does he truly feel that? Did he say it out of the situation? I can't even prejudge him. And I've said, Whiskey is like his son. If he comes to me, I will talk to him like a father. Shehu is my brother. If he comes to me, I will talk to him like a brother. I'll say, well, Shehu, the family doesn't need all this. Family doesn't look. If anybody who feels they are greater than Fela, let the person be. Time will tell. These artists, Burna Boy, Davido, I don't think personally they will say anything against a Fela. I don't think so. Maybe their base. Okay, then they should tell their fan base that, come, leave this man out of the equation. Yeah, I like this man. If their fan base still, and then can you control your fan base? Thank you. You can't. Okay, because somebody can pretend is your fan and still be talking in your uh, as your spokesperson and say, I don't care what Bonabo or Whiskey says, I hate this man. And what do you do to that kind of person? So you let them be.
So yeah, I just wanted to put that out there. That's all.
All right, yeah. So yeah, you let them be, and of course, that let be could prove to be destructive to as many as those that understand how information warfare works. As many as those that understand how our African ancestors, in fact, that information warfare, we are experiencing it like now, like we are living in the reality. How some bastards, some African bastards, succeeded in not only alienating our ancestors from us, they refuse to tell us about our ancestors. They misrepresent what our ancestors represent. They want to alienate us. They don't want us to even know about our ancestors. I never knew about any one of these ancestors up until 2 years ago. Somebody is trying to comment. So, yeah, thank you so much. So, I never knew about Lumumba, the likes of Malcolm X, the all of the great ancestors, Kwame Ture. You know, I did not know anything about them because if you're not taught in schools, and it was all thanks to history would tell. Let us let us allow anybody that wants to say anything should let them say whatever it is that they want to say without us putting up any resistance whatsoever. Anyone who feels that way should continue that way. Eh? And anyone who wants to put up resistance and set the record straight, I'm not in a place to say that person is wrong for doing that. I'm not in a place to say I'm against what the person have done. That person shouldn't have done that. That person should have just looked away. I cannot say that. I am part of those that would resist any attempt to rubbish any of our ancestors. I will use any means necessary, just as they are also using any means. People will be saying they come Sean live before. All of the time that Sean has been doing the live for revolutionary stuff, telling them about African history and how they have to really wake up and do something about their life as a youth to be part of a movement like MOP. They did not. But at the time when Sean was not dragging them, all of them in their thousands, decided to what invade. And of course, Sean did not miss the opportunity to really call them out for who they are. And of course, you have to really call out the hypocrisy of the hypocrites. All right, you cannot say anybody is young, and of course, because they are young, to leave them alone. They are just being childish. They are being childish enough to not really know the right thing to do. All right, they don't have access to any form of. They cannot even. Okay, this fella that are talking about. Let us go and make it before we start attacking this person and his father. Let us go and make research. Oh. Let us go and make our findings. Oh. And these people, they are doing research in their schools. They give them assignment to go and make research about topics that they want to get mark on. They will go and do that one. But because it's about an African ancestor who has basically invented a music genre and also stand with his people, they had no interest at that point in time. And of course, some will recommend that we should leave them alone. Just don't respond. All right, time will tell. Time will tell. And at that same time will tell that has led to our our heritage is going small small. They have already with the level of the way Nigerians they think now, it means that that social engineering that they have done on our people, they have succeeded. They have succeeded, and it is all thanks to as many as those that refuse to engage. If at all everybody in the whole of Shore sets now, na only Shore remain wey dey still dey resist the system. And if you ask them tomorrow, they will have said, Shore should have just stay in his America and just enjoy his life and leave Nigeria alone. They should have, he will have just leave Nigeria alone and do not get himself involved. But he has gotten himself involved. That would have been their recommendation. And of course, some of them will even say, Toure is not really doing it well. It's not. How come still yet he has not been able to raise up to 100,000 people? He's still coming up with 14,000 votes. This is all these years that you have been engaging the system. That means your leadership skill is under question. It's questionable. They will also say all of those things. Hence the reason why I take the stand, I think. So yeah, and of course we are nearing almost it's over 5 hours 48 minutes that we have been in this broadcast. And thanks to all our speakers. I don't know whether or not you have an closing remark as we draw the curtain today, as we have to a large extent have our own bite at this topic of national importance. Please, let's have your final or perhaps your closing remark, and then we'll call it a day, and we'll go again tomorrow. Yeah, because the laptop is already low, and laptop don't low, it don't shut
So
down.
I
So
think
please, yeah,
we've really,
wow,
really
God
spoken.
Himself,
Can you hear me?
God, yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. I say we've really spoken about the matter at length. Can you imagine? Okay. So hold on. I said we've spoken about the matter at length. We've gone about it. The most important thing is that the revolution continues, whether individual or not individual. People will always have their individual problem. Even within organizations, people may have individual problems. But our ability to move as an organized group is the most important thing. You know, I think as well as really being able to appraise the Nigerian people in different contexts, understanding which people, what category they fit into and addressing them appropriately. Is only wise. I think it's only wise when people want to communicate effectively. I think it was Franz Fanon that said the modern day revolutionary is something like a psychologist. He must always understand, he must be able to make an immediate appraisal of the individual who is talking to in society, understand where the person is in society, the person's level of consciousness, just based on interaction, and then interact with the person in a reciprocative manner. That is the only wise way to communicate with people, because you don't go to someone, for example, who is a staunch Muslim, and immediately you get to him, you just start telling him your tradition is fake, your culture, your religion is fake, is this, they must be. The moment you do that, you immediately push the person away, immediately lose that person. Um, trying to be correct in the bid of, because you know something or you feel like you know something, and then your ego cannot afford you not trying to prove that you know that thing. You now start shouting and saying all these things. It is not wise. There are better ways to communicate those things, and that's basically what sets different people apart in the revolutionary journey. Why some people are able to achieve a lot more than others were able to achieve. Not necessarily because they do not understand the ideology, but because their principles or their methodology about going on the same journey, was inefficient or scientifically proven to be inefficient. It's why when we go out and we talk to people, look at them, we engage them, talk to them based on what we can tell, and then really strategize, engage them and engage them again. Because intent
It's not what matters. You intend to do never matters. Oh, I didn't want the baby to fall when I was throwing the baby up, but the baby fell. Regardless, result is what matters, not intent. Not intent. Result is what matters. When you do something, what are the results? Tinubu, what is so for all Nigerians can say that he intends to make Nigeria better. That's why he's making the GDP rise. That's why he's doing this one. That's why he's giving student loan. Mm. That's what he's trying to make Nigeria better. But what is the result, regardless of what he is saying? Regardless of what all of them are saying? Peter Obi will make Nigeria better. Peter Obi is the lesser evil. This. It becomes what will be the result, not the intention, not what Peter Obi intends to do. It is always the result that matters. No matter what all these Nigerian people have come outside to say, this is what they wanted to do, but we see the result. Because at the end of the day, the only thing you can prove is the fact, and the fact is based on results, not your intentions, because intentions has never saved anybody before. So that's just what I want to add. I think as revolutionaries, when we want to do anything, we should try our best to be scientific and leave emotions out of it. At least leave emotions out of it as much as possible. That's just what I want to add. That's my closing remark.
Thank you very much indeed. And of course, it's been indeed a very firecracker day. Yeah, in the studio. And of course, we appreciate. Let me take a look. Well, I'll take a look at it later to really appreciate all those that have joined us on. Let me see if I can quickly do it. So as many as those that joined us on YouTube, thank you so much. So as many as those that joined us on X, thank you so very much. It's very good for us to have conversations like this, all right? And of course, many people would argue that when we have conversations like this, it clears up our path and it brings things to reality, and it also exposes what we need to do better as conscious people. So thank you so much, everybody, for being a part of it. And of course, let me verify. Oh wow, 159 of you on X. Thank you so much for joining us. 159. That is not bad. And of course, please do not forget to follow us if you have not done that already. Follow Liberation Chats. And of course, if you're also on YouTube, do not forget to subscribe to our channel. If stuff like this interests you, please do remember to follow and subscribe as the case may be, so that you'll be notified when we come up. We usually do this every day, 6 p.m. every day, 6 p.m. Nigerian time, West African time. So please make it a date. And of course, help us grow by liking, sharing, and do not be selfish. If you find this interesting, share it with others. Press that share button now. And of course, others can listen in and learn a thing or two. So thank you so much, everybody. We'll see you again tomorrow. Enjoy the rest of your day from wherever you are tuned in following us. Thank you so much. Bye bye.